Hello, hello. I'm back. Um, just checking my settings really quick. We are going to continue. You guys, please help share this out and comment under mine. Um, yeah, help me out. Help me out. It does help out a lot. If you could help me get my algorithm back because it's crazy. Um, Even if I'm like the first person to have stuff out, I cannot freaking get views for the life of me. And it's really starting to freak me out a little bit because this is very important to me. So if you guys want to help out, I do think partly, obviously, it's always partly what you're doing, but also I do think the algorithm has a lot to do with stuff. So if you guys can help comment, I only have like one comment in my last live. You guys are supposed to comment under there for me to help. um, it's yeah, even if you just like say like maybe one opinion or just say something regarding the live, a sentence or whatever, and it would help me out so much. And thank you. All right. Okay, hold on. Oh, I already took that out. Okay, hold on one second. Let me get the we're just gonna continue where we left off. Um, I made a new little setting. So I'll show you where to look where I'm reading. Because then it'll kind of streamline where to look when I'm reading. Okay, so we're gonna start off where we left off on 350 on this right here. But hold on one second. I'll show you what I made this new thing. Where is it? Is it this one? No, not this one. Hold on, I gotta find the setting. Okay. I'm gonna do it like this. So therefore, like right here, I will actually always pan up and start reading right here. So it'll kind of like uh focus instead of like sometimes if you look away, it's like where she's starting off. So not only did I maximize a little bit bigger of the whole screen I have, I kind of made this I could probably make it a little bit bigger, maximize like the area, and then I always start like about right here, which I know is like right below this. But you know what? Is that line where sometimes it goes across my head? Is that doing that on the YouTube side? Hold on. 'Cause I don't know. Is that line? Let me see. I want to see something. If it's doing that. Or is it just me? It might hopefully it's just on the StreamYard side. I think it is. Sometimes I could see where the line crosses over the face. But I don't think it's coming across on YouTube. No, it doesn't look like it is. Okay. All right. So let me go back to you guys and let me do one more thing and we're gonna start her on. Vern, start her up. Yep, I'm at high definition. Okay. All right, guys. Yes, it should be bigger. I made both of us bigger. Wow, it's so weird because I could see a line going through my face, right? On StreamYard. So like, oh, you can't see like right where this cuts off, like right there. It goes through my face. Oh my god. Okay, hold on one second. One second. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm coming. Hold on. Let's do this. Fresh cup of coffee. Who violated? What happened? Whoa. Really, Taylor? But who banned you? The person that's the Reddit or Reddit banned you? I'm confused. Because you just asked a question about somebody else's document? But who banned you? Reddit or a person? I don't know how that works. Oh, from the Reddit. Okay, I see. I'm not familiar. I like Reddit sometimes. I could find some good stuff on it. I don't understand how it works. I mean, I understand how to like do it, but I can't like understand the whole setup of it though, if that makes sense. I don't use it enough though. Okay, let's do this. Wow, that sucks. But seriously, guys, I know I ask you, but will you please share this out like somehow on Facebook, YouTube, like it, comment? I don't normally ask, but I do need your help. I really do, and it would really help me out just till I can get my channel back up and doing good because it's yeah, not doing good at all. Where I'm actually having second thoughts and what I want to do here. Okay, so where are we at? So 13. So remember we were talking about this person that I forget now where we left off. Hold on. I ate a good dinner. It was delicious. And I'm cutting right into this interview where they're talking about Kohberger, and that made her uncomfortable. Um, Students told about another incident where she told about a student who was presenting in her class. Okay, that her told her she interrupted and stopped the student's presentation because they needed to move on. Yeah, because there was that, confrontation that he causes in these classes, making people like very uncomfortable and feeling like just not comfortable. Everybody wants to avoid him, right? Um, well, what about it, Taylor? Linda Lane, can you ask me a specific question about Linda Lane, or is there some aspect of Linda Lane that you're asking? Yeah, there's a chat. Wait, a chat. Okay, so where are we at? So we left off, I think, right here. So Blank told us about another incident with Blank where she told Blank about a student who was presenting in her class and the presentation was going long. She told her she interrupted and stopped the student's presentation because they needed to move on. After class, the student who was interrupted confronted somebody about being stopped and how that was not right, and they should have been able to finish their presentation. Blank said Blank never told her it was Kohberger, but that she could connect the dots because it was the only person causing problems in all these classes. So that's the person that stopped the student's presentation. It sounds like Bryan did. So she stated it was circulating through the multicultural class that Kohberger was a traditional person who believes in traditional marriage. She told us there was quite a diverse group of students who are not traditional students. She told us about a student who was pacing around her office and near Kohberger's office. When Blank asked her what she was doing, she told her she wanted to put an ally sticker on Kohberger's office door. Ally sticker? No, what's an ally sticker? I don't know what that is. She explained to Blank that the Kohberger did a presentation in the multicultural class and asked the class a question he did not get to hear the answer to. Wait, Kohberger did a presentation in the multicultural class and asked the class a question he did not get to hear the answer to. Okay. She claimed Kohberger gave his answer to the class and said something to the effect, I already have my answer. It's wrong. Blank said whatever the question was, it led the class to believe Kohberger was homophobic, transphobic, or both. She said she personally placed the ally sticker on Kohberger's door. She said Kohberger quickly complained about the sticker and she removed it. She described Kohberger as very flat affect, seemed to stare into nothing, talked through you, not with you, always geared up for a debate, and never relaxed in the limited times she had seen him. She said that she had never heard Kohberger laugh. In the few times her and Kohberger were both in their offices at the same time, um, she had only approximately 2 female students in Kohberger's office, and all appeared to be appropriate behavior. I forgot I gotta stop here because I'm gonna okay. So, anything but below this. Alright. Alright, so she brought up another incident. She told her about that so and so somebody told her about Kohberger and his mentor, Blank, who is a Juris Doctorate and an instructor. Kohberger was Blank's teacher assistant, and she said Kohberger and Blank had a disagreement in somebody's office and explained the disagreement escalated to the point of shouting and her telling Kohberger to leave. Kohberger refused to leave and ended up leaving instead. So and so ended up leaving instead. Blank said she did not know what the argument was about, but was surprised because it was the first time this had happened with Kohberger in a male that she knew about. She could not remember seeing Kohberger after the murders and could not speak to any behavior changes. She stated even though she had weird thoughts about Kohberger, she did not think he was behind the murders. She said she pegged him as a stalker or SA type, um, assaulter, SS, wow. And she had no idea about Kohberger's social media presence. She described Kohberger's office as sterile with nothing in it. I can't believe, come on, we got to get to 100 people. I can't believe we only have 55 people. This is like new stuff. Where's everybody at? Ah, I don't understand. On January 4th, Idaho State Police Detective Jacob Schweck collected receipts and surveillance camera footage and conducted interviews in Pullman, Washington. Bryan Kohberger switched the title and registration in his 2015 Hyundai from Pennsylvania to Washington on November 18th, 2022. The evidence collection and interview were in reference to the murder of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, which occurred in 1122 King Road, November 13th, 2022. Yeah, this is Idaho State Police. Yep. Um, On January 4th, 2023, Detective Schweck and I met with Blank, who is the owner of Blank in Pullman, Washington, informed us that on November 18th, Kohberger came into Blank and changed his title and vehicle registration from Pennsylvania to Washington on his Hyundai Elantra. Blank was able to provide us with security camera footage, including audio of the transaction with her clerk and a receipt of the transaction. Detective Schweck and I interviewed Blank at Blank. The following is a summary of the interview. For full details, review the audio. Um, Blank remembered Kohberger coming in to switch his plates from Pennsylvania to Washington. She recalled that Kohberger was a super nice guy and very charming. She even added him to their Christmas card list. Kohberger wore gloves the entire time he was in, but didn't think it was abnormal due to the cold temperatures they were experiencing at the time. The reason Kohberger was switching his title and vehicle registration to Washington was that he was a graduate student at WSU and he needed to get residency. What's up, Joe Morton? Thanks for coming. Hope G. New sign. I never know how to say your name. I always say it wrong. A few weeks is labor. Hey, James. Um, and somebody pointed out that I didn't realize. Remember that leaked video of him in the cell? Like his hands were so red because you know how he washes them so much. I didn't even notice it. I was like zoning in on the clothes and his cell and stuff. And then I seen somebody talk about his red hands. I'm like, whoa, they are because they're probably so sore, especially in prison. I mean, he sure he doesn't have gloves, at home. He's always wearing gloves. He has like his own environment. In freaking jail, I'm sure he's scrubbing his hands like crazy. They looked really red. Anyway, so wait, where are we at? So this person remembered him coming in to switch his place from Pennsylvania to Washington. They recalled he was super nice, very charming, even added him to a Christmas card list. Kohberger wore gloves the entire time he was in, but didn't think it was abnormal due to the cold temperatures they were experiencing at the time. The reason Kohberger was switching his title and vehicle registration was that he was a graduate student at WSU and he needed to get residency. I turned in all the evidence, scene footage, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now we have Gideon Roberts interview Blank at the Blank campus regarding his telephonic activity with Bryan. Okay. July 9th, 2022. So this would have been, a few months before the murders. His activity with Bryan initially didn't remember any interaction with Kohberger. However, he eventually remembered meeting and speaking with Kohberger at a pool party at the apartments in Moscow. The interviews were not recorded. On January, oh, I keep forgetting I have to stop right here. Okay, I got to get used to this. I will. So I'm sorry if I go up and you can't see it. I will definitely get used to it if I stay under this. Okay. January 10th, 2023 at 3 p.m., Detective Herman and I interviewed Blank regarding his telephone activity with Kohberger. Blank's telephone number had been identified as having contact with Kohberger's on July 9th. After being advised of the purpose of the interview, he provided the following information. He was currently employed as a blank for the blank. His phone number the account was registered to his mother, but he had the number since he was 16 years old. He was aware of the case and had seen Kohberger's picture after the arrest, but without any additional context, he didn't recognize him or have any memory of interacting with him. Wait, what? Who is this person? Huh. On January 11th, Detective Herman and I spoke with this person again after we provided him the date and context of the activity, the telephone activity. He provided the following information. He remembered meeting Kohberger at a pool party at the apartments in Moscow. He had been invited by the DJ who was providing the music for the party, later identified as this guy did an interview too. I think I played on a couple of videos, people that knew Kohberger. I think I did it a couple times where I like a couple years later I re-uploaded it. But the DJ did the interview on a video. like a video interview, and so did the girl he met at that party. You guys remember? Well, maybe we'll go through them later. Um, but yeah, he was the DJ and he was talking about how, it kind of felt bad for him in a way, but there were about 75 people at the party, most of them grad students. Wait, um, he and Kohberger just ran into each other while they were mingling and started talking about what they each did at WSU. Kohberger was wearing board shorts and a gray shirt. Kohberger talked a lot about physical fitness. He seemed very focused on running, specifically trail running and running hills. He was awkward, but he attributed it to him being new to the area. He agreed to go running with Kohberger at a later time and provided him his phone number by calling and texting Kohberger's phone. He ultimately did not go running with Kohberger. As we concluded our interview, Blank told us he spoke with a foreign exchange student known to him as Blank. He didn't have a phone number for her, but her Instagram title was, and he told us he would attempt to provide us additional names at the July 9th pool party of the people there. Our interview concluded at 3:15. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna post this to my shoot to my community post to try to help people see it. And I forgot. That's what I was going to do before I hit go live, and I forgot. I forgot. Let me just do it really quick. We got to get more people in here. Come on. Okay. All right. So now we have January 13th, Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schweck interviewed somebody regarding her interactions with Bryan. She is a something for something of the something. It's so funny. Oh my god. On January 13th at about 3:43, Detective Jake and I interviewed Blank at Washington State. The following is a summary of the interview. For full details, listen to the audio. She is a blank for blank of the blank. She never talked to Kohberger. She saw him one time at a holiday potluck right before winter break and once briefly going the other direction in the hallway. She did not interact with him at the potluck, but overheard him say, "It doesn't look like there's anything I can eat." Huh. Wait, she saw him at the potluck. Okay, so he's at the potluck saying, "Oh, it doesn't look like anything can eat," because he's vegan too, right? So, and plus probably very picky about with OCD and stuff. I don't know. At the potluck, Kohberger was dressed in all black and wearing black gloves. She noted it was cold outside, but everyone else had removed their outdoor gear. She was sitting next to Blank at the potluck. Blank got up and Kohberger stared at him the entire time he was standing. The following are examples of complaints she heard against an undergraduate student who was later identified as Kohberger. He would show up 15 minutes before the end of the day and talk blank and blank. And so he would talk blank and blank's ear off and not take social cues when they would say they had to finish up work. And sometimes he would follow them to the parking garage. A mandatory discrimination and harassment training was held for all the graduate student because of issues pertaining to him. He didn't take social cues and made people feel uncomfortable. That whole not taking social cues is a symptom of autism. I'm not saying like I'm not making excuses because just because he may be autistic doesn't mean he's not an evil monster, you know what I'm saying? And a weirdo, but that is something that usually goes along with autism is they can't read social cues. Um, and it made people feel uncomfortable. Blank said she got a weird feeling when she saw him talking with Blank and hung out in the kitchen and washed her dishes really slowly because she felt like she should be there. Huh. I burned an audio recording of the interview. Okay, so now we have November 25th, Detective Tolson and Detective Lehman interviewed Blank at the district Coeur d'Alene. Wait, somebody wrote how to say that. No, I can't. Coeur d'Alene? Shoot, it was in a comment. I don't remember where it was at. Coeur d'Alene? Well, let me see if I can find it. Coeur d'Alene. That's just how it's called, Coeur d'Alene? Okay. Coeur d'Alene. Oh, I guess that would be just Coeur d'Alene. Oh, D'Alene. Okay. I thought it'd be D'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. It's easy to do it that way. Okay. So they interviewed somebody at the, Coeur d'Alene. Okay. Alright. On Friday, 25th, Idaho State Police senior detective, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they interviewed somebody with a date of birth of 84, came into the to report a photograph she found on Facebook Marketplace of a white vehicle with what appeared to be blood smeared on it. I remember that vehicle. I feel like, people were trying to figure out what that was. I think that was the one I'm thinking of. Miss Blank thought it was unusual enough to report it to the police and thought it might somehow be related to the homicides. The advertised vehicle, a 2007 white Chevy Impala four-door, was for sale by the owner. That's a date of birth 2002, who lives at blank in Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. Now I already forget. Coeur d'Alene, right? Coeur d'Alene? In Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. After interviewing Miss Blank, Detective Lehman and I went to somewhere to look at the vehicle, which we found parked on the street in front of somewhere. I knocked on the door and rang the doorbell at there, but no one answered. I went next door and knocked on the door, on the neighbor's door. The neighbor answered the door. I explained why I wanted to talk, and the neighbor gave me his telephone number saying he was at work. I telephoned him and explained why we were calling and looking at his vehicle. He told me it was fake blood he had applied to the vehicle for Halloween. I asked for permission to take swabs in the areas of the fake blood. Um, had been applied to the vehicle. He told me that it was okay with him. I swabbed all four sides of the vehicle and packaged the swabs in paper. The swabs were given to Moscow Police Department with their request to have the swab sent to the lab for testing to see if it was in fact blood. The interview with him was transferred to compact disc. Okay. I wish they would say the results. Obviously, it wasn't their blood, but was it blood or was it fake blood? There's the picture. It's crazy because it was a white car. So wait. Would this have been intentional? Like after the murders were known that there was a white car, because we knew about the white car, shortly after. Do you think like for Halloween? Oh no, Halloween would have been before. Never mind. Halloween would have been before the murders. Because I'm saying, like, do you think that they did that just, for a Halloween thing because it's freaky and what happened and a white car? But if he did it for Halloween, then no, that wouldn't be it. Sorry, I had like a hangnail I had to get. But how crazy, because it is similar to the white car and the blood. Wow, that's creepy. Um, but that's crazy that it's for sale, like with the okay. Wow. Oh, that's more another picture of it upside down. It does look creepy with all the blow wow. But he was trying to sell it with that on there? That's kinda weird. Huh. And then they yeah. Huh, interesting. Huh. Okay. Alright, so, were you able to see it because it yeah, that was fine. Okay. All right. So now we're looking on January 7th, 2 p.m. Detective Schweck interviewed somebody regarding her interactions with Kohberger after being advised of the purpose of the interview and that the interview would be recorded. She provided the following information. She was currently employed as a blank for the blank at WSU. She had few interactions with Kohberger, but remembered four incidents specifically. The interactions was in September 2022 during an orientation event for the blank at Paradise Creek. Kohberger had sat beside her and they engaged in small talk during the event. The second interaction included WSU students she identified as blank, later identified as blank. Um, Kohberger was lingering in an office she was working in, attempting to make small talk later in the day. Her maternal instinct wouldn't allow her to leave her alone with Kohberger. Wow. So she found small tasks and reasons to stay until Kohberger left. Oh, that's sweet. So she didn't want to leave the other person alone with her, right? Good looking out. Huh. That's nice of her. After Kohberger left, she asked her if she was all right and told her if she needed anything to email her with an email subject stating 911. Wait, she asked her if she was okay. Um, the third interaction was a brief contact in the hallway as her and Kohberger passed each other. The fourth interaction was during the blank holiday party during the second week of December 2022. So that would have been after the murders. Kohberger asked her if the pot stickers she brought were homemade, to which she responded that they were store bought. And overall, her observations of Kohberger were that he was awkward, talked a lot, and was respectful to those he interacted with. Once the interview was complete, I transferred the audio recording to a compact disc, processed it. Okay. Now we have, wait, did I, okay. So now we have November 13th at 12:22 p.m. So this would be right as it was all the cops were getting on scene, right? 12:22. The Moscow Police Department requested Idaho State Police investigations to assist with multiple homicides. The victims were identified as Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. Um, Jeffrey Tabbitt was assigned as the lead crime and scene investigator. Sorry. On December 30th, 2022, the ISP Forensic Services processed blank Pullman, Washington. The residence belonged to Bryan Kohberger. Kohberger had been identified as a suspect in the quadruple homicide. All items collected were turned over to MPD. On December 29th, Washington State Police Department Assistant Chief Don Daniels authored a search warrant for redaction. The residence belonged to Kohberger. MPD had identified Kohberger as a suspect in the quadruple murder occurring November 13th. Kohberger had been arrested by the Pennsylvania State Police under warrant by MPD. At 7:12 a.m., AC Daniels and members of WSUPD executed the warrant at Kohberger's residence. The residence was empty. At about 7:17 a.m., I started a pre-search video of the residence. Once completed, ISP forensic scientist Jenny Ayers, FC Tara Martinez, and FS Haley Youngland started processing the residence, including 3D scans, photographs, and evidence collections. The following items identified were seized. You got black colored nitrile glove collected from the top shelf of an entry closet on the north wall, Walmart receipt with corresponding clothing tag, collected from entry closet on north wall, 2 Marshall's receipts collected from entry closet on north wall, dust canister collected from Bissell vacuum located in entry closet on north wall, 8 potential hair strands collected from the Libman room, an Amazon Fire Stick from the living room television, possible animal hair collected from under the computer pad on the desk, possible hair collected from east wall of shower on tile, possible hair collected from interior of shower drain, possible hair collected from under computer pad on the desk in northeast bedroom, possible hair string collected from uncased pillow on the bed in northeast bedroom, computer tower collected from desk in northeast bedroom, DNA swab collected from countertop kitchen, red brown colored stain collected by cutting from uncased pillow, mattress cover with multiple red brown colored stains. While processing the residence, AC Daniels learned that there was a storage unit associated with the residence. AC Daniels completed an amendment to the warrant for the inclusion of the storage unit after the amendment was granted. Okay. The unit was located inside building whatever was vacant and appeared unused. There was no lock on the door. The multiple cobwebs spanning the entrance. I photographed the storage unit and no further processing was done. After they processed the residence, all items were collected, turned over to AC Daniels. He left a copy of the warrant on the living room couch with an itemized list of property seized. They completed a post-search video of the residence, secured the door with AC Daniels. At 7:33, the scene was cleared. ISP provided me with a copy of the photographs. Okay. They transported the evidence. Okay. So now we got December 8th, 2022, or December 28th, sorry. They conducted a surveillance on 2 storage unit facilities. The facilities were, I don't know, associated with something in Colfax, and the office is located at blank and blank and located at blank. Surveillance went into the morning of December 29th until I was able to contact and interview the managers of both facilities. Both managers provided me the names and contact information of the people renting storage units at their respective facilities. Okay, the facilities were storage. The office is located. Okay, so surveillance lasted from 11:30 to 8:30 a.m. Wow, the following morning. So nothing really. They're just allow me to view list of current renters at their facility. Digital copies of probably Ryan Kohberger's name was not immediately apparent as being connected to renting a storage unit from either business. November 13th, 12:22 p.m. The victims, okay, so they were assist with multiple homicides. And this is the office was wait, oh, I'm too far up. Jeffrey Talbot was assigned as the lead investigator December 30th. They processed something in Pullman, Washington. The office was shared by Bryan and a few other people. Kohberger had been identified as a suspect in the homicide. Okay. Daniels authored a search warrant for the office belonged to Kohberger and 2 fellow Washington State University students. They had identified Kohberger as a suspect. At about 8:16, they executed the warrant in his office. The office was empty. 8:16 p.m. At 8:18 p.m., I started a pre-search video of the office. Once completed, ISP forensic scientist Tara Martinez photographed the office. No belongings of Kohberger were identified. No items were seized for evidentiary purposes. At 8:52, the office was secure. Scene was cleared. Okay. Now we have January 5th. They interviewed somebody in person at Moscow Police Department. This person is the blank at the blank located at somewhere in Pullman, Washington. He named the following employees who were interviewed via telephone. Something. Okay, so the interview was in reference to Bryan Kohberger staying at the blank from June 30th, 2022 to July 1st, 2022. Staying where? Huh. Let's see here. January 5th, uh, they interviewed somebody at MPD, and blank is the blank at the blank in Pullman, Washington, who provided receipts and documentation regarding Kohberger's stay at the what he stayed at a hotel or something? Somewhere he stayed from June 30th to July 1st. So just like a day and a couple of days. So this person called a tip into the FBI tip line on December 30th. However, the interview took place after the probable cause affidavit for Kohberger. Huh. For Kohberger's arrest was released to the public January 5th. Wait, it says that it was called in to the tip line before it would have been public about his arrest, December 30th, right? Because isn't that when they arrested him? So would that have been yeah, I don't know. Did they announce it right away? But then so the interview took place after the probable cause affidavit came out of his arrest, okay? January 5th. The following is a summary wait, hold on. Of our interview for full details. Okay, so they called in the tip, but then the interview wasn't until January 5th. So Kohberger checked in June 30th at 4:52. The reservation was made in Kohberger's name through Expedia, but only Kohberger was seen. Blank was training as a new front desk clerk and checked Kohberger in. Blank overcharged Kohberger during the check-in process, and Kohberger became upset due to the mistakes made on this bill during check-in. The room had already been paid for through Expedia, but he was charged again. I mean, yeah, that'd make people mad being charged twice, but they corrected the mistake on the billing and he became nice once everything became corrected. Kohberger later came down to the front desk and asked her to make a set of key cards for his room and leave them for someone named Blank. Huh. The following morning, she went upstairs to see if Kohberger was going to check out at the appointed noon checkout time. As she approached his room to contact him, he was standing in the doorway leaving. As they walked down to the front desk, they talked about sheaths and collecting knives. What? Wow. Once at the front desk, they talked about self defense weapons and their knife collection. The key card for Blank were still at the front desk when he was checking out. So nobody even showed up. Wonder if that was just to make him so. Dude, he probably just made up some females. I wish I knew if it was a male or female. I bet you he made up some female's name to make it look like, oh, he's got a girlfriend coming over, a girl, to make him look like, wow. I bet you there was nobody ever intended to come over. It was all made up, or it could have been a name somebody who was stalking, but just knew they weren't coming. Oh yeah, my girlfriend, or I got a girl. Like, oh, he's got a girl coming over. What do you think? I bet you that's what that was, to make himself look cooler. Like he's got a girlfriend. Oh my god, it's gotta be. Anyway, anyway, her night auditor, Blank and Blank, remembered seeing the key card that was left for Blank at the front desk. Blank said she was unable to fix the mistakes in the billing during check-in, and they had to be fixed the next day by her. Blank. Note, during the interview, Blank changed her story every time we would circle back to clarify her timeline and confirm her role and the action she took during Kohberger's stay. That's weird. On January 5th at 4:06 p.m., Detective and I interviewed her via telephone. The following is a summary of our interview. For full details, review the audio recording. During the summer 2022, she worked at some hotel in Pullman, Washington. She worked at the front desk at the hotel. She quit sometime before October. Wouldn't that be pretty easy to clarify though? They would have records of it. I mean, maybe they're talking about like of him at the door and that like those specifics that only she would know. But as far as him checking in and all that stuff, there would be records, you know? Okay, so um where are we at? The via the telephone. Okay, so during the summer, yeah, during the summer 2022, she worked at the hotel. She worked the front desk at the hotel. She quit sometime before October. She was her Blank was her manager and called to tell her that she had checked in the suspect of the Moscow homicide, Kohberger. She told her that she had double charged him and he became really upset, but then he became nice and kept coming downstairs flirting with her. Um, oh, but wait, oh, so after the fact, they're like, oh, you checked in them. Oh, so they're saying wow, became really upset, but then made nice and flirting with her. She did not see anyone else checking in with him. Nor did she remember Kohberger requesting a key to be made for a visiting desk or guest. She normally worked the front desk from 3:30 to 11:30. On January 5th at approximately 3:27, Detective Schreck and I interviewed Blank via telephone. The following is a summary of our interview. Okay, didn't they just keep repeating that? So blank has worked for blank for over 2 years and primarily works the front desk and night audit. He worked the evening of July 1st at the front desk and started around 3:30 p.m. after Kohberger would have checked out. He remembered seeing some spare key cards that were left at the front desk at the start of his shift. Normally, when a guest requests to leave a room key for a visitor, it is put in the computer under the guest's name. And when the visitor shows up, they are issued a card. Sometimes they make the key cards before the visitor shows up and then pass them on to the employee taking over the next shift. On January 5th at 4:13 p.m., Detective and I interviewed this person via telephone. The following is a summary of our interview. Okay. Um, all right. She was working or he was working as because I don't know, they're talking about they went over 2 women that work there and then a guy. So, whoever this was working as a night auditor June 30th, started his this is him, okay. He was working, started his shift at 11 p.m. The following morning, his shift ended at 7 a.m. He heard secondhand from somebody that she made a key card for Kohberger that was made for blank. He doesn't remember for sure if he saw the key card while he was working his shift on the 30th, but he does remember that no one came in that evening asking for a key card to Kohberger's room. On January 5th, 2023, 3:53 p.m., Detective and I interviewed blank via telephone. The following is a summary of our interview. For details, review the audio. Blank has worked at the blank and Pullman for 8 years as the blank. He had no interaction with Kohberger during his stay at the whatever hotel. When he came into work the next morning, July 1st, 2022, he remembered seeing a key card at the front desk that had this name something written on it. At the time, he was unaware what guests had requested it. Once Kohberger's name had been released as a suspect in the homicide case, he informed him that he had been a guest at the hotel and mentioned he was the one who had requested a key card for someone named blank. Um, he remembers blank fixing the overcharging of Kohberger's credit card, and blank made the mistake during his check-in. Huh. Okay. I turned all the evidence and audio of interviews to Moscow Police Department. Okay. November 13th, okay, at 12:22. It looks like it seems like it's repeating the same thing at certain parts, but then there's different parts. Okay. December 3rd, 2022, they returned to the crime scene for further crime scene processing and evidence collection. All items collected for evidence were turned over to MPD. December 3rd, 5:20. I returned to 1122 King Road, with ISP Detective Jake Schweck and Detective Ryan O'Hara for further processing. The items of evidence were marked with numbered placards, sorry, and I photographed the exhibits. Oh, that didn't sound like my mom for a minute, but it was. Sounded like somebody else, like, "Who's talking?" Anyway, the following evidence was recorded and/or collecting. Empty Keystone light can located in the stairway between the first and second floor. Black JanSport backpack located in the living room floor along the north wall on the second floor. Empty key Oh, I just read that. Empty Keystone light can located on top of the vanity along the south wall of the first floor east bedroom. Open full Keystone can located on the top of the vanity along the south wall of the first floor east bedroom. At about 5:50, I locked the front door, notified the security guard of her status, and left the scene. I transported the items collected to the MPD and turned the items over to MPD evidence technician Tim Smallridge. I entered the scene photographs into evidence located at the ISP District 2 office and provided copies to the MPD. Oh, here's the cans that they took. DNA and stuff, I'm sure. There's the keystone. Is that freaking leaf? I don't know. Another keystone, or is that the same one? There's that natural ice, Bud Light. There's a Jansport book bag, I'm sure. Book bag. I guess I should look. I haven't looked through these. I better look to make sure it's some stuff I could show. I haven't looked through this stuff. So what, 379? Just give me 1 minute. I want to make sure. Yeah, okay. Now I got to get that perfect zoom in level. Is it this? Okay, so we got the book bag. You have, I don't know whose room this is. I forget now what the Dylan's look like compared to Bethany's. It's got to be one of theirs, right? Or actually, I don't know. There's the Keystone, White Castle, wine, Keystone. That looks like some alcohol. It looks like a bush, piece of gum. Mm. Some jewelry. Yeah, I don't know whose bed that is. Either probably Dylan's, Bethany's. I don't know. Obviously, it can't be Sienna's or Maddie's. Hmm. Shoes, closet, got a whole pack of White Claw, a whole 24 bag. Box of wine, hard seltzer right there. Definitely looks like a college house, huh? Um, okay. Oh, there we go. Try and get, oh, I guess. Yeah. All right. So now we got during the month of January, Idaho State Police Detective Ryan O'Hara assisted with multiple interviews, follow up, and investigation related to the quadruple homicide of Kaylee, Maddie, Zana, and Ethan, November 13th, 2022. Prime suspect in this investigation is Bryan Kohberger. All right. So tip number 8261 by this detective Ryan was assigned this tip. This is a phone tip called in by blank regarding a suspicious vehicle similar to that of the suspect vehicle parked at the end of his driveway for a few minutes in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. Blank lives at blank in Moscow. Was it him, I wonder? Huh. I contacted blank via phone on January 18th 20 at 2:23. The following is a summary of the information provided. He recalled the event after the possible route Kohberger had taken after the murders was published. He went downstairs to let his dog out around 5:30 a.m. and noticed a white car similar to that of a suspect vehicle parked at the end of his driveway. After a few minutes, the car pulled out and stopped at the stop sign at US Highway 95 for quite a while before proceeding into the highway. He stated it is not uncommon for vehicles to take a wrong turn onto blank, but and use the highway to turn around and consult their GPS. It's probably one of these people that remember on the Moscow documents, um, eh, uh, the guy was, so a couple people thought they spotted him. Remember, one of them was, this might be the one where they actually even go out and dig at the area. I don't know. We'll see. Um, but this is too big. There we go. Okay. Um, so let's see. On January 13th, they were given a task by FBI. Uh, Kohberger's bank card ending in 1973 had been used at blank. F.A. Douglas requested a copy of the receipt for that transaction. Um, but wait. Oh, I see. Okay. I went to the blank location in Uniontown, Washington. This location is a remote blank with no visible surveillance cameras or staff on site. I contacted somebody at the blank headquarters office in Lewiston, January 18th. They sent me an email containing the following. Visa 400 or what? Oh, regular unleaded gas for so total 52.85. Okay. So they could kinda put him where he was at that time. So 2:36, like, in the afternoon is what that says. He was getting gas wherever that location is, so it kinda put him where he's at that time, right? Um, that day. I mean, that would be 2:36 though, right? I forwarded the email to the FBI staff. Interview, January 18th, 3:35 PM. Detective Gideon Roberts and I interviewed somebody at the MPD. Blank had called into the FBI tip line. Crisis serial gives a number to report a possible interaction he had with Kohberger. The following is a summary of the interview. For full details, listen to the audio. On October 9th, 1:30 to 2 a.m., Blank and his friend were walking along a trail near the golf course, looking for golf balls. Blank heard a branch snap behind him. He turned around and was startled when he saw an unknown male and told him, "Oh shit, you scared me." The male did not say anything and he kept walking on the trail. Wow. The male had a slim face with slim cheekbones, a defined face, and shorter, curlier hair. The male was wearing a dark hoodie with a dark Carhartt style overcoat and dark pants with dark hiking type boots. Hmm. Interview, January 9th, 2:32 PM. Detective Schleck and I interviewed somebody in Washington on university. The following is a summary of the interview. For full details, listen to the audio. Okay, so she was looking for her TA, teacher's assistant, and mistakenly went into Wilson Short Hall and saw Kohberger there. He asked her if she needed anything, and she said she did not. He was nice, but it was awkward. She got a little bit of a weird vibe, but nothing too crazy. He seemed to frequent the bookie. Hmm, what does that mean? Anyway, she thought her feelings were possibly based on the layout and the vibe of the building. He made a lot of eye contact, like you couldn't look away type of eye contact. He seemed proper, but kind of shy and awkward. So, blank interview. On January 4th, Detective Chick and I interviewed blank at Washington State in the Bookie bookstore. Oh, the Bookie bookstore, that's what it's called. The bookstore is called the Bookie. Okay. Now let me see, what did it say about that? He seemed to frequent the Bookie. Okay, so he frequented the bookstore. Okay, makes sense. Um, where we at? the bookie bookstore where he is in blank of the blank had been named in a previous interview with blank. Hmm. Washington State. So they interviewed. Huh. The blank and had been named in a previous interview. Okay. His coworker blank stated he would act as a buffer between her and Kohberger. Man. When he would come to the blank, the following is a summary of the information provided. He felt Kohberger was annoying and wanted him to leave every time he came through his line. He is not fond of customers that talk too much. Kohberger would ask blank for a discount, i.e., order an Americano, but ask for a brewed coffee price. He felt like Kohberger was attempting to flirt with blank and was absolutely zeroing in on her. He felt like Kohberger was bad at flirting. He felt blank was too polite to Kohberger, which he felt Kohberger interpreted as flirting. He told blank that he would start telling Kohberger she was on the phone when he would come in so she wouldn't have to interact with him. She was too polite to ask him to do this. He did it on his own because he felt if he were a woman receiving unwanted attention, he would want somebody to do it for him. Wow. What a creep that everybody was like feeling the creepiness of him. Hmm. All right, January 18th, they interviewed Matthew Harris. Wait. Detective Roberts and Detective O'Hara interviewed Matthew Harris at the Moscow Police Department. So this one is they don't have to redact, and then they give the full name. You know what I'm saying? They redact everybody's whole name, but then they give the full name. Like, I think it would be easy to at least to follow the stories of everybody if at least we just had their first name. So therefore, we don't have to know exactly who they are in the real world, but we could follow the story of who they are as they're talking about them. You know what I'm saying? That's all. But okay, so they interviewed this Matthew. He was named in a phone tip number 6487 and 6492 related to the quadruple homicide of Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. That's kind of crazy, though. The whole thing where I think the reasons where they shouldn't name the people, they named him, and it sounds like maybe people are going to like suspect him, which would cause him to get hate because of that, I would think. But let me see. Okay. On Let me read that again. Interviewed Matthew, yeah, because he was named in a phone tip. On January 18th, Detective Gideon and I interviewed, is it Matthew? Now it's redacted. I don't know. Blank. I mean, that looks like it's shorter. I don't know. Well, no, that's shorter too. So maybe this isn't Matthew. Maybe this is they interview Matthew and somebody else was named as a phone tip. I don't know, because doesn't it seem like that's too short for the name? Unless if they're just like calling him Harris. Oh, you know how they do that. They say their full name and then they go by the last name a lot of the times. I don't know. But anyway, so they interviewed him. The summary of the interview. Okay, so he is not enrolled in classes for the spring semester of 2023. He did not remember his activities in the days leading up to the homicide. He remembered getting the vandal alert on his phone the day of the homicide and staying in that night, somewhat in shock. He was working as a blank in the fall 2022 and worked on grading and took graded papers in on Monday following the homicides. Huh. His blank were unrelated to the homicides. So, oh, spring, that would have been the next semester. For some reason, he wasn't enrolled the next semester. Huh. Hmm. He was working as a blank in the fall. So maybe a teaching assistant maybe or something, because if he was grading papers. Okay, so his blank was unrelated to the homicides. He was feeling additional stress with his blank and had a history of blank, and then there's all this redacted. It's crazy, but they forgot to redact his name up there. I bet you that was just a mistake. They probably meant to redact it. Anyway, he went to blank and blank with Kaylee and possibly one of the other victims, but never had any contact with them. Okay. He went to blank and blank with wonder what that was. He went where, I wonder, but never had any contact. Huh. All right. November 15th, Detective Schweck conducted a telephone interview with somebody, blank of blank, a restaurant located at the blank in the city of Moscow. Xana and Maddie were both blank. It's got to be Mad Greek because they both work there. That's probably what this is trying to say. So this person provided information regarding Xana and Maddie's employment and list of employees. I conducted several follow-up interviews with other employees. On November 15th, they did a telephone interview. Okay, reference to the audio interview. Okay. Xana and Maddie worked for this person for 2 years. So it's probably the manager at Mad Greek, I bet. I worked with this person for 2 years. Maddie was a reliable employee who was well liked. Xana was a blank. She would blank and call in sick. So it's probably like she wasn't as good of an employee. She would probably call off a lot and call in sick, probably. Xana got better over the past year and was well liked. Both girls were very sweet in nature. She did not know either girl well outside of work. Maddie ran in the Instagram feed for the business. She is unaware of anything unusual happening with either girl at the business or in their personal lives. She provided us with 2 names and telephone numbers of other blank who worked with Xana and Maddie. And then the 2 names, okay? In a follow-up text message with Detective Powell, she provided the name and phone number of a third employee. On November 16th, Detective Powell and I conducted a telephone interview with blank regarding his knowledge and relationship with Xana and Maddie. He provided the following information: reference to the audio interview recording for full details. He was not friends with either one outside of work. He remembers that either Xana or Maddie told him that they had a stalker, but wasn't sure which one told him that. Um, He was aware of a Twitch stream video taken at a food truck that showed Maddie and Kaylee together the night before they were killed. His friend had showed him the video, and he was at the food truck at the same time as Gonzalez and Mogan were there. Wow. Um, he was unsure of Blank's last name. He told him a guy who walked up with Kaylee and Maddie told him he was there to help them get home. So he must have told a couple people that because we saw him talk to I saw him, like, actually talk to 3 people. I could have missed he could have talked to more people, but the hoodie guy, Jack, definitely had a conversation with 3 different people. Now, I'm not saying long ones. The longest one was the heavier guy that he talked to. But anyway, so he one of the guys that he was talking to, he told him that he was there to help them get home. In the video, the girls never talked with the guy. In reference to his viewing of the video, it looks like the guy recognizes there's a camera and he flips his hat around and pulls up his hoodie. He told him when the girls left the food truck, they got into a blue Honda or a blue sedan. He was unsure. On November 16th, Detective Powell and I conducted a telephone interview with blank and blank at blank regarding her knowledge and relationship with Xana and Maddie. She provided the following information. Reference the audio interview. She's worked at blank since May of this year. Mad Greek. That would fit there. Yep. She worked at Mad Greek since May of this year. So, she never worked with Maddie, but she was friends with Xana at work. But never hung out outside of work. She bonded with Xana over having their first boyfriends. She goes to school at blank. Coronado lived in a house which she described as a rough environment. Um, wait. Prior to moving into her current residence. Oh. So before she was living at the King Road, they this person's describing her house where Xana lived as a rough environment? There was a lot of partying at that house, right? Wait, Coronado lived in a house which she described as a rough environment prior to moving into her current residence. I think. A lot of partying at the house. Things got better for her after she moved out. Oh, I don't know. She knows that Xana used blank, probably some kind of drugs. Because I mean, a lot people have been saying, like, she liked to party, liked to use it, I know they did mention Adderall, but so I don't know. It's something long, though. So, you think drugs, Adderall, I mean, how would that take that long? But, yeah. She believes Xana told other workers she had a stalker, but didn't hear that from her personally. Hmm. I guess they all felt like they had a stalker at the house. She heard that from blank after Xana was killed. Xana and another blank did not get along. So she didn't get along with somebody, it sounds like. Blank didn't get along well with most staffers at blank, but she thinks it's all work related. Hmm. Huh. So she's saying, like, did Xana didn't get along? Oh yeah, I guess Xana and another somebody did not get along. On November 18th, Detective Powell and I conducted a telephone interview with blank, a cook at the, I'm sure, Mad Greek, regarding her knowledge and relationship with Xana and Maddie. She provided the following information. Reference to the audio recording for details. She was in a relationship and living with blank, also a blank at blank. Or this could be he. It's probably a he. So I'm guessing he was in a relationship living with somebody, also I'm sure, maybe server at Mad Greek or something, work there maybe, or cook. She heard from blank that Coronado or Mogan had a stalker but wasn't familiar with any details. She knew no personal details about either of them. On November 18th, 2022, Detective Powell and I conducted an interview with blank at the Moscow Police Department. Blank is a blank that works for several local businesses, including blank. Blank provided the following information. Reference the audio interview recording for details. He worked as a blank for blank approximately 4 to 5 years. He knew Xana for 4 or more years through somebody. Approximately 2 months prior to the homicide, he went to Xana's residence to fix a dryer for $50. Okay. So, okay. He mainly had contact with Mad Greek employees at the blank, probably at the work, or I don't know. But he did have a blank help with small jobs away from work. He took off his sweatshirt, rolled up his sleeves, and showed us his bare arms. There were no visible injuries or notable marks on his arms. He attempted to text Coronado after hearing of the homicides. He did not respond. She did not respond. On November 22nd, Detective Powell and I conducted a telephone interview with somebody at I'm sure Mad Greek. I'm guessing, I think these two, when they keep putting these together, is that where they worked? Regarding her knowledge and relationship with Xana and Maddie. This person provided the following information. Okay, reference to the audio recording. He started working at Mad Greek as of mid-July, August 2022. She did not know Coronado and Mogan very well. She did not spend time with either one away from work. She is touchy, gives her a creepy vibe. No, he. He is touchy, gives her a creepy vibe, and asked her an inappropriate question. She said he was at a blank eating one day. Probably she said he was at maybe at a Greek eating one day when a girl walked in with a low-cut shirt, and he asked her if that girl was Ard, would it be her fault? She wondered why he would say something like that and just thought he was a little creepy. See, I don't know who she's talking about. Is it somebody that, was working there? Or I don't know. I mean, some of these stories you can't follow because of all the redactions. It's as simple as just like putting some initials or a first name would help us follow it better. December 30th, 2022. Coeur d'Alene. They interviewed somebody in Coeur d'Alene, and she was with her attorney, and they blank was candid and provided a victimology related information about her deceased friends. And her blank friend blank acknowledged she had watched the breaking news about suspect Bryan Kohberger being arrested for the quadruple murder. She denied knowing Kohberger. December 30th, they met with this person and her attorney. During the meeting, something was provided, the blank for her review questions to be asked. The arrest of Bryan was published by the national news on the morning of this interview. Wow. Huh. Both Detective Tolson and I answered general questions and concerns from this person before the interview. At approximately 10:15 a.m., Detective and I met with her mother and blank and was provided with the blank and insight into our interview. I don't know. She agreed to be interviewed about her friends, her blank friends. Her interview began at 11:12 a.m., and the following is a summary. Before residing at whatever the address in Moscow, she had become friends with somebody through her sorority pledge. Through the sorority, she met and became friends with Madison, who was, I don't know, blank. Um, During the spring 2022 through Mogan. Through Mogan? What? She met Kaylee through Mogan that past spring. Kaylee did not really get to know her since she was in a different sorority. In August 2022, she met Xana and Cornoto's boyfriend, Ethan. Man, I'm confused because there's a bunch of this, like, I don't know. For the fall 2022, the 5 something became at the residence and quickly became good friends. So the 5 roommates probably. And they've basically simply became good friends. Chapin was a regular at the residence, which helped them feel safe within the house. Sorry, I keep forgetting. I keep bringing it up here. Okay. Um, Gonzalez was a very funny person, a prankster. Okay. Very hardworking and a person with positive energy. Kaylee had been in a long-term relationship with Jack, but the two mutually separated. They shared the dog Murphy. Kaylee had been in a relationship with may have been in a relationship with somebody else. I think it's 2 different people or something they said, right? Um, or no, with somebody, and then it says somebody was Cornodle's something. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Oh, Mogan was very loving, a genuine person, social and outgoing. Mogan could be sassy, strong-minded, protective of others, and could tell others to back off if they were inappropriate or unwanted. Mogan was in a good relationship with Jake, but there was a kiss between Maddie and somebody while vacationing in Mexico. I think I remember hearing that. Cornodle was very energetic with positive energy, hardworking, nice, and genuine. She would tell the absolute truth. Cornodle was totally nice, but a fighter and would address issues if needed. Cornodle was in a relationship with Ethan, and the two were very good together. Both Ethan and Xana were fun in the life of the party. Cornado was close with Chapin. Ethan was a oh my god, social person, easygoing and easy to talk with, goofy and likable. Him and Xana never far apart. They were never far apart and had a great relationship. The blank enjoyed having Chapin at the residence, so the roommates, I'm sure. I mean, the roommates enjoyed having him there. Blank is a lot like Maddie. Who do they mean? Xana? I don't know. She wasn't actively in a dating relationship, but hung out with blank. Huh. Within the residence, Maddie and Keely were the moms of the group. They were the oldest too, huh? Cornado was the fun sibling. And she and blank were the young ones of the group. She and who, I wonder? Who is also the young one? And enjoyed hanging out with the others. All roommates enjoyed partying at the residence, at the Greek functions, and elsewhere. Somebody was regularly consumed at the residence by the roommates and others, and blank was used by some. Wait, what? Oh, I bet you said alcohol was regularly consumed at the residence by roommates and others, and drugs was used by some. I bet you that's what those are. Okay. The roommates had common friends. They had common friends with blank, blank, and blank. All roommates used iPhones and social media applications for communication, mostly Snapchat. Blank wasn't aware of anyone using social media or other platforms for money, but recalled that Maddie may have made some money from a swimsuit brand for sharing her swimsuit pictures. Maddie and Kaylee worked at the blank restaurant. Or sorry, I said that wrong. Maddie and Xana worked at the Mad Greek restaurant. Kaylee worked at home for a company, and Chapin and blank were not employed. So it's probably Chapin, Dylan, and Bethany were not employed, I'm guessing. Anyway, blank and her blank would sometimes go to Pullman for entertainment food, but she couldn't recall going to the Washington State University campus. She believed Cornado had been to WSU to visit her. Wait, who are they talking about? Blank and her blank would sometimes go to Pullman for entertainment and food, but she couldn't recall going to the Washington State University campus. Okay. So she believed Xana had been to the WSU to visit her. So whoever's talking in the interview is saying that, right? That she believed that Xana came out to visit her. I don't know. Before the murders, Kaylee had been claimed to have seen a shadowy figure watching her from a vegetated area behind the residence, which freaked her out. Kaylee also had the roommates about. She'd also told the roommates about a stalker. When Maddie and Kaylee returned to the residence during the early morning hours of November 13th, blank and blank joined the group in Konzovitz's room or bedroom. When they were they fun discussing their evening. So they had fun discussing their evening. So it was Maddie, or wait, sounds like Bethany, Dylan, and them. They all were in Kaylee's room right after they all got home that night. They're having fun discussing their evening. Maddie repeatedly took Kaylee's grub truck food. Oh, so when they got home, they got food, remember? So Maddie kept taking Kaylee's food. So they wanted to get more, but none of them could drive. Blank attempted to call blank, the Uber driver, to see if he could grab more grub truck food, but he wasn't available. Note, see blank prior interviews for full details of the morning hours of November 13th. Blank doesn't know why her friends were murdered, but speculated it could have been out of rejection or hurt ego. She believes that if Mogan were approached by an unwanted person, Mogan would have told him to back off or go away. She also believes the suspect could have been a stalker. Okay. Outside her window, facing the backyard, periodically, she normally locks the doors, but doesn't recall if she locked the doors on the morning November 13th. Blank recalled the suspect having bushy eyebrows and wearing a mask. She couldn't recall telling Blank about the suspect having a big nose, but stated she doesn't remember most details of her conversation with Blank after retreating to Blank's bedroom. So now we're at Dylan. Did we miss something though? I just jumped into. She also says whatever a stalker. Oh, did I miss that right there? This was been Dylan. I must have like. So she's saying that that has to be Dylan doesn't know why her friends were murdered, but speculated it could have been out of rejection or her ego. I think that would be okay. We were approached by an unwanted person, and Mogan. Hmm. Okay. She normally locks the doors. Okay, so outside her window facing the backyard periodically, she normally locks the doors, but doesn't recall if she locked the doors the morning of November 13th. Wait, why don't okay. She believes that the suspect could have been a stalker. Okay. So this is Dylan saying that. She claimed that she and Blank were often freaked out at the house and that she felt there was someone, oh, can you imagine, outside her window facing the backyard periodically. It's like, oh, I can't have my windows open like at nighttime. They have to be completely covered because I feel like, oh, like I feel like I'm gonna look and I'm gonna see somebody staring, and nah, I'm always like, if it's dark out and the window's open, seriously, I have trouble looking at the window because I just get like flashes of just somebody's face. Oh, I can't even imagine how scary that even after the fact, like, her thinking, because in the moment, she wasn't sure, like, I feel like she was scared, but was still like, "Oh, this can't be happening. It's just gotta" that denial, but now, like, that has to be giving her nightmares because, can you imagine, like, thinking and just thinking if, like, the scenario of, like I'm sure she's also thinking, like, what how close it would have been to her too, and, like, if he would have done the same thing to her or why didn't he or I mean all those thoughts and just the thought of him being like right there and then she said he looked at her like these interviews now coming out like it's like sounds like they make eye contact. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. Can you imagine somebody dressed in all black at night, right? Creepy guy just walking has something in his hand and like he makes eye contact with you as he's walking by. I can't even imagine, like, going through that in your head afterwards too. I mean, I can't imagine what the victims went through, like, the ones that got killed. Oh my god, like, that I can't because it seems like everybody now but I feel like well, I shouldn't say everybody. Ethan and Maddie, those are the 2 I'm not sure if they were pretty much sleeping when it happened. I mean, obviously they woke up, but if they were more because we know Xana and, Kaylee put up a fight, and they were aware of what was happening, and they were fighting back, and they you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, where are we at? So they said she normally locks the, they normally lock, Dylan said she normally locks the doors, but doesn't recall if the doors were locked on the morning of November 13th. She recalled that the suspect having bushy eyebrows and wearing a mask. She couldn't recall telling blank about the suspect having a big nose, but stated she doesn't remember most details of her conversation with blank after retreating to blank's bedroom. So I don't know who this blank is. I know this is Bethany's, but I wonder if this is Beth. Prior to our interview, blank had learned, so I'm sure Dylan had learned the news about Kohberger's arrest and had seen a picture in her blank. She stated from people releasing Kohberger's name, I know it's him, but I don't know. What, I mean, what they redact right here in her what? I don't know. In her interview, she stated she, after looking at Kohberger's picture on the news, nothing came back to me at all. So that like, wait, so that like, and I feel like if I saw that in my mind, would be like, oh yeah, that's him, but I just don't remember at all. Blank feels that there has been a glass wall between her and the things she saw and heard during the murders. And there's a redaction, and it says she can't understand why he didn't hurt her, or especially after she saw him inside the house. There's like people have been guessing, and I think that this probably is this, that he was probably afraid that they had already called the cops because she's yelling for them, right? Yes, we broke 100. We got 101. That makes me so happy. Yes. Oh, wait, it went back down to 94. Come on, guys, stay. we gotta get over 100. But I think it's because he probably figured and thought that they called the cops, because I'm sure he's like, they probably heard, I mean, Xana put up a fight. I think Kaylee did too. Probably thought they definitely heard all that. th- Supposedly Dylan was calling out for Kaylee and Xana, so I'm sure he's like, man, she's aware. She's looking out the door, not sure how much she saw. He probably assumed that she had already called the cops, so he didn't have time. He had to get out. Anyway, it says she feels like there has been a glass wall between the things she saw and the uh and her during the murders. She can't understand why he didn't hurt her, especially after she saw him inside the house. She stated that the murderer was in all black and carrying an object like a small vacuum. She thought that he was wearing black boots. She doesn't recall why she thought he was carrying a mini vacuum, and she had never seen the object, mini vacuum, before. Dude, with his OCD, I keep thinking, like, what if he was carrying a vacuum to clean up in his DNA? I mean, I doubt it, but what the heck? What if we find out, like, what if it really was? I doubt it. It was probably some kind of weapon. See, that's what, James, how you were saying you think it was the back of the K bar. And I think that, the weapon they say like he could have used on Kaylee's face. I think that's a good chance. But the reason I keep going back to was there something else is because Dylan seeing that thing in his hand that looked like a vacuum. It makes me wonder, so was there another weapon that he used? Because what was he carrying that would look like that? Anyway, evidence. Okay, that's over. All right, now we're at, wait, is that the, okay. Over the course of the investigation, Jacob Schweck have conducted video evidence recovery and worked with various retail businesses to recover receipts. All videos were turned into the task force. Okay, let's see. Copies of the receipts. On November 21st, we got Detective Schweck and um Idaho State Police officer, whoever's writing this, they picked up a digital evidence. Oh no, that is him. Idaho Police Detective Jacob Schweck picked up digital evidence from somewhere located at somewhere in the city of Moscow. Contact number. I turned the evidence over to the task force digital evidence team. November 21st. Okay, repeating that again. I should know by now. I was just going to repeat that first paragraph. Okay. Turned over the evidence. Wow, it said it 3 times. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the basically the same thing, but the redaction of, like, the specific people of, I guess, who he met with or something or different. Anyway, um, okay, so where are we at? Whoa. This is all the same thing. Is this some kind of joke after I said the repeat? I gotta remember now there are 7 things that are the same thing over and over. Oh my lord, what the heck? Heck? Okay, I'm not gonna read all these. Okay, so basically on all these different dates, he's picking up digital evidence from different people, I guess. Yeah, I don't have to read all the specifics of that. Okay. Okay. So on December 27th, I picked up the login password for access to something's financial business transactions from blank. Blank is a restaurant. I bet you that's Mad Greek again, right? Mad Greek is a restaurant located at blank in the city of Moscow. I turned the information over to the task force digital evidence team located in Moscow. On January 3rd, I picked up a server blade from blank, an employee at blank. What? I picked up a server blade from blank, an employee at, I think, gas station. Located at blank in Moscow. Okay. I turned the server blade over to ask to the task force digital evidence team at the Moscow Police Department. Okay. Huh. Okay, where are we at? On January 20 or January 3rd, I picked up multiple receipts from different places located in Pullman. Okay, Bryan Kohberger made 3 purchases from this business on 2 days in November 2022. Blank provided me with the receipts for the 3 purchases and an owner's manual for one of the items purchased a 2,000 watt Jupiter Power inverter. Was also provided receipts for sales of a fixed blade knife, Harbor Freight sells, none purchased by Kohberger. Hmm. But was this Jupiter thing an inverter purchased by Kohberger? So it says for one of the items purchased, a and it says he purchased 3. Okay, but then it says blank also provided receipts for fixed blade knife. That's not purchased by Kohberger. I was provided a copy of videos of Kohberger's purchases from blank. I'm an employee at blank. On January 5th, I turned the receipts and video evidence over to her. Okay. I went and located something in Moscow. I had a photograph of 2 receipts found in Kohberger's vehicle for purchases made at the location. I met with blank, showed her the receipts, and she helped the unknown items as multi-pack shirts and she helped identify unknown items as multi-pack t-shirts and undergarments. I enter photos of receipts into the e-file. January 11th, 23, I picked up and downloaded video surveillance of multiple purchases made by Kohberger at some store located somewhere in Pullman, Washington. I met with somebody and he provided me with a compact disc with recordings. On January 13, I emailed me copies of multiple receipt purchases by Kohberger. Okay, hold on. This stuff is repetitive here. I picked up multiple receipts, a purchase made by blank. I turned the hard copies over to the task. Okay, I picked up a receipt of a purchase made by Madison Mogan at blank, located at blank in the city of Moscow. I met with the manager and he provided me a printed hard copy of the transaction. Huh. Wonder what she picked up. Okay, here we go. So this would be his probably. So he picked up treatment, cold treatment, gourmet food, and men's furnish, men's furnishing. Looks like this one just says one, but this one shows two of them. This was different days because I mean this was $21.99. Yeah, I mean because look, 20 men's furnishing, so it's two. Oh yeah, because the number's different too. The sale, whatever that number is. So got it, two different ones. Hold on, 647. All right, gourmet food. So we had a cold maybe gourmet food. Yeah. So when was this was they said the 13th, right? Um, where's where's the date? Why can't I see the date? Sometimes receipts don't have dates, right? Unless if they have it blocked out right here. I mean, the address, sometimes the address is by the date. Oh, well, I just wanted to see when it was purchased, but I don't see. Respond by 10/3, but so wait, 22. Okay. So what were wait, why were they looking at the saying before purchases is on 2 days before November 28th? Huh. Doesn't make sense because I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's if those are the receipts he's talking about though, that seems like those ones are a lot older than because they said a couple days receipts from a few days before the murders. That said respond by look, what am I missing here? That says respond by 10/3/22, which would be, a little over a month before the murder. So that means this would right? That means he bought this like even before this date. So this wouldn't be 3 days before the murders. Are you following me? Um, huh. Because the purchase had to be before this date, and this is 10/3 because it's saying respond by that date. Am I making sense? And this date alone is, over a month before the murders, and then I'm sure that this and then this one is 9/14, which I don't no big it's not a big deal because, I mean, I don't know what they're probably trying to see if he bought anything that looks like he's preparing, like okay, because you know how, like, a lot of these people get caught, they're at the store buying, like, shovels and tarps and bleach and you know what I'm saying? Like, obvious stuff. Um, like, the week before, it's like, "Oh my god." Alright, November 18th, conducted an interview, um, reference to the audio video interview. He is studying so this person that they're interviewing is studying, something at the University of Idaho. He met Xana while hanging out at somewhere at the University of Idaho. He's friends with somebody, and he was his brother's friend in high school. Huh? Whose brother's friend? He's friends with so and so's, and he was his brother's friend in high school. Huh. And he has known him since childhood. He goes hunting with blank twice a year. This was his first time hunting and was teaching him. Huh. Um, okay, so if he's saying he has known his brother. I think so. Wait, he goes hunting with somebody twice this year. He went hunting with somebody twice this year, and he was his first time. It was his first time hunting, and Blank was teaching him. Blank had a knife, and he kept in his backpack, and thinks it was black. He had 2 sets of binoculars. Oh, okay. Blank is nice, but he can get hot-headed and aggressive. Oh, my nose is itching, guys. Oh, when I get that like allergy where it itches. I don't want to like pick it. I want to itch it though. Oh, it just whew, okay. Hopefully it won't keep going. Um, all right. So he can get aggressive and rude. He likes knives. He keeps knives in his backpack. He can be rude. He knows blank his also his brother's friend is nice. Blank and blank both pick on him because he's younger, but not in a mean way. He met Cornodle and her best friend blank at blank when he was considering becoming a member. So we probably met her at the fraternity, right? He went to high school with blank, but didn't know her well. She was quiet and on the cross country team. He didn't think blank would be the type to join a sorority. But who is he talking about? But he didn't know her well. He went to high school with blank and was quiet. Huh. I don't know. I don't know because they gotta black it all out. Oh, I feel like I gotta keep on moving. Like, oh my god, I'm so fidgety. I'm like, oh my god, it's helping me like stay awake because it's the reading. It makes me start to struggle after so long because I'm not tired. It's only 8 o'clock. Okay, November 13th, 12:22. They requested investigations to assist with multiple homicides. On Friday, actually, I have some videos to play, so I'm gonna read a couple more pages, then I'll play a couple of the videos I was gonna play, kinda wake up a little bit. December 2nd, 9:30. I facilitated entry into the residence by blank and blank from blank, so they could begin preparing estimates for biological and chemical remediation. Rem remediation, oh my god. Yeah, it's about that time. On behalf of the property owner. Blank and blank both signed non-disclosure agreements before entering the residence and were monitored by me during their time at the crime scene. Huh. Wow. The signed non-disclosure agreements were provided to MPD. Keep forgetting that it stops there. Okay. Okay, so while in the residence, I discovered that the thermostat furnace was not working properly. The temperature in the house was 45 degrees Fahrenheit. I attempted to reset the thermostat to 65. Additionally, I watered the live plants that I found in the residence and turned off or unplugged all necessary electronics in the house, such as televisions and string lights. At approximately 11:05, blank and blank completed their work. I secured the residence and we left. Saturday, December 3rd, I returned to the residence and discovered that the interior temperature had dropped to 42 degrees. Moscow Police Department um, Captain Roger Lanier contacted the homeowner and acquired space heaters to place in the residence. The detective Jake Schweck and I placed heaters in the bathrooms, kitchen, and main floor. Additionally, we opened the cabinets in the area that contained pipes to keep them from freezing. On Monday, December 5th, at 12:45 p.m., I facilitated entry into the residence by blank of blank to fix the thermostat furnace on behalf of the property owner. I monitored the entire time he was in residence. He never left the bottom floor and did not observe any part of the crime scene. But like they're gonna fix it, so then they're gonna rip down the freaking house. Like, why even fix it then if you're gonna rip it down? I mean, I still don't think they should have tore it down. Okay, at 1:30 p.m., he completed his repairs. I left the space heaters in the residence on low in case the thermostat furnace failed. Um, then I secured the residence and we left. On December 6th, I returned to the residence. The temperature was maintained at 70 degrees. I removed the space heaters. On Wednesday, December 7th, I assisted MPB with packing the victim's belongings at the residence and loading them onto the U-Haul truck to be moved out to an offsite location. Chief James Fry and I worked together in Xana's room to pack her personal belongings due to chemical and biological contamination. We were able to unpack, or we were unable to pack all the items located in her room. Chief Fry and I packed up most of the items in her closet and various items located in and around her desk area that appear to be of sentimental to be of financial or sentimental value, such as currency, graphing calculators, car keys, ID cards, gift cards, and personal notes. I counted the currency approximately $172. In cash and coins found in a backpack and the desk drawer. So I photographed the currency along with Xana's Arizona driver's license and the University of Idaho ID card and a Chick-fil-A gift card and 2 Amazon gift cards, placed them into a box with her other belongings. The photographs were provided to MPD. Chief Fry and I also packed up the personal belongings in Maddie's room and that did not appear to have chemical or biological contamination. We gathered items of perceived sentimental value, such as their cowboy boots, wall art, personal notes, pictures, and a mirror. Other MBD personal packed. Oh my God, I should need a little. Other MPD personnel packed and personal belongings found in the other rooms. I assisted MPD with loading the boxes of personal belongings onto the truck, which was ultimately moved to an off-site location to be returned to the family's owners. Okay. NDAs. So I have that, but I also have to do 42 to 54, 8, 12 pages. 19 to 29. Oh, shoot. I still have to do. Yeah, we still have a lot more to read, guys. But take a break so I can wake up a little bit. I'm going to play a video, some of the stuff I wanted to play. Anyway, so we'll mix up. Okay, so let's do. I'll be able to walk around a little bit. Which is one? Oh, that's the one I already played. Hold on. Let's do. What's this one?
Yeah, it didn't.
Wait, why does this keep bringing the same? Oh my gosh. I keep clicking on the same one. I'm cracking myself up over here. I don't understand. Oh, I want to play a part of. We might not watch this all. We might watch this in parts. The interview with the investigators. Hold on, that's what we need to watch. That's really good. Hold on a second. Have you guys watched it? I gotta find it. How did I not send it to myself? Hold on. That was like the main one I wanted to play. Usually email me stuff, and I don't know why I didn't email that. I'm very mad. I like to make it convenient, but when I forget. All right. Hold on, I'll be able to find it. It's really good, guys. It's really good. Oh, and also though, okay, take a vote. We'll end up maybe watching both of them. Do you want to watch the interview with Nate Eaton where he interviews the prosecutor Thompson? I think that was from yesterday. Or this is another video that came out yesterday. It's the interview with the 2 investigators that went into Bryan's phone. Now, I already watched that, and it's really good. I haven't watched the, new, Thompson interview, so I don't know if it's any good, if he's just repeating the same stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think? Have you guys seen both of them? Is there any that you wanna see? Start voting on what you want, and I'm gonna go find the videos. The crazy thing is I know that I had the East. There must be somewhere else I put him because I even had that, and that's not coming up. The East Idaho News one I sent to myself, and I know I did. So why aren't these coming up for me? Hold on a second. That's it's like they're disappearing. Maybe I accidentally deleted them. I probably did. I probably did. But I'm in a weird mood. Wow, yeah. Somehow they're all gone. Oh, there's the Bill Thompson one. Okay. All right, let me bring up that other one and I'll see what you guys wanted to do. It'll help give me a little recharge. I'll walk around a little bit. I think it will really help my. I don't know why I'm talking like that. Trying to like snap out of it. I'm trying to find that on crime one really quick. Really quick. Is this the one? Yes, this is it. Okay. I think I almost am leaning towards one of them, but let me see what you guys put. Yes, phone. I would agree. So if you guys now put a 1 if you've seen this interview and a 2 if you haven't. Remember, 1 is always yes, 2 is no. So I'm going to play it regardless, but I'm just curious. 1 if you've seen it, 2 if not, and I am going to play it. I got it up. All right, here we go, people. Wait, let me get my because I'm going to walk around, so I'm going to get it on my phone ready. So 1 second.
Just someone who was like, hey, I'm interested in the case. He was going and downloading the Moscow press releases to his device.
Bryan Kohberger's secrets are being exposed by 2 experts who did a deep dive into his cell phone and computer, and what they uncovered is disturbing.
Lots of like flexing muscles, selfies, half clothed, like that. There's numerous instances of that on his phone.
I talked with the 2 investigators who pieced together Bryan Kohberger's digital trail and the things he couldn't erase no matter how hard he tried.
Psychopathic paranoia and then studying serial killers into the looking to get rid of his car. He was nervous.
Plus, we're seeing new video of Bryan Kohberger returning home after committing the murders. But he may not have done a good enough job because 2 experts went through data from his phone and his computer and found evidence that would very likely have painted a damning picture of guilt had his trial moved forward. Those experts are Heather Barnhart and Jared Barnhart from Celebrate, and they're going to join me here very shortly. Celebrate is a firm that employs top experts from around the world in digital forensics. They analyze electronics and they testify at trials. And the things that Jared and Heather found, they're really going to creep you out. And those things could be part of what led Bryan Kohberger to ask for a plea deal earlier this summer. Kohberger pleaded guilty to murdering Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin last month. Kohberger is now serving 4 consecutive life sentences for the brutal killings. Kohberger was a criminology major at Washington State University, so he was studying crime and serial killers. One serial killer we've told you about that Kohberger was studying, Ted Bundy, who attended college in Washington, but then killed women in several states, including Utah, Colorado, and Florida. Bundy was caught after murdering sorority sisters in Tallahassee. But the Barnharts say that Bryan Kohberger was obsessed with other serial killers. When the Barnharts started digging, they found that Bryan Kohberger was searching for serial killer Harvey Glattman. He was a rapist in the 1950s who is known as the Lonely Hearts Killer. He also was called the Glamour Girl Slayer. Another was Robert Hansen, who kidnapped, raped, and murdered at least 17 women in Alaska in the 1970s and 1980s. Kohberger also searched for Tommy Lynn Sells, who was known as the Coast to Coast Killer and is believed to be responsible for more than 22 murders. But one of Kohberger's searches really jumped out at the Barnharts. That search was for a man whose name isn't as widely known as, say, Ted Bundy. Danny Rolling was dubbed the Gainesville Ripper after he murdered 4 female college students and a male student in August of 1990. Rolling broke into the apartments of the college students, dressed in all black, wearing a mask. He sexually assaulted 2 women in one apartment and stabbed them with a K-bar knife. He also entered the homes of one of his victims through a sliding glass door. Does this sound familiar? This sounds a lot like Bryan Kohberger and what he is now admitted to doing to Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, with the exception of the sexual assault. But did a sexual assault not happen in Idaho because Kohberger was interrupted? I believe so. It seems like Bryan Kohberger copied Danny Rolling. The Barnharts also found searches for pornography on Kohberger's phone, and it was the type of pornography that was incredibly disturbing. They will describe it to you here later. And Bryan Kohberger, for a 28-year-old man, had a really close and bizarre relationship with his parents. He called them mother and father, and it seems like they were his only friends. Now, it's not unusual to be close to your parents, but Bryan Kohberger, for someone his age, talked a lot with his parents, both his mom and dad. And he was quite obsessed with his appearance. We'll have more on that later, too. So to discuss all of this, I would like to bring in Heather Barnhart and Jared Barnhart. They are both digital forensics experts at Celebrite, and Heather is also a fellow at the SANS Institute. So thank you guys both for coming on to talk with us about your work on the Idaho case.
Thank you for having us.
Heather, I'll start with you. When were you first approached about working on this case?
It was late spring of 2023 when the FBI reached out, seeing if I was interested in assisting.
Mm-hmm. And then Heather, do you reach out to Jared and say, or do you go back to the FBI and say, I think Jared, he should be, working on the case too, or how does that work?
Well, I casually asked them, would you prefer 4 sets of eyes versus 2? And it was a laptop and a phone. So having us divide and conquer, I thought could be really helpful. And they said, absolutely, come in. And that's how it all started.
So Jared, where do you guys go from there?
So we went into the FBI office and just sort of got a little bit of a pulse of where the investigation was, some of the digital evidence that they had. And I mean, from there, you really have to take a slow look at which devices had they extracted data from. We had one Android phone and then a computer, and then understanding, what they had already done. Like they had already spent time and effort in looking at this evidence and then seeing where our expertise sort of fit and what we might be able to dig for.
Mm-hmm. The world can be a really scary and unpredictable place, and that's where our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. The firm has more than 1,000 lawyers because they win a lot. In the last few months alone, Morgan & Morgan has secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, not to mention a $1.8 million verdict in Kentucky after the insurance company offered the victim a mere $5,000 in that case. Can you believe that? Even if you think your case isn't worth millions, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it really easy. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're ever hurt, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/crimefix or click the link in the description and pinned in the comments. Okay, so when you start digging into the information, what do you find?
Well, that was the hard part. I expected, I remember saying to Jared, we're going to go in there, we're going to find the motive. We're going to be able to tell these families why. We're going to understand how this crime occurred. And there was so much information that just wasn't there that was shocking. And that's when I started to panic a bit and saying, you know what? I'm going to use Celebrate Inspector. The FBI granted me a license to use Magnet Axiom, which is a competitor of Celebrate. I used open source tools. It was almost a desperate chase to find data that was erased.
And how hard is that to find data that is erased? Because it can be done.
Well, it depends on how it was deleted. So on a computer, if you drag something to the recycle bin, or if you do shift delete, that information can be recovered for a set period of time. If it's in a database on a computer, it can be recovered for a set period of time until it's purged. But when it's purged, depending on how it's overwritten, it can really be gone. And there are tools out there that will overwrite the data, so it is unrecoverable.
Mm-hmm. So we hear, in the news, we've heard in the past about programs, software, bleach bit, if you will. And I'm not saying that was used in this case, but we did hear that there was some high-end software, if you will, that Bryan Kohberger was using to, quote unquote, wipe his devices. Is that true, Jared? Is that what was going on?
No. And again, just speaking to the 2 devices that we participated in, if there was something on something else, maybe that's true, but that's not true for what we did.
Really?
Yeah. So for the Android phone, if you think of it more of not some fancy wiping software, but the user making decisions to dumb down connectivity and make his device less fruitful. Ultimately, he used incognito mode in Google Chrome to try to sort of obscure the records that could be recorded about his web history. You can manually go in and just clean things up, clear my history, like things like that. With some time, they do actually delete. But he turned off his Wi-Fi. And so making his device not able to look out there and beacon and talk to networks that he might have been near. He used NordVPN, which in and of itself, it's benign. It's not something that is necessarily a nefarious thing. Security conscious people use VPNs all the time. Sometimes people use VPNs to stream stuff from somewhere else in the world just for fun. But as you start to build this profile of all of the behaviors that he did, especially around the time of the crime, he set up his device to be dumb, minimally collecting data. And so as we started to tackle the evidence from the Android, it wasn't what's here, but very obviously what's not here, and then hyper-focusing on the minutes and hours before and after this void of time where his phone was powered off in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. And Heather, he physically, the prosecutor has said this, it didn't go into airplane mode. It didn't, the battery didn't die. He physically pushed this button, the power button, and turned off his phone the night of the murders.
Correct. I got lucky that I had the exact same test phone, make, model, Android version, AT&T network, like everything aligned perfectly. That I said to Jared, we have his exact phone. So we would replicate exactly what we found. So we would find these log files. We work with a really smart person, Josh Hickman, who is an Android expert. And we would reach out to Josh and say, do you know what this log is? What does this mean? So we recreated, not only did he physically power it off, he turned off Wi-Fi 2 days prior to the murder. He powered off his phone. It was at 100% battery. We're going to testify with 100% certainty that's what he did.
Why would he turn off Wi-Fi 2 days before the homicides? What does that mean? What does that say to you as a digital forensics investigator?
I would guess he didn't want to be detected. He knows Wi-Fi scanning happens, and We don't know. We didn't have fruitful location artifacts on his device because time to evidence matters. And Jared can dive more into that. But if he did pre-GI runs or showed that he wasn't connected to his home anymore, because sometimes these phones not only show what you're connected to, but if his alibi was that he was at home, it wasn't. It was he was stargazing. But Wi-Fi is huge in putting you at a location. So he knew that and he wanted to prevent that.
Yeah, a lot of times choosing to press the button to turn off Wi-Fi, to me, that was preparation. That was him doing an action that he thought would help him get away with it. But what it ultimately does is it creates logging of the fact that he did that thing, and then now we're talking about it because he did that. Had he just left it on, it may have done something, but it might not have also.
And that behavior, you can go back and look at his phone months prior to that and see whether or not that is something he routinely did, because people are creatures of habit.
Exactly. And that's what we do. We try to pattern of life. What is your norm? And then we let the abnormal speak volumes to us.
And he didn't do that normally. Like Bryan Kohberger did not normally go on his phone and turn off the Wi-Fi, I would assume.
Yeah, there were just a few instances in the log where he did that, but I think when we talk about this, we tend to focus on like one individual action. Did he always do that? It's really a whole picture. Did his phone ever power off, manually by pressing the button with 100%? Like maybe he did that once before, but to do all of the things at the same time and in that time frame is when people were murdered. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a one-off thing. This is a culmination of numerous things coming together at the exact point in time where these crimes occurred.
So at the time of the murders, within the 2 days of the murders, he's powering off his Wi-Fi. Right before the murders, he's powering off his phone. Was there anything else around that time period that you found that was out of the norm or unusual?
On his computer, so this is supposed to be his school computer. And according to reports that I have read, Jared and I did a really good job of staying out of the media, not reading things, not listening to things. But in our investigative calls, he was apparently a good student. He didn't miss, shouldn't say good student. He was an attentive student who didn't really miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
He showed up. He had huge gaps in usage from October 12th through November 16th on his computer. However, the computer, just like Jared said, everything you do or don't do, the computer is constantly tracking it. So the computer would show that browser was in use, but then there's no history, that the system was in use, but then there's no activity. So we know that he was cleaning up his tracks, and what that may be, who knows? And that's something that I think a lot of people want to know. What do we think would be there if he hadn't cleaned up his digital tracks?
Yeah, so before the crime, we could see some browser history. After the crime, we can see browser history. In the period around the time, there's almost nothing. Mm-hmm. Like he was manually going in and clearing things around that time frame. And that's just leaves you to wonder, what was he searching? Where did he spend his minutes on his phone in that couple days? Because we don't have everything. Instead, we have a void, and we have this period where he didn't leave the normal footprints that he did the rest of the time.
So on the phone, he did Chrome incognito browsing a lot from what we have seen. On his computer, he bounced back and forth. So it seemed like he got a little bit lax in December after the murder and had normal browsing activity. But where he really made mistakes, he did a good job of clearing his browser on the PC. He cleared his downloads. He cleared cache and cookies. So anything, if you go into the settings and it prompts you on which buttons you want to clear, great. He forgot to clear his downloads on his phone, which was very helpful to us.
So what did you find on the phone that you thought was telling or indicative of guilt?
As we started to dig in, we very clearly saw this couple hours of the device powered off. And so obviously we knew when the murders happened, and that literally bookended that time. So the phone is powered off. right away we know, like in that couple hours, we're not going to have the location ping that puts him right at the crime scene. We're not going to have health. You know, we're not going to have some of the stuff that we would have had if it were just powered on. But then taking sort of like a step back, so sort of timelining in both directions. We didn't have a smoking gun, and that's okay, because when an alibi is I was out taking pictures of the stars, really silly put in a report, you cannot use a phone that is powered off to take photos of the stars. Like, and you might say that's so dumb. Yeah, I know, but that's what he said he was doing. There was a period of time.
I know. I'm just,
where
I think we all kind of, I think did one of these when we read it. So.
Right. And so just to say, like, there were 0 pictures in this night of stars, like not before, not after, like he wasn't photographing. As you take a step back, then you start to see like, there's nothing here. And then you start to explore, why does Google Chrome have nothing right now? But then later we see every inch of everything he was doing. And it just starts to build this profile of specific actions taken to get rid of evidence around the time of the crime, which that in and of itself is the conversation. It's the, if you ask me what I was doing on that night, even if I happened to turn my phone off, I wasn't doing all of these things. And if I, looking at every normal person, because I see a lot of people say, well, I talk to my parents every day and I do this and I do that. I was like, great. But with all of these things combined in one single moment in time, it's different than just doing one of these things as a behavior.
And I think it shows premeditated intentions.
Definitely.
Did he call his parents every day? It sounds like, from what we're hearing, after he was incarcerated, I mean, he's on video calls on his tablet in jail with his mom for hours every day. So did you guys find that he was somebody who called his mom and dad like every morning?
Mother and father. That's what he called them in his phone. Mother and father. And yes.
It was very consistent. Like
starting at like 5 a.m. his time, and then every single night to also put him to bed.
Texting, calling. There were numerous times where it seemed like his mother was basically saying, East Coast time, saying, I'm going to bed. And then he was West Coast time, still staying up and doing whatever. But it was normal that it was the most, consistent conversations between them.
Yeah, I think there was a good night text once where she said, go to bed, Bryan, calm down. And there were a lot of exclamation points too from his mom to him, because he would confirm, like, call now. And she would say, Bryan, I said I will call at 5:30. Exclamation point. And he's like, now? Question mark. And she would write 5:30 exclamation point.
So he's a 28-year-old guy. I mean, this sounds like he's got some attachment issues. Did you see that? Or does he come off as very needy when it comes to his parents?
I mean, just based on the communication, yes. And there didn't seem to be another person in his life, based on what the evidence we looked at, that filled any of his time. There's not a friend that got consistent messages. There was pretty much nothing except for his communication with his parents.
The investigators have said there was no connection. They found no connection between Bryan Kohberger and Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I've been to the house many times on King Road, and you can see straight into Maddie's bedroom from that upper parking lot of the apartment building next door. Is that what you found? Zero connection, not one search of Maddie, not one search of Kaylee or Xana.
Not before, but again, he cleared a lot of his history. So if he was searching for it, we weren't able to find that on the devices. And that's one of the things we initially looked for right away. Any ties to the victims. After the fact, he was searching everything associated to the murders. And so he did have that information then.
I want to talk about the searches he did. It's my understanding he was searching, watching a lot of news stories on YouTube about this. I mean, he watched our stuff. He watched a lot of people's stuff on YouTube about this. He's searching for his own name related to this, searching for psychopath. What do you guys say about all of that, all of these searches that you see?
Initially, and this is where it's hard because he was a criminology major. Now, something I would challenge, I have a forensic science undergrad too. And just because I did bloodstain pattern analysis doesn't mean that I looked up people who were hitting heads with baseball bats excessively. So to each their own, we know that's what the defense was going to be. He looked up a lot of home invasions, burglaries, co-ed killings, serial killers. There was one search. I remember the first time we found it. Jared, I was sitting at the FBI and Jared was not, and I was on the phone with him. I'm like, I saw something weird, Danny Rawling. And he was like, wait a second, what's that name? And Jared looked it up and he's like, the Gainesville Ripper. He's a co-ed killer, same knife. Like there were a lot of details there that were just too eerie. And then as Jared dove into the phone, there's even more. Do you want to share that?
Yeah. So again,
and I think that was November, right? The first hit for Danny Rawling.
Yeah, I think so.
November of 2022.
Yeah.
Yes.
On Christmas 2022, so after the crime, late at night and into the early morning of the 26th, he was just like working through serial killers. And the site was specifically serial killer timelines. And so it just basically has this list of a bunch of serial killers. And it seemed, based on the timing of it, that he was just clicking one, scanning, reading, and then going back and clicking the next one. And literally for a period of time, just reading about serial killer timelines. And it's literally a breakdown of like how they were raised, what their childhood was like with their parents, that somebody killed a dog when they were young, or that they were beaten by like, it is a timeline of these people's whole lives leading up to what ultimately is them getting caught for being serial killers. But he did that into the wee hours of the morning after Christmas Day.
Wow. And it's that he did search for Danny Rawling, and that one's a really chilling search because Danny Rawling used a K-bar. He sexually assaulted his victims and he was wearing all black, and he entered a couple of their apartments through sliding glass doors. I did some research on that. He also searched for Harvey Glattman, Robert Hansen, Tommy Lynn Sells. Did you find any searches for Ted Bundy?
Yes.
We found the PDF, right?
Yep. Ted Bundy was in this same search time.
What was Bryan Kohberger searching related to pornography?
Yeah. So to not be too graphic with it, the consistent nature of the searches were non-consensual sex acts, which, I don't know what normal would be, but it stood out to me I've done investigations for years and tons of mobile device extraction analysis, and seeing pornography is not weird. Seeing what someone is interested in is not weird. But the fact that this person had non-consensual, specifically only that, not one other thing that was a consensual sex act. They were all like aggressive or drugged.
Or sleeping.
Voyeurism. It was all consistently non-consensual things.
And was this before, after the homicides, or both?
It was, I'm not sure.
It's autofill, so I don't know that we actually even have a date with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
and that's another thing. When you're clearing your history, there's so many things that when you clear your history, you may not think about. Autofill is typically something you enter and the browser wants to please you. So if it knows that you go to a specific site every day, it's like, oh, you're going to this news channel. As you start typing A, if you're going to ABC, it knows I'm going to save this for you. And those words were saved in the autofill for Chrome.
Now, there has been endless speculation that Bryan Kohberger could have encountered Maddie or Xana at the Mad Greek restaurant in downtown Moscow, where they both worked. The Mad Greek is now closed, but the restaurant served some vegan dishes. Law enforcement has said they found no connection to Kohberger and the victims. I asked Heather and Jared about the possibility that Kohberger ever visited the Mad Greek.
Yes, and I would love to specify this a little bit more. And this was the one finding that was that was released to the prosecution that they came back and said the defense didn't like it, which made me think we were onto something. Like, this is great. So there is a Google Map cache file that was recovered from the Android that showed Mad Greek, and it looked like I actually have it in front of me. It looked almost like a review, or if you think about it, if you Google in Google Maps and you look up restaurants nearby, you could call it, you could get directions, you could look at a menu. So it looks like all of those things were available. Now the issue, could it have Wi-Fi in that file? Absolutely, but I don't know. The issue is Mad Greek. Their Wi-Fi name was Mad Greek. So it's not helpful to see what was in that listing.
Mhm.
But what Jared and I had looked at a few times, and I plan to keep testing this to figure it out exactly. If the prosecution said, Heather, is it likely that the user was in Moscow and on Google Maps said nearby restaurants or bars and Mad Greek appeared? I would say yes. But if the defense came up and said, Heather, is it possible that from Pullman, Washington, the suspect searched for restaurants in Moscow and this came up, could that happen? I would say yes. So it's not like we can tie him to the location of Mad Greek, but Mad Greek, he physically saw Mad Greek on his phone.
So you can't say specifically that he was there, but you found something in his phone that indicated that he had at least viewed it on his phone.
Yes.
So you don't have any evidence showing that his Wi-Fi on his phone bumped up against or tried to connect to the Wi-Fi at the Mad Greek.
No, I wish. And as Jared said, he was really cautious about his Wi-Fi and the cleanup. And there's so many things. Logs are only kept for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that the investigators didn't know who the suspect was right away. So it took time to get to his device. And on Android, logs can be cleared after 24 hours, a week, 30 days. So time to evidence is huge in cases like this. And there just wasn't a suspect fast enough.
Now, Heather and Jared also have some thoughts on that disturbing thumbs up selfie that Bryan Kohberger took 6 hours after the murders, where he is in his bathroom. Jared noticed something specifically about Kohberger's hands.
Yeah, that this thumbs up with sort of the Band-Aid. As soon as I saw it, it catches your eye, because his knuckles look just so white, and like it reminded me of like scrubbing your hands for days to try to get something off. And then there's this like Band-Aid that's visible, that's like just barely visible in the picture. The hoodie picture as well, it's been like sort of a popular one in the case as well. The general behavior, as I looked at it, I would have said that criminology major and studies of criminology does not excuse you for the amount of searching, the times of day. This wasn't a healthy, like I'm doing this for my college class type of activity. It seemed very different. I think the smoking gun, there really wasn't one, but for his device was his bookend that he put around these killings. To be awake at that time in the morning, turning your phone off and then turning it back on. And there's plenty of other records that we didn't access, like the FBI did some sort of cell record mapping for where his phone was based on the cell towers, right? That wasn't anything that we were doing. But the moment that he turned his phone back on, that they can start to take over and say, and this is where he was, right? And so for that period of time where these people were killed, he was awake and had turned his phone off, and in my opinion, had prepared by killing his Wi-Fi, using VPN, clearing all his search history to do this.
So he was obsessed, in your mind, with serial killers, and had basically been planning this for some time. I mean, he bought the knife, we know, in March of 2022, but then maybe actually plotting this, Heather, you're talking October, so a month prior. So, he might have had the thought in his mind in March, but the actual maybe planning and selection could have started possibly in October.
Yeah, the gap of why that far back only on browser was weird to me. It didn't make much sense. And I'm not sure if that's possibly when he decided he was going to be more of an incognito browser. Who knows? It was just really bizarre behavior. And then there were also, Jared, do you remember I saw the show or movie American Psycho just a few times, and how much the guy loved himself and would take selfies in the mirror, and how clean he would want to be, and just examining his body. he seemed to do those same types of things.
Yeah, lots of like flexing muscles, selfies, half clothed, like that. There's numerous instances of that on his phone. There was also he spent a lot of time on Reddit, and especially post crime. He was, I mean, there's tons of history of him looking into like the Idaho murders on Reddit.
Mm.
And that's actually another thing that stood out is this wasn't just someone who was like, hey, I'm interested in the case. He was going and downloading the Moscow press releases to his device, like not just taking a look at what the news said, but like almost like saving everything that they populated. There was a Reddit post that it appears that he made based on his emails, where he was looking for ex-cons to participate in some study, and people were like emailing him, and ultimately you see Reddit suspends him, which I think was, at time of arrest and notification to the world. But there was also a really interesting sort of pattern of things where he read something on the news that said, police still looking for Hyundai Elantra, white in color, this year to this year, make and model. Within minutes, he searches for a car detailing place and then starts to shop for used cars. So it was almost like, I realized that they know my car. I have to get rid of it and get something different. So like, again, does a normal person look to clean their car before they sell it? Sure. Right. But all of these things adding up, it really paints a picture.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, is there anything that I haven't touched on that you think is really glaring and a red flag that you think the viewers really should know about? This has been fascinating.
He just had extreme obsessive behaviors, like with his mother and father, with the abnormal porn searches, with his serial killers, wiretapping, like even some of the terms, psychopath, paranoia. One thing I would say to any family, I believe by looking at his computer that he was paranoid in the end. And I think Jared can say the same thing from looking at his phone. I don't think he was just resting easy thinking he got away with these murders. I think he knew that people were coming for him.
Jared, you think he knew?
Oh yeah.
And he was just waiting.
I definitely think, again, the late hours, the searches that he was doing, to say like psychopathic paranoia and then studying serial killers into it looking to get rid of his car. He was nervous. I can't imagine when he got pulled over coming across the country, what he thought in that moment. And then he probably thought I got away with it, but you could tell that he was still very nervously like thinking that someone was coming for him, and they were. You just need a little time to figure them out.
Well, it's been really fascinating talking to both of you, Heather Barnhart and Jared Barnhart. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So Bryan Kohberger was obsessed with serial killers.
Oh, I have my other one playing. This one is, look at this baby boy. Look at this baby boy. Is this not the cutest little baby boy? He is my baby. He is my little best boy. He's my best friend, my best boy. My bubas. Look up, bubs. Zeke. This is Zeke. Meet Zekester. Zeke. Shoot, my phone's out there. It's gonna end up playing us talking. I love him. Anyway, he came up to say hi. Oh, he's a tired boy. He probably wants to sleep, but I'm not ready for sleepy sleep. I just had coffee. I'll have to steal you in the middle of the night, and I will sleepy with you tomorrow for sure. He takes turns between me, my grandma, my mama. Okay, baby. Mwah. I don't want to put him down. He's so cozy. Look at his little paws. I love the way they put their little. Look at his. These are two paws. 1, 2. Oh, he's so cute. He's so good. He's addicting. He's very addicting. Zeke, he's not a very big coffee drinker. He likes his tea. All right. All right. Oh, I love you. I love you, babies. I love you so much, babies. I love you. Oh, he doesn't want me to put him down. I gotta go turn off my phone over there, though. You want me to read with you on my lappy, baby? I can. He's a big snuggler, pink bubblegum. Oh, he's the best snuggler. He's so snuggly. He's so snuggly. It's unbelievable. All right, look at him. He has his head down on my arm. You can't really see. I don't want to let him go. But my phone is playing over there, the live, because I was listening. So I would have to get up and get that. And then I could try to read, but I guarantee once I start reading, so good. Oh, it's so cuddly. It's so cuddly. I love a cuddly boy. I love the cuddly boy so much. So much. So much. So much. So much. Okay, Zeke, I'll shut up. He's like, shut up already. All right. On January, the whole thing is my mom's, the phone's out there, so she's hearing all this. Look at him. Usually he don't like the spotlight. He's so comfortable. Okay, I'll just continue reading and we'll see. He don't want to leave. He's like, nope. I wish I wouldn't have my phone out because I feel like if I get up, it's gonna ruin. Hello? I want to see if I could hear myself saying hello. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, babies. I love you, babies. I love you. Okay. Let's try, babies. Let's see if you'll stay. Okay. All right. On January 26th. Oh my God, I'm hearing myself. Okay. I got to go get my phone. I love you. Oh, I love this boy. Is he not the cutest? He is my baby. He's my baby. He's my baby. Come back here, Bubba. You come back here, let's see. Okay, I'll keep it open for a minute. All right, guys, let's do this. Ooh, I don't want to like shut the door on him because I don't want him to ever feel like he's not welcome. But usually when I'm working, he doesn't. Because he's one of those spoiled ones. He needs all your attention, which I love. I love doing it. But when I'm working, I wish like he would just sit with me and chill while I'm working. But he's a little spoiled boy. He's like, I need all your attention. And when you're looking at the screen, not paying attention to me, he's got to go get it from somebody else. All right, let me see if he left, and then we'll start reading, guys. We'll finish her up. Well, I don't know if we'll finish. Well, this might be a part 3. Maybe you are still up here. He wants to sleep with me so bad, but I'm not ready for bed, and he's ready for bed. Oh, wait. Okay. January 26th. Detective Schweck and I interviewed blank at Washington State. Oh, what did you think of that, though? Wasn't that interesting? So what about, wait, let me just I just want to give my thoughts on something. So his mom, he calls her every day. They said a total like 3 hours the day of the murders. Okay. Cause he called her that morning. She didn't answer. He texts his dad. Why isn't mom answering? He ends up talking to her, different times, but they said it totaled like 3 hours that day. But then the lady asked her, from Long Crime asked her, is that normal for him to talk to her like that often? Yeah, it's normal. Every day he's talking to her. The weird thing is at night, she's like saying how he's like, I'll call you back. And he's like, now? Like, weird. And she's like, no, settle down. I'll call you back. Well, when? Now? Like, oh my God, he's so weird. Like, can you imagine how annoying he is? Like, to his parents, well, his parents love him, they're his son, but he's probably calling him from jail. Like, oh my God, he probably needs them for everything. He's probably babied even in jail. All right, let me see if I could shut the door. Hold on. Oh, he's still sitting at the top of the stairs. Mama, come in. You want to come in, baby? Hey, baby, you're gonna fall down. What are you doing? my God, sorry guys. You guys still here? Okay. No, I was watching him go down the stairs and he was at the top of the stairs, right? And he was chewing on his paws and I'm like, go up, and I went and he started going downstairs and I was just kind of watching him go down the stairs. And about halfway down the stairs, it looked like he was just kind of like he missed a step or something and missed his like footing. So poor baby, he was okay, but it was like he slipped and he was like for the halfway down the stairs, he was trying to catch, like he was just like almost like falling down the stairs, trying to like he couldn't catch the step. He must have like stepped wrong on the step. So he kind of like tumbled down the stairs, but he landed on his feet. I mean, he was on his feet. He didn't like flip around, but it was just like, and he landed really hard on his feet. And my mom heard it, like, what is it? Are you okay? I think my reaction was scared him more because he landed on his feet. I think, when their owners, like, they get all freaked out, like, oh my God, are you okay? I think it's scared, like, our reactions scare him more than what happened. But, I wanted to make sure he could walk. He jumped on my grandma's bed. And I was like, well, let me make sure you're walking okay, because he kind of landed hard. But he never flipped over. It's not like he flipped over. He was on right side up the whole time. But it was almost like he slid down in a way. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know exactly what happened, but it was like the steps were not lining up with his feet very well, but he was on his feet the whole time. It was just like he was sliding or something. But yeah, he got it. He's okay. Okay, so let's continue. Sorry. He's so cute. Gosh, I love that boy. Okay, so let's continue here. So we're talking about somebody that audio recording. Okay, Washington State University in room 403 of the Lady Service Building. The following is a summary of the interview. For full details, review the audio recording. She has worked at WSU in blank since blank. Professors of WSU see graduate students 3 hours per week in class. She teaches graduate level and an undergraduate level. So this person, her class was on Thursday and she first met, let me turn this off. I feel like I'm screaming to talk over that. So she had first contact with Kohberger in class on August 25th, 2022. Nothing good stood out to her on her first interaction with Kohberger other than him wanting to dominate the conversation. Of course he does. Of course he does. The first week immediately following the homicides, Kohberger was not in her class and sent an email, which is crazy because they said he didn't really miss classes. He was late to the women's classes, not the men's for some reason, the women's teachers. And he never missed a class until after the homicides. He missed the class, I think the day right after, right? So he sent an email about not being there. She will be providing a copy of the email as part of the administrative subpoena. I want to see that email. So it's the email that Bryan sent to this teacher about why he wasn't, or TA or whatever, whoever she was, why he wasn't going to be in class. Okay. The paper Kohberger wrote for her class was on burglary. She will be providing a copy of the paper as part of the administrative subpoena. She covered for another professor for a Tuesday class the week immediately following the homicides, and Kohberger was later than usual for that class. Huh. So she missed the one class, and then the other class she covered, a professor, and he was late for that. Later than usual. She noticed a bandage on Kohberger's ring fingers of his right hand. Kohberger told her it was from a silly accident that happened indoors. She didn't think it happened indoors because it looked like it had been scraped on asphalt. She believed she observed this injury prior to the homicide, but wasn't certain. Well, that's pretty important. Was it prior or wasn't it, Kohberger wanted to dominate the conversations he participated in. He was systematically late to her classes. One time he arrived on time and she told him, "Hey, you're not late today." And he laughed awkwardly. Kohberger cornered her in the hall first week of classes because she had not given him 100% for participation that week. She would deliberately not call on Kohberger towards the end of class because he always wanted to talk and would go on these monologues. Kohberger would correct other students, which she believed was inappropriate since that is her job. Kohberger seemed to correct his behavior throughout the course of the semester and was more contained by the end of the semester. Kohberger would present his opinions and ideas as statements of fact. Oh, one of those ones. Okay. She heard from one of the other students that Kohberger was telling other students that because she is a blank, he knows better. What? She heard from one of the students that Kohberger was telling other students because she's a blank that he knows better. Like, what is it? Because she's a woman? Is that what it is? I mean, he knows better. So he's saying because she is something, he knows better. I wonder if it's a woman because we know he was sexist. One day, a female grad student came running into her office crying. She went and checked on her, and the student said that she had just left class because of an interaction with Kohberger. Kohberger had said something very sexist, and the student called him out for mansplaining. Kohberger stood his ground and kept speaking in a way that made the student feel she needed to stand up and leave the room. The following examples of stories involving Kohberger that she had not witnessed but had heard secondhand. Okay, so here's the stories. Kohberger told a female student that was both disabled and gay that he would need his partner to be physically perfect and a disability would not be acceptable. So, he's saying, Bryan's saying he wants his partner to be physically perfect and a disability would not be acceptable. Kohberger once told a student something like, and I bet you it's a female student. I was going to say female, and then, yep, right here, a woman. So he once told a yeah, I guess we once told I think female student something like, "Oh, I can never understand like what your experience is like as a woman." Oh, wait, maybe it's a trans woman, maybe because there's something before woman. I don't know. And you remember he's against that too, so I don't know. Blank referred to this as a positive interaction between Kohberger and the student. This was the only positive story she remembered being told of Kohberger. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. He once told a blank student something like, I can never understand what experience is like as a woman. Is like as a woman. As a, I don't know. It has to be like gay woman, maybe, or trans woman. What do you guys think it is? Anyway, but here's the thing, they're taking that as a positive experience, looking at like he's like almost like, "Oh my god, you go through so much." When I heard that, I looked at that as an insult. I feel like the way he is, that wasn't I think they took that wrong. I think that was a negative thing, the way he said it. I don't think they took it like, "Oh, I would never understand what you have to go through." I think it's like, almost like saying like, I don't know even how to explain it, but not like in a positive thing. I'm not, no, not with the way he is. Kohberger's research interests were very much aligned with blank, and as such, they had many conversations that she did not want to label positive. Rather, it was more of what you would expect between a grad student and their professor. Kohberger kept telling her he wanted to study emotions and decision making. Kohberger read a lot of her research, and when he was required for another class to do a paper on another faculty member, he picked one of her papers. She felt Kohberger wanted to work with her, but never formally asked. She did not remember the details of the story, but recalled Kohberger had said something homophobic. She was asked by staff to check in on her because Kohberger was harassing her. Kohberger would go into an office where several female grad students worked and physically block the door. Once in a while, she would hear one of the female grad students say, "I really need to get out of here." And she would intercede by going into the office, allowing the female to leave. Kohberger really wanted to study burglars. Kohberger had strong feelings that regular burglars had nothing to do with sexually motivated burglars. Kohberger would show up anywhere from 10 minutes late to an hour on one occasion. On that occasion, he brought a note from his professor. Blank will be providing a copy of the note as part of the administrative subpoena. Wait, it says he brought a note from his professor. Wouldn't it be a note to his professor? All Kohberger's graduate level classes are in the afternoon from 2 to 5, and there's only one per day. Wait, all the graduate level classes. Oh, sorry. I zoned out from 2 to 5, and there's only one per day. He would not have had any classes previous to hers unless he was acting in a teacher's assistant capacity. She checked with Professor Kohberger. Oh, so they're saying like, what's the reason for being late, right? Is that what the point is? He didn't have any classes before hers. Oh, so maybe are they saying he brought a note from the professor that's supposed to be like an excuse from another professor why he's late for the next class? Is that what it is? But they know that he wouldn't have had a class before that or something. I don't know. She checked with Professor Kohberger was a TA for it, and he told her that he advised Kohberger to leave his class early so he could be on time for her class. Kohberger continued to arrive late. Kohberger had 3 courses as part of his PhD, 2 with female professors and 1 with a male professor. Students in the same classes began taking a poll when he was late to female classes versus the male-led classes. He was systematically late to both female-led classes and not late once to the male-led class. Kohberger was obsessed with serial killers and would talk about it a lot in class. The week Kohberger was not in class, 3 female grad students approached her and said, "Oh my God, class was so much better today, like just easier to navigate." The classroom was set up in a circle around a table, and Kohberger would sit next to her every time. She and her colleagues had a faculty meeting right before the Christmas break in which they discussed each of the students. Kohberger took up most of the time in the meeting because he was highly problematic. She told her colleagues, "He is smart enough that in 4 years we will have to give him a PhD. And mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in that many years, when he is a professor, we will hear he is harassing, stalking, sexually abusing of his." I thought, wait, I thought would be his, wait, I thought would be his, his students at wherever university he ended, because there was a performance issue in terms of his TA study. She and a couple of other faculty members made recommendations to cut his funding and get him out of the program. She felt like he was stalking people. She would not share his dissertation as a backup solution for kicking him out. The room was divided on whether Kohberger's funding should be pulled or not. During her time at WSU, the discussion of cutting someone's funding to remove them from the program has never happened before. She knew of one of the students that had their funding pulled simply because they stopped showing up for classes. She saw Kohberger in the parking lot of a Safeway late the night before the Christmas potluck. He was so lost in thought, she waved at him for literally 2 minutes before she thought, okay, I don't think it's him. At some point, he saw her, and the next day he came and apologized to her. A female graduate student came to her sometime during September or October. So that's kind of creepy. So she's waving to him. He doesn't wave back. He's zoning out. She thinks, "Oh, he must not see me." He does see her and then apologizes to her. He's so creepy. A female graduate student came to her sometime during September or October and reported that someone had broken into their apartment and stolen intimate items such as perfume and underwear, and that she was very scared. Wow. I remember hearing about this though. Man. I copied audio recordings of the interview and compact disc. Okay. I wish they would go into more about what she said about that. Like what is this person's thoughts about who that was? Like, did their mind go to Bryan? Like when that happened, did they talk about it? Like, wonder if it was him? Okay, January 17th, 3:35 p.m. The FBI task force, Gideon Roberts, served a search warrant on Washington State University blank regarding records for Bryan Kohberger. I learned several days later WSU would not respond to search warrant from the state of Idaho. Arrangements were made through the Whitman County Prosecutor's Office to serve the Washington State warrant on behalf of the state of Idaho. I had no further involvement with the search warrant process. Huh. To survey Washington State warrant. Okay. Because it's a different state, so they weren't gonna respond. Huh. Office to survey Washington State warrant. Okay. At 3:35 p.m., January 17th, I served a search warrant on WSU blank regarding records for Kohberger. I learned several days later WSU would not respond to the search warrant from state of Idaho. So they made arrangements to serve a Washington warrant. Okay, same thing. All right. During the subsequent investigation following the homicide of Madison, Kaylee, and Xana and Ethan, November 13th, ISB, Detective Federal FBI Task Force Officer. Okay. They reviewed several tips and contacted or attempted contact with several subjects. During this time, Kohberger was identified as the suspect perpetrator and arrested. The following tips were evaluated and some subjects contacted. So all these serial numbers, this one is an in-person interview, this one's phone contact. The rest don't say here. Okay. I don't know. It's just, is that water? Can't tell if it's raining. All right, here we go. I haven't been looking at like this stuff because the names are blacked out. So we just kind of skip through and read the narrative. All right, here we go. During the subsequent investigation, this is about the tips. Okay, they go through. They reviewed several tips and contacted or attempted to contact with several subjects. During this time, Kohberger was identified as a suspect. Okay, the following tips were evaluated. Serial number 78, per tip information. Reporting party is RP. Okay. So blank believed blank and blank were subjects who should be contacted due to their long history with blank. He allegedly had previous weapon possession charges and drove a white sedan. Investigators discovered that he had an active warrant and attempted multiple times to contact him. They attempted to contact him, ultimately unsuccessful. During that time, Kohberger was identified as the primary suspect and arrested. Okay, so now this serial number 177, tip 5135, reporting party blank and reporting party blank. They believe that this person blank was a suspicious male who should be contacted due to his sporadic work activity and his wearing of a large belt knife. Multiple unsuccessful attempts were made to contact him, during which time Kohberger was identified as the primary suspect and arrested. Tip number serial number 954, reporting person redacted, two reporting persons redacted. Looks like similar. So they believe that blank was a suspicious male who should be contacted due to his residence proximity to the homicides and suspicious activity, which included an incident where he allegedly offered to sell the reporting party acid and later arrived at their apartment uninvited with alcohol and had to be escorted from the residence. Multiple unsuccessful attempts were made to contact this person, during which time Kohberger was identified as the primary suspect and arrested. So somebody called it a tip. Two people, I don't know if they did it together, or said, hey, yeah, there's this guy. He's kind of suspicious. He's close to the house. He lives close to the house. And there was this time where he offered to sell us acid and then arrived with alcohol and had to be escorted. Okay. Another tip, unknown reporting party, must have been anonymous. They believe blank was a subject who should be contacted due to his alleged narcissistic personality, alcohol and drug use, misogynistic view of women. Investigators began evaluating the tip. However, before he was contacted, Kohberger was identified as the prime suspect and arrested. Oh, they're going to be all over this talking about, oh, see, they didn't even follow through with these and they just were blinded by, oh, Kohberger. Well, I mean, if you got a strong case on somebody else, I mean, I'm not saying like they did everything perfect because I mean they could have done things, yeah, sure, but I mean, everybody's human. Every case has mistakes and missed opportunities and stuff. So, I mean, look at Delphi. Look at what's the other one that comes to mind recently? There's another big one that they missed a lot. I don't know, I can't think. It'll come to me probably before the end of this live though. Okay, so another tip. Reporting a party blank believed that she had seen Kohberger's profile on Tinder on Facebook. January 18th, I spoke with her by phone. She told me she believed she had seen Kohberger's face on a dating app profile, but couldn't remember which one. She also told me didn't have any interaction with the account or Kohberger, and she wasn't completely sure it was Kohberger, but because the profile name was not Kohberger, but she couldn't remember the profile name. Okay, how does that even help? Like, okay, just because he's on a dating site, what does that mean? Oh, I don't see either way why that would help. All right. Um, Another tip. Reporting party blank observed a vehicle matching the description of Kohberger near Diamond, Ohio. Ooh, my hometown. Well, not Diamond. I don't even know where Diamond is. I'm an Ohioan, but Diamond, I don't know where that's at. But of course, there's gonna be white Hondas everywhere. Okay, so reporting party reported observed timeline, and Kohberger's timeline per his cell phone data didn't match. The reporting party reported seeing the vehicle at midday, while Kohberger's cell phone data showed him traveling past Diamond, Ohio on December 16th at 2 a.m. But wait a minute. Why would he be going? Oh, he went to Pennsylvania. I guess he could. Yeah, he could have been going through Ohio. Okay, never mind. I wasn't even thinking he even went through Ohio, but I guess he did. Okay. Tip information. Reporting party believed her ex-husband blank should be investigated. Oh my God, in relation to the homicides due to his alleged previous threats towards people in his blank at the University of Idaho. Investigators began evaluating the tip. However, before blank was contacted, Kohberger was identified as the primary suspect. I wish they wouldn't add those in, like that makes I don't know that they said, oh well, before he did it, he was arrested. So I just wish they wouldn't add that into the thing. Do they need to say that after everyone? Because I mean, it's gonna make people just take that and run with it. Like, I could like see it as like I read something in these, and I can see what some of these people, how they're gonna take it and use it. It's like pretty apparent. Okay, so where were we at? The tip, however, was coming. Oh wait, okay, here, right here. I'm on this one. Okay. So her ex-husband, that's crazy though. All right, another tip. Reported party believed blank was suspicious male who should be contacted due to his alleged activity, making her feel uncomfortable for years, as well as one of his Facebook photos showed him wearing a face mask. Investigators began evaluating the tip. However, before blank was contacted, Kohberger was identified. Okay. February 7th, 2023, Jack Schwick and I interviewed blank at the Moscow department regarding information received in serial number 3195. After being advised of the nature of the interview and that it would be recorded, they provided the following information. He is a blank at the University of Idaho, studying blank. So it's probably a student studying something, and currently lives somewhere in Moscow. On November 13, he returned home at 4:30 a.m. after playing video games at his fraternity house, which he identified as blank, later identified as blank. He parked his blank on blank directly to the east of 1122 King Road. After returning home, he took his dog out to relieve itself at about 4:50 to 5 a.m., walking to the dead end portion of blank directly to the south of 1122 King Road. While out with his dog, he heard music playing from a nearby residence, as well as another dog barking in the area of 1155 King Road, but didn't notice anything unusual. Now, where's 1155? He returned to his apartment and got into bed. About 2 minutes after getting into bed, he heard a tapping on the window next to the front door. He peered through the blinds on the window but didn't see anyone. What? Tapping on the window next to what? After learning of the homicides, he read reports and articles that he believed showed Kohberger could have been the subject who tapped on his window. What? That's the first I heard that. Have you guys heard that? Once the interview was complete, I transferred the audio record. Wait, 1155. We got to see where that's at. Hey, creepy. Hold on. 11. All right, let's see where it is in reference to. Unless if it was the DoorDash. Maybe she was trying to, she thought that was the house or something. I don't know. Or maybe she was going to ask him, like, where's this address? So look, it's right here. Oh, wait, why did that go away? Right here. So King Road house is here. 115. This is the house right here. So if he parked back here, I mean, I don't know why he'd be way over here. Who knows though? He kept going around this circle. Did he ever stop? I forget. Didn't he stop here for a minute? I don't know. I have to go back through it, but I feel like, or he turned around here once maybe. Why do I feel like he did do something here where he stopped or turned around? I could be wrong, but they think he parked back here. So no, because he didn't have, okay, everything happened so quick. So it's not like he had time to park after we seen his carpool and like wander over here for a while. No, because he was so quick. So the only time that could have left for him to have came over here is before he actually that last around 4:10 where he parked. Unless if he got out of his car any other time as he was driving, circling, and got out, that would be the only option, which he could have. But there's no way after he parked that he would have had time to come all the way over here, knock on the window, and then run over here. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see him having time. Okay. All right. So where are we at? Oh, I already went through all that. Okay. All right. So January 19th, Idaho State Police detective was asked to locate the owner of a cell phone number. The number was used to attempt to access the T-Mobile account owned by blank, date of birth 2003. My investigation revealed the phone number was owned by blank, birthday 1978. All owned by somebody in 2003, and then they revealed the phone number was owned by somebody in 1978. Provided documentation. So blank provided documentation of the hacking of her phone number on December 3rd, 2022, with the phone spoofing still continuing. It was determined blank was not a suspect in the attempted account break-in. Oh, thanks, Joe. Thank you. Thanks for the entertainment. Oh, thank you for watching and supporting. I appreciate it. It really helps. You guys don't mind hitting that like button. I feel so weird asking, but it would really help. I appreciate it. And if you just like leave a comment under the video too on your way out, because I need to get my algorithms back up, guys. Could just say something, quick, like maybe a thought on this video and stuff on it, and then just hit the thumbs up, and we are good to go. All right, so where are we at? My investigation revealed the phone number was owned by, provided documentation. Okay, so blank provided documentation of the hacking of her phone number on December 3rd, 2022, with the phone spoofing still continuing. It was determined blank was not the suspect in the attempted account break-in. Huh, I don't know what that's all about. All right, January 19th, they're located the owner of the cell phone. Okay, so this still talking about that same cell phone. Research showed the most likely owner of the phone was blank, date of birth 78. Law enforcement research showed an address at Post Falls, Idaho. I visited the blank on January 19th. The owners of the 3-unit complex were identified and none knew blank. The owner of the unit passed on a stack of mail having been received in the last week at her unit and did not belong to her. What? I secured the mail, photographed the front of the envelope, and gave the mail to the U.S. Postal Service inspector that works in the ISP District 1 office. Investigation would show the names listed on the envelopes were not tied to this case. On February 2023, February 1st, I went to blank's apartment in Post Falls, Idaho, along with ISP detective Gary Tellison. There was no answer at the apartment, so I left my phone number and requested a return phone call. This person called me later the same day, confirming family members had located my business card at her apartment. Blank confirmed her phone number was and the provider was T-Mobile. She was calling me from the number, she or he. I don't know if it's a she or he yet. Oh, it was a she. Okay. She was calling me from the number, December 3rd, 2022. Her account, which she shares with 8 other family members and is administered by her elderly father, was spoofed. Her elderly father answered a fish text from T-Mobile that exposed all the phone numbers on the account, including hers, to hackers. Wow. The account and numbers were locked down, but the entity that was using her number has continued to use it to contact people she does not know. Wow. I didn't know if it was that easy to respond to. Oh my gosh. Wonder if, I can imagine. Wonder who has mine. Oh. Anyway, Blank has contacted the FCC and continues to reach out to T-Mobile. She forwarded my emails generated by those contacts. She also confirmed she was continuing to get angry text messages and voicemails from people who were receiving messages from her assigned number. She recognized the last defense for her and the other numbers on the account was to change the assigned phone numbers. The emails connected to the investigations with Blank and the photos taken of the mail at Blank have been saved to a disk. Okay. Now we have January 12th. They conducted an interview with somebody located in the city of Moscow. This person interacted with Bryan Kohberger prior to the homicide investigation. January 12th, 23, I conducted an interview with this person at the police department. They said, so this person, she is a Blank studying, so I'm probably a student studying something at the university. She lives at some apartments in Moscow. She met Kohberger at the apartments at a pool party over the summer prior to school starting, approximately in August 2022. Kohberger walked into the office and looked a little lost. He came over and asked her how to get to the pool. She was wearing a sundress with a swimsuit on underneath. While they were talking, he couldn't really control where his eyes were going, if that makes sense. Wow, he's so creepy. She said he was blatantly looking at her. Most people are more discreet. It was weird. She showed him where the pool was. There were a lot of people there. Kohberger came alone and looked like he didn't know anyone, but moved from the group to group. She went out to the pool with her friend, and she and he, or with her friend, and Blank's husband, Blank, they noticed Kohberger trying to socialize but not doing a good job of it. Kohberger made very direct eye contact with her and made a beeline towards her. And Blank got up to intercept him. Oh my God. And Blank had picked up Blank, and her were uncomfortable. Oh, they picked up that she was uncomfortable and a little bit weirded out by him. And like the staring, Blank did most of the talking with Kohberger. It was very odd vibes. He wasn't saying anything significant, but his behavior seemed erratic. She was uncomfortable and everything was just odd. Kohberger said he was a law student and TA assistant, or teaching assistant. He was older than the average person attending this pool party. It looked like Kohberger had lost a lot of weight. Since when though? What? I thought they just met. Or she mean since the pool party to now what he looks like? I don't know. All right, November 21st, tip 0811. Conducted interviews into this tip, and the information gathered from this investigation was relayed to the lead investigators. November 21st, tip 0811. Okay, here it is. So the tip was telephoned in by somebody, a member of a fraternity, saying he had phone contact with Xana and then saw Maddie and Kaylee at the Corner Club bar prior to the homicides. I telephoned him and arranged to interview him at Moscow Police Department on the morning of November 22nd. Detective and I met with him and interviewed him in the lobby interview room at the Moscow Police Department. The interview was recorded with Blank's knowledge and permission. He told us that he was a something student and was in his 5th year of college, maybe like a bad student or maybe undergraduate. I don't know. He was also a member of something. On Saturday, November 12th, he had attended a party at the apartments with his girlfriend, Blank, and her girlfriend, Blank. They had spoken to Xana by telephone earlier and arranged to meet her at the apartments. After the party at the apartments, they had gone to the bar, Mingles, which Blank described as south of the corner bar in downtown Moscow. They met Blank, best friend. So they met somebody's best friend downtown and also met with her friend Blank there. Blank said that somebody drove he and her home. I don't know, drove him home, and he spent the night with somebody. After the interview, Detective Alderson and I telephoned Blank and asked if she remembered the evening of November 12th and who she was with that evening. She confirmed the evening. She also told us that Blank's roommate, Blank, was also with them that evening. Who's roommate? Oh. Where did I leave? Oh. Okay. I'm itchy, guys. Okay. We then telephoned somebody to get her version of the night's events. So her, what name does that look like? Wow. Huh. Trying to ghost for who it could be. So, I don't know. So Blank told us the same events, but added that they had also gone to John's Alley's bar and it was packed, so they had left and gone to Mingles. Blank confirmed that Blank was a roommate of Blank, and she said she drove back to Blank and the apartment. She also remembered texting Blank at 2:07 to check on her. So wait, was it one of the roommates? I don't know. After talking to Blank by telephone, I received a telephone call from Blank who told me he had forgotten to mention his roommate. Wait, he had Forgotten to mention his roommate? What does that even mean? Blank, who told me that blank was 27 years of age and was from blank. Huh. I'm AJ. Okay. I don't get this though. He told me he had forgotten to mention his roommate, blank, told me that blank was 27 years of age and was from, I don't know. The recorded interviews conducted, or same thing. They were transferred. Okay. And here we go. It's February 10th, 11 a.m. FBI task force, all of them. They spoke briefly with somebody, identified his Idaho driver's license on the front porch of his residence, located blank, located at an address. Regarding a possible sighting of Bryan Kohberger. I mean, isn't he? What? In the early morning following the homicides. So, in the early morning. Okay. I was like, wait, what? So they're saying the next morning they huh. They looked at his driver's license, however they got it. And then look at Genesee regarding possible sighting early. Oh shoot, I hate when that comes up. Huh. Spoke briefly too. Where did that go? I'm trying to. The thing I just read, why can I not find it? Identified by his Idaho driver's license. Spoke briefly with. Okay. Wait, did I read this? Hold on. Robert spoke briefly with somebody identified by his Idaho driver's license on the front porch of his residence, located in Genesee, Idaho, regarding a possible sighting of Bryan in the early morning following the homicides. Okay, the information was provided to the FBI as an email indicating the female resident of female resident something identified as something had observed a male and vehicle matching the description of Kohberger's vehicle stop at the end of the driveway near a pond and walk around the vehicle around 4:30 to 5 a.m. An unspecified date following the homicides. You hear that noise? That's that. That's that noise I have no control over, and I can't like where it's at. Like you can't see it happening. I can't repeat it. It's so annoying. I want to oil it, but I can't figure out where it's at because it's weird. I can't like make it happen. It's just somewhere weird that you just. Anyway, after speaking with blank, I determined the information provided in the tip to be incorrect. Okay. I need February 10th, spoke with blank at his residence regarding a possible sighting of Kohberger. So, this sighting, okay. Where early morning. Sighting of Kohberger in the early morning hours of homicide. After advising blank of the purpose of my contact, he provided the following information. He and his wife, identified by her Idaho driver's license, were the only residents at blank. He knew all of his neighbors and he did not know anyone named. Never mind. Sorry, I thought I was saying he didn't know anybody's names. Forgive me, guys. I'm after reading so much, it's like, ooh. he did not know anyone named blank. So he's saying he knew all of his neighbors, but he didn't know anybody named this, which I don't know. He and his wife were the only residents at. I don't know. So he knew all his neighbors and did not know anyone named blank. The resident is in a rural area with very few neighboring residents. The neighbors who shared his driveway were blank and blank, and their addresses was blank. All right, hold on, guys. Give me one. Oh, I was on mute. I thought I was talking to you guys. Okay. Recharge. All right. I just walked in. I had to get some hand. I had an OCD moment with I had to get some hand sanitizer and don't even ask. Oh my lordy. Okay, so the neighbors who shared his driveway were blank and blank, and their address was blank. The pond at the end of the driveway had been frozen over before the homicides, which occurred on November 13th. Neither he nor she or whatever had observed anything like that, like what was reported in the tip. After providing my contact information, I left the residence due to the brevity of the contact. What? I'm confused what this tip is. What is it? He and his wife identified. What was the tip again? I mean, I don't get what this tip was. It wasn't this, because driveway near a pond and walk around the vehicle 435. Okay. Wow. See, I do not even remember reading this. I know I did, but I'm like, how I was like probably just sleeping in a way. I know I wasn't literally sleeping, but just on autopilot. What is this tip though, guys? Look, I'm so confused. I just read this and it's like, is it the sighting of Kohberger in the early morning? Okay, after advising Blank of the purpose of my contact, he provided the following information. He and his wife were the only residents. Blank, he knew all of his neighbors, did not know anyone in the name. Okay, so neither Blank nor I had observed anything like that, what was reported on the tip. But who is this? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to continue. Okay. So here, oh, cool. Here's the area they're saying, right? Is this the one? Because remember, there's a couple things. There's one where the walking around the car. I'm wondering if this is the one where they actually got out and dug in spots. Remember the one they took so serious that they dug. And then remember the one where the lady said she saw the guy and he was dressed nice. I think like kind of business casual or like something that was like weirdly dressed for somebody out there hiking. Remember, she said he was walking up. Just walking and he had like a like dressed kind of nice to be walking. It was early in the morning and so we had that tip, then they had the tip, I think this is that other tip where he walked around his car, right? So yeah, this was in this area right here. So why do they have these blacked out, I wonder? Interesting. Okay. This was a rural area. An elderly lady came forward, said she lived out there in the vicinity, home alone. She had on her porch light. Her dogs were barking like crazy. She got up, looked outside, watched a man park in her driveway out in the middle of nowhere. Huh. Um, out walking around his car. She watched him a while and he left. This was like between 4:30 and 5 a.m. Pitch black dark. Wait, how parked out in the middle of nowhere, out walking around his car. She watched him a while and he left. This was like for 4:30 to 5, pitch black. After his arrest, the picture of the car in BK, she reached out to authorities to say, "This is the guy. This is the car. That was at my place in the wee hours of the morning. I thank God." That's crazy. I thank God something. Where did this information come from? They ask, and she says something. I believe it was on News Nation, possibly Banfield. What? Is this the same conversation? I don't understand what. Who's saying what was on Banfield? Wasn't this a tip that was called in? Okay. During the subsequent investigation following the homicide. Wait, did I read these backwards? Is this? No, they went the right way. Okay. All right. Investigation of homicide. Okay. They reviewed several tips and was assigned contact or attempt to contact several subjects. During this time, Bryan Christopher Kohberger was identified as the suspected perpetrator and was later arrested. The following tips were evaluated by investigators, follow-up was started, and some subjects were contacted. All right, let's see here. Good. There's going to be some interesting stuff coming up. I feel like the end is going to have the most interesting stuff. I don't know why I'm feeling that way, but let's see. I guess. Tip. So the first, or the tip 0763. Date of birth, 1969. Blank works as a blank at the blank in Moscow. She wrote several lengthy emails to Moscow, outlining her thoughts on a homeless man she had spoken to prior to the murders in Moscow. She said that this lengthy conversation took place out in front of her place of business next to a Coke machine her son had placed there for money. She believed this conversation took place on October 18th. Huh. Oh. Detective Sergeant Van Leuven and I conducted several lengthy interviews with Blank, as well as other multiple interviews with persons supposedly associated with or have dealt with the homeless man. Blank thought was possibly involved. Persons interviewed on this tip, and there's looks like 5 people that's all redacted. Says this tip also led Detective Sergeant to interview the owner of the Blank business located at Blank, Moscow. The owner is Blank with the birthday of 1981. Tip 0040. So somebody emailed Moscow Chief Police Fry. This was assigned to Detective Lehman. According to this somebody, a man named Blank who lived near her had many cats at his home. Sometime in the past, Blank and Blank spoke about the cats. She described him as being creepy. I don't even know if I can say that word. Do you see this word? Apey. I say apey. Apey add an R. And he had been walking in the neighborhood more than he usually does. Blank wrote that she was aware of him pulling a knife on someone at the Blank several years ago. This reminds me of that freaking that just happened in the park. The guy freaking pulling a knife and stabbing the. Dang it! What is this world coming to, guys? It's scary. Anyway, this led to the Blank located at Blank in Moscow. I telephoned the owner, Blank. He told me that he had owned the Blank for over 16 years and that they used to be open at night, but because of the fights and other disturbances, he was no longer open at night. He did not remember a knife incident. He did tell us he had a video of the street and the grub truck, where Maddie and Kaylee were seen on the night of the homicides. And that he gave Detective Lehman a thumb drive of the videos. Yeah, videos, sorry. Okay. Tip 4768, date of birth 96, lives in Moscow. This was sent in by somebody of blank. She thought he could be violent and he owns knives. He is also in the National Guard. So they detective telephoned National Guard, contact, and got a second address for this guy. They had no apartment number. This address is a large apartment complex. A vehicle description and license number of a vehicle registered to blank was obtained. And Detective Cody and I drove by both locations. No vehicle was spotted. The next day, Detective Alderson and I then discussed email tip 4768. Detective told me that blank goes to blank, and he has spoken to her in the past. Detective Alderson telephoned a blank of blank and got the telephone number. He called her and left a voice message, and Detective Alderson spoke by telephone later in the week. So this person and the detective spoke, on the phone. She had no other information on this person than that she called in, any more than what she called in, right? During this time, Kohberger was identified as the primary suspect in homicides later was arrested. I don't know. Tip number 4400, the email tip is associated with multiple people. One is a blank and the other is with a blank. Oh my god, my nose. These blanks, these redactions, they are all linked to tips. So all these, oh my lord, all the above stem from a YouTube Medium reading. Whoa, what? Hold on. So all of these tips are from Medium reading on YouTube from a blank who led some viewers to believe that a blank, date of birth 98, a member of one of the people's families, was somehow involved in the homicides in Moscow. The family used to have a restaurant in Moscow called blank, which used to be located next to this other restaurant. The viewers of the YouTube reading who emailed in the tips believed that blank had been involved in the Moscow homicides because he had a fixation with Kaylee. Blank and somebody's father, blank was a blank of blank, was a something of something at the something. Oh my gosh. It's ridiculous. Okay, another tip is a call in from his something mother. I telephoned somebody and left a message. She telephoned me back and we discussed the online accusations about her son. So a call in from his. I mean, is it the same? Is this in reference to the tip before that though? That's what I'm a little bit confused. Like the accusations about her son, is this from this tip, because they're trying to say like they think somebody's involved up here, or is this total separate? I don't know. Okay, so somebody told me that they used to own a restaurant in Moscow, but it had been closed for several years. Her son blank had gone to school in Bellingham, Washington, and then had left to go to blank in Vermont. He returned to Moscow, and then he and his girlfriend had gone on vacation in Thailand before returning to Moscow. Blank has since moved to New York and is working there. I asked blank to call, and blank and I asked somebody to call somebody and see if he would call me. She called me back and told me that she had left a message to have him call me. She also told me that another owner of a restaurant in Moscow, name of the restaurant or person, I don't know, had to deal with similar online accusations against her son by people who had watched the something YouTube video. Oh, so somebody's YouTube video, they watched it, and then these accusations against her son came. So these people watched it and now they're accusing her son. The restaurant that this person owns is, I guess they give the name of it, located somewhere in Moscow. Is it Mad Greek? I don't know. Maybe not, but it does look like the same amount of, but who knows? Later that day, I received a telephone call from somebody. He told me that he had attended college in Bellingham, Washington in fall 2016 to spring 2021. He then moved to Vermont to work in the something until October 2022. He moved back to Moscow, then moved to New York after Thanksgiving. He now works manufacturing guitars in New York. She told me that he did not know any of the students, or he told me he didn't know any of the students who were murdered, and he didn't remember ever seeing any of them or meeting any of them. Oh my Lord. All right, what do we have here? I'm going to read one more up here, then I'm going to go back up. December 6th. Tolson was assigned to hand out adult victim background questionnaire. I was given several people to contact. One of those was blank, date of birth 2000, who was a friend of Kaylee Gonzalez's. I telephoned this person December 7th. She answered the phone. She agreed to come to Moscow, 3:45. She was met by a detective. I gave her the adult victim background questionnaire to fill out. After she filled it out, detective and I spoke with her going over the questionnaire. This interview was recorded with knowledge and permission. She told us that she thought Kaylee was blank and was rarely in contact with them. Kaylee was what? In contact with who? Huh. Rarely in contact. I don't know. Kaylee considered Maddie her closest family member. Okay, that's making me think all these thoughts. See, now with these redactions, now because we don't have the answers. See, you know how they're like, oh, this conspiracies. When they give us not answers, that's what feeds all these theories and conspiracy theories. And because you don't know, so like our imagination takes over and we try to figure it out because we don't have the information. And that's where it's dangerous. And I feel like this is going to happen the same thing. We don't have the names. People are going to assign certain things that are wrong, thinking it's this person or that person or this person. And then right here, guess where my mind goes right here? And it might not even be what they're saying. But to me, I feel like they're saying that she doesn't even have a relationship with her family, because then it's saying blank told us that she thought Kaylee was something. I don't know what that could mean, but it says, and was rarely in contact with them. Thinking they're talking about her family, because the second sentence says Kaylee considered Maddie her closest family member. But maybe it's not, but because they have to read that. Oh, I don't know. That's kind of crazy, because is she wasn't close to her family. I don't even know if that's what it says, but it kind of makes it seem like it says that. Was she really in contact with them? I don't know. I thought they were really close, but how do we know? I mean, we only started learning about this after Kaylee's gone, so we don't get to see their interaction. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Anyway, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend blank and Kaylee were still on good terms after their breakup. She knew that Kaylee had worked at a blank at Coeur d'Alene. And blank in a restaurant in CDA in the past. As far as she knew, Kaylee fully supported herself and paid for all her expenses while going to college. Her current job was with an online business who was owned by a blank and a blank. She had planned on moving to Austin, Texas, and she had a roommate lined up from the sorority who was moving in with her. A copy of the AVBQ is attached to the supplemental report. I transferred the recorded interview to a compact disc, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's interesting, because that is what that sounded like that said. that she really has contact with her family, and her closest family member that she considers was Maddie. And I always found that kind of interesting that Maddie and her were like sisters. They grew up together, but it seems like the families do not agree. Like the families are on opposite like perceptions and what they want and how they perceive everything and what they want, as justice and all this stuff. And I always did find that kind of odd. I'm like, wow, like yeah, they were like best friends, and I would just think like that the families were probably close, or they, you know what I'm saying? They grew up together, but it seems like they were like on opposite everything. It doesn't mean because somebody's best friends that their families have to be, but it's just kind of is something interesting I noticed. Like, huh. So I don't know. Something to think about. Maybe she wasn't that close with her family. Maybe there's something going on where, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying this is fact, but because they have everything redacted, now we're speculating because we don't know what that said. This is really starting to make me mad that I'm reading it and how much they redacted. Now, not because, I mean, I get it. One pet peeve of me for me is like people go in real life. Like, I wish we could live in a world where we learn stuff, we're able to talk about it, but we don't sit there and affect their real lives and call their works and call and harass them and stuff. It sucks that people can't just be adults and just leave the stuff online. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just learning. Don't go real life. And I know it happens. So I just wish everybody could be adults and just, I don't know. But I know it does happen. It sucks. It really does. But all right. So what am I looking at here? Oh, the adult victim questionnaire. Date of last contact. But what is 11/11/12/2022? Family, mom and dad. Considered Maddie closest family member. Went back and forth. Or on good terms. Who is filling this out though? I don't understand who's filling this out. So help me out here. Family background. Identify Kaylee's family members, including previous romantic partners, parents, step parents. So it's all redacted. And it says describe the quality, positive and negative, of Kaylee's relationships, strengths of bonds, ongoing conflicts, custodial issues, estrangements. Family, mom and dad, redacted. Consider Maddie closest family member, went back and forth, or on good terms. That's the boyfriend, her and her boyfriend, right? Because they broke up a lot and went back. Okay. But who is filling this out? I missed it. Well, do you guys understand who's filling this out? Because I don't, for some reason. I don't know. Let's read it and I'll see if I can figure it out. All right. Describe any arrest or court involvement Kaylee may have been involved in around the time. None. Personality, behaviors, and attitudes. Describe Kaylee's personality. Kaylee was stubborn, liked to argue, wanted to win every argument, headstrong, fearless. She wanted to experience everything. Describe Kaylee's personal habits. Very much into social media, always on her phone and following trends. Describe any recent positive or negative personality, emotional changes you observed in Kaylee. Can range from angry outburst to atypical happiness. She was very excited. We were finishing our college careers and wanted to leave Moscow, wanted something new. Also, recently single, so she wanted to go out more and try new things. List any significant events prior to Kaylee's death. Her and blank ended on good terms and her job was going well. Describe any potentially risky behaviors, drug transactions, excessive use of alcohol, drinking, driving, online activity. Those are examples. So That's not what she wrote. Okay, so they wrote, Kaylee engaged in, Kaylee would sometimes communicate with blank on social media. Strangers, maybe? I don't know. Describe Kaylee's daily schedule. She would wake up, take Murphy out, get on her computer and work. When she was done working, she would take our dogs on play dates, and then she'd go home and have dinner with her roommates. So this was like, I think maybe somebody in her, I don't know, a friend, obviously, but she'd take her dogs on play dates and she'd go home and have dinner with her roommates. Describe any recent changes to that schedule. Nothing different during the week. She would go out and almost every weekend with Maddie. Oh, crack my social interpersonal relationships. Who was Kaylee closest to? Maddie, 6th grade, ex-boyfriend, freshman year of high school. Has this person or person to whom Kaylee was closest changed recently? If so, how and why? Blank has been upset and grieving. Huh? I don't know. Jack, maybe her ex, maybe you're talking about? Because that was redacted here too. I don't know. She skipped the one where it says, describe any instance where Kaylee ever discussed or displayed fear, concern, discomfort about a particular person. And then describe anyone with whom Kaylee did not get along or experience conflict. Can't think of anyone specifically, just her typical arguments with friends here and there. And this is redacted. Anyone who showed romantic or personal interest in Kaylee. I don't know why there's nothing written up there. I don't know. Can't think of names, but a member of a fraternity. Describe Kaylee's reputation among people she knew and or who knew her. Loud and fun, wanted everyone to have a good time, always up for an adventure, very friendly. Where was Kaylee employed at the time of her death? How long has she been employed there? Online company, just recently. She worked with another member of our house. Describe any online activities in which Kaylee resulted in which resulted in financial gain. Which Kaylee engaged, which resulted in financial gain. None that I knew. We joked about it. List of Kaylee's past employment: coffee shop and CDA. Describe the time Kaylee spent on the other campuses or with individuals associated with universities besides the University of Idaho. Washington State, we go to the bars. Did Kaylee attend class at any other university? No. Describe Kaylee's cell phone use. And it looks like this is supposed to be answered here. Well, this is on her phone a lot. Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok. Describe Kaylee's social media use. Okay. Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok. And on her phone a lot. Use social media a lot. Outside of homeschool work, where, and did Kaylee spend most of her time? With her dog Murphy. Oh, Murphy, how is he doing? He saw it all. He had to see it all. With whom did Kaylee spend most of her time? Maddie. What was Kaylee's primary mode of transportation? Her car. Please let us know about anything you feel may have contributed to Kaylee's death. Potential stalker. Tell us anything you'd like to know about you and Kaylee. You'd like us to know about you or Kaylee. We spent a lot of time together with our dogs. Do you know who's responsible for Kaylee's death? No. She didn't fill this out where it says list 5 things that could have led to Kaylee's death. Have you told law enforcement everything that you know about Kaylee? Yes. My face is itching. Please provide with as much information as you may know the details of Kaylee's days during the week prior to and up to the day of her death. Worked from home, hung out with her roommates, went out the weekend of Passing. What? Went out the weekend of passing you. Okay. All right. So that's that. Wait, was that? Did I do it the right way? Yeah. Okay. All right. So January 11th and 12th, the interviews are a reference to their phone numbers being in Bryan Kohberger's cell phone. Ooh, okay. January 11th, 10:05. I interviewed somebody in person at Moscow. The phone number was found in Kohberger's cell phone. The following is a summary of our interview for complete details listed in the audio. He was it's the pool party. Invited to the pool party July 9th and was extremely intoxicated while at the party. This person was, okay, not him, right? Yeah, he was invited and at blank was extremely intoxicated. He was introduced. So it's a guy. He was introduced to Kohberger by an acquaintance. They made small talk for about 30 minutes and exchanged phone numbers. Kohberger was wearing swim trunks and drinking something out of a red Solo cup that he believed was alcohol. Okay. Trying to find, where did I just... Oh, there it is. Okay, I couldn't find on this screen where I left off. Okay, Kohberger mentioned he was in school for criminology. The interview ended at approximately 10:18 a.m. Now, January 11th at 11:10 a.m., I interviewed blank in person about the phone number that was found in Kohberger's phone. Here's the summary. He met Kohberger during fall 2022 in the parking lot of the blank apartments in Pullman, Washington, where they both resided. Blank lived in block blank, and Kohberger lived in block blank. Sounds funny. They talked for about 5 minutes, introducing themselves. Later, he and Kohberger talked for almost an hour while walking around the apartment complex and exchanged phone numbers. They spoke about politics, capitalism versus socialism, and blank where he is from. And blank where he's from? Oh, we're talking about his name probably and where he's from. I see. Kohberger mentioned he was a vegetarian and only ate one meal a day. Oh, he's a vegetarian, not necessarily a vegan, huh? Kohberger seemed... Kohberger talked about people partying and how it was a complete waste of time. Kohberger seemed a lot more serious to him. Kohberger seemed a lot more serious to him compared to other Americans he had met and talked with. Kohberger spoke about him getting his PhD in criminal justice and being a teacher's aide. Kohberger told him that he had done some genetic DNA testing to learn more about his origin. That's interesting. What? And believed he mentioned he was a German descent. He was of German descent. When he learned Kohberger was the suspect in the homicides, he deleted his contact from his phone, but still had a short text thread that had occurred between them. Oh, okay. They ended the interview 11:27. Now on January 12th at 5:29, they interviewed a person in District 2 office. The interview of blank is in reference to her old phone number, blank, being in Kohberger's cell phone. The following is a summary of her interview. She was invited to a pool party in July by one of her good friends. Kohberger approached her and started talking with her about taking a personality test for introverted and extroverted personalities. He talked about being a student at WSU and in the criminology program. She found Kohberger's conversation about personalities to be a weird topic to discuss at a party, and became bored of the conversation. Oh my God. They exchanged phone numbers so he could text her a link to take a survey. Oh my God. She never saw him again after the party. He did text her sometime later asking if she had taken the survey. She never did respond, and shortly after changed her cell number and purchased a new phone. Wow. Oh my God. The interview ended at 5:45. Let me see if there's any more coffee in here. It's hard to freaking tell, but it's like I don't feel like I drank it all. I have no idea how much is left. All right. Jacob Schweck, detective, conducted multiple interviews at blank, located at blank in Washington, Pullman, Washington, and then also an interview at Moscow. January 13th, 2023, conducted an interview with blank, Pullman, Washington. Blank is a blank. The following is a summary of the interview. She worked at WSU since blank. Her contract with WSU is for blank. She teaches 2 classes in the fall semester and 2 classes in the spring semester. Her only contact with Bryan was at school designated events. She first met him at school orientation. Nothing stood out that she recalls. She met and interacted with him at a second event during October or November 2022, a night out at the bar with graduate students. Kohberger asked her about her research interest and how it was practicing blank. None of their areas of interest in law overlapped. As faculty, they discussed graduate students prior to going on break. Kohberger was one of the main people of conversation. Specifically, his behavior around women, he was aggressive towards women and made them feel uncomfortable. The faculty discussed how they could intervene. Blank, another teacher, came to her and complained about one of his TAs. No names were brought up, but it was regarding a TA making women uncomfortable. Wow. That's crazy. Oh man. So she recommended he document the issues in writing. Kohberger was respectful during her conversations with him. On January 13th, Detective O'Hara and I conducted an interview with Blank. And Blank is a business consultant in Pullman, Washington. Ferris attended a pool party at blank located in Moscow in July 2022, interacted with Kohberger at the party. The following is a summary of the interview, reference to the audio. Okay, so yeah, all these people are, so many of them are complaining, inappropriate, aggressive towards women, make them feel uncomfortable. It's just crazy that they're like they're making classes because of him. Okay. A blank has worked at blank consulting for approximately a year. She got a degree from the University of Idaho. She attended a pool party. Gosh, a lot of people. It seems like he talked to a lot of people at this pool party and interacted, at least some interaction with a lot of people. I mean, for somebody like him. Okay. At a pool. What was that noise? That was weird because there's nothing. Huh. I heard like a vibrate, but nothing came up on my phone. Okay. She attended a pool party. Okay. Kohberger so she came July 2022 with some friends. Kohberger came up and introduced himself to her very intentionally. They shook hands and he had a very firm, dominant grip. He said he was new to town and went to school at WSU. It was a very bland conversation, and she wasn't interested in talking to him. He was in her vicinity and kept trying to join in conversations with her. She thought it was odd. He gave an off vibe, and she kept her eye on him. He seemed very used to being put off by women. He seemed okay with that. He made beelines to where he wanted to go. It seemed like he wanted to make friends but felt uncomfortable. On January 17th, 2023, ISB Detective Gideon Roberts and I conducted an interview with blank in Pullman, Washington. This person works somewhere and is a student in psychology program. The following is a summary of the interview. She saw Kohberger every day during the semester at the cafe, always near closing time, and sometimes over the summer prior to school starting. He liked to talk specifically with her. Oh my God, poor person. She believes he told her his name was blank. He would ask her questions about her school program in psychology. He asked about the psychological assessment that she was learning about, but she told him she wasn't interested in that area of study. Her friend blank was at the register once Bryan came in, and he asked for blank by name. She was certain she never told Kohberger her name. How creepy! Like he's like learning stuff about her. Ugh. Anyway, it seemed Kohberger knew the hours she worked and made remarks about her hours. How creepy is that? Oh my God. Kohberger would come in with a female blank. Oh. And she doesn't know her name. She asked Kohberger's female friend where she was from, and the female told her to guess. She guessed blank, and Kohberger remarked to the female, "See, I told you she was smart." That statement seemed weird to her because she didn't think much of Kohberger, but it seemed like he had been talking to the female about her. Oh God. Wow. Um, she was always uninterested in talking with Kohberger, and she would try to walk away, but he would just keep talking. She told a coworker blank was she told a coworker blank she was uncomfortable around Kohberger. I don't, yeah. So she was uncomfortable and would let her know when he came in so she could avoid him. Oh, so she told her. So she was uncomfortable and blank would let her know when she came in so she could avoid him. Okay. She lives in Pullman. There were a few weird things happened around that time, but believes they're probably unrelated. She was home alone one night, changing in her room, and someone knocked on her window. She called her husband and he came home from work. Another time, after she had started working at blank, she heard someone moving around on her porch. It probably was him. That's the thing. It probably was. Gosh. Like normally it'd be like, oh, that's just a coincidence, just random, has nothing to do with it. But with this situation and him like knowing her hours, knowing her name before she introduced herself, like acting like, they're closer than they are. I really think there's a strong possibility that was him on her porch knocking. That was him on her porch moving around. Just yeah, and then that coworker where somebody went in and took her, what did they take, her perfume and just weird stuff. I really think that was him too. What do you guys think? Um okay, so another time, yeah, after she started working at blank, she heard someone moving around on her porch at approximately 7 in the evening. Her husband came home again and saw a white car leaving the area. Both occurrences were in August or September. Oh my God. He was probably deciding what the victims were gonna be too. Gosh, he's so scary. I'm so glad he's off the streets, guys. Creepy. Okay. December 30th, from December 30th to January 23rd, ISP Detective Joe Lake had been communicating with blank. Somebody's attorney, Thomas Valoria, for victimology investigation needs about the quadruple murder on November 13th. Wait, he was communicating with somebody. which is somebody's attorney, Thomas Valera, or I don't know. Okay. On December 30th, national news outlets released arrest information and an image of suspect Bryan Kohberger. Also on December 30th, Valoria sent Latah County prosecuting attorney LCPA Bill Thompson an email. So Valoria, so the attorney for somebody, which I mean it's redacted, so whoever he's attorney for, he sent Bill Thompson an email, right? Stating, so glad an arrest was made. Blank does not recognize the online photo of the person arrested and has never heard of him. LCPA Thompson forwarded the email to me and other investigators for investigation purposes. No additional information was required of Blank from the victimology team. I wonder, hold on a second. Thompson forwarded the email. So arrest information. So on December 30th, prosecutor, so glad an arrest was made. So Blank does not work. So I wonder if that was Dylan. Is that Dylan's maybe Dylan's attorney? Because or Bethany, but that doesn't look like that's says Dylan. I don't know, because think about it. She's saying that so this whoever's attorney is saying so cause an arrest, and then it's saying Blank does not recognize online photo of the person. And we know they asked Dylan, is it this guy that you've seen? And she's like, no, like she would hope it would be like, yeah, like that's him, but she couldn't say like, no, I mean, I didn't see enough of him. So I'm guessing it's Dylan. I don't know. On December 1st, Joe Lake met with Blank, the Blank of murder victim Ethan. So maybe the mother, sister, brother. I don't know. Let's see. Blank completed the victim background questionnaire and agreed to be interviewed. Blank is the loving Blank. Ethan, Blank, and Blank is the loving. I bet you parents or family. Wait, Blank is the loving mother or father of Ethan and his brother and sister, I'm guessing. He feels Ethan was a leader, a well-liked young man, had a relationship with Xana, and was a person who enjoyed life, who enjoyed living life. Chapin was very close to his siblings, and Blank was his closest friend. Oh, and Blank was his closest friend. Okay. Blank has worked diligently his entire life to provide for his family so his children could fulfill their dreams, and he's proud of his children. Blank is not aware of anyone or any event which could have led to the murder of Ethan and the three other victims, Kaylee, Madison, and Xana. So okay, wait, Detective Joe Lake met with Blank, the Blank of the murder victim, Ethan. I just here's why I'm trying to figure out. I think I want to know who this is, because they're asking. This is kind of interesting because they're asking certain people to fill out these victim, what do they call it? Victim background questionnaires, right? And you would think they would ask the closest person to them, their family, right? So I need to figure out, is this the mother or father? Because whoever this is who's going to fill out the questionnaire, right? Because the reason this is interesting is because if this is the mother or the father, so they're asking the family or the closest members, right? So if it is like a family member, they're having fill this out, which you would think that's who they'd have fill it out. That's so interesting that for Kaylee's, they didn't have a family member. They had a friend, which tells you that maybe she wasn't talking to her family, but I don't know. That just seems like you would still think that they would ask the family though, because like she's not here to say that and they're not saying it. I don't know. I don't know, unless if they do ask friends, but I can't figure out who they're saying. Joe Lake met with Blank the blank of the murder victim, Ethan. I'm thinking it's the mother or the father, but let's see. Evidence data. Yeah, because 1963, age 59. Is that who? Oh, well, where is the I thought we were going to read theirs. I don't know. I'm a little bit confused about that, huh? What cheese? What? What are you guys talking about cheese? Is anybody even listening to what I'm reading? Okay, December 1st. Joe Mel. Oh my God. Did I just read this or is it doing the same thing? Oh, it's going to repeat that whole same part. Okay. So let me skip. Okay, they agree. So this person agreed to complete the victim background questionnaire and to be interviewed. Blank is blank with Ethan Chapin and blank. The three were very close. They shared private lives, relied on each other, and socialized together. Blank knows Ethan and Xana had a very good relationship, and Ethan and Xana regularly spent time with their close friends. Blank and his girlfriend. Okay. Ethan also had a close friend named Blank. Both Ethan and Xana were well liked by others in the life of the party. They regularly had parties at 1122 King Road, but it was generally the same 20, but up to 70 people who frequented the parties, and all were associated with the University of Idaho Greek life. Blank recalled being awoken on November 13th and being told the police were at 1122 King Road, where Ethan regularly stays with Coronado. Blank walked from his apartment to 1122 King Road and spoke with Blank and told Blank Ethan's not going to make it and thought he was murdered. Blank couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wasn't aware of anyone who could or would want to murder Blank. Wait, spoke with Blank and told Blank Ethan's. Huh. Well, at the scene, he overheard Blank telling others she saw the guy and heard Xana during the murder. Blank called a Blank and she arrived at 1122 King Road. Wait, Blank called a Blank and she arrived, I don't know, and about 10 minutes later. So they'd saying she called. Blank had no information about why, how, or who murdered Blank. Coronado, Kaylee, and Madison. So why? Okay, so why are they redacting Ethan's name here and not the? Oh my God. On December 1st, Joe met with. Oh my God, this is the same thing again. Okay, but they add like something a little bit different each time, so it makes you want to read it again. Okay. They met with somebody, the blank of the murder victim, Madison. Oh, this is Madison. It's about Madison. Okay. So this is about the victim background questionnaire too. Okay. So they met with, I don't know, it's somebody of the murder victim, Madison. Blank agreed to complete the victim background questionnaire and to be interviewed. Blank is a blank who fondly recalled taking Blank to the concerts, games, and events. Maddie Mogan and fellow murder victim Kaylee had been best friends since the 6th grade, and two were always together. Mogan was in a relationship with Blank, and Blank believed him to be a good kid. Mogan had an internship with an insurance company and worked in talent acquisitions, which she liked. Mogan liked coffee shops and was regular at a gym. It was a regular gym goer. Blank maintained a regular contact with Maddie. But does not know much about her social life or college life. Blake doesn't know why or how or who killed Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, or Ethan. So now they redact Maddie because that's, I don't know, it's weird. Anyway, all right. On December 4th, they met with Blank of murder victim Xana. Blank agreed to complete the victim background questionnaire and to be interviewed. Blank is Blank, but to both Blank and Xana. And Blank, who's in Washington State University. He telephoned about 3 times per week regularly to and visited them and would fly them to his home in Arizona at every opportunity he could. Xana was in a relationship with fellow murder victim Ethan. He felt they had a great relationship. Xana was good friends with Blank, and the two were roommates the prior year. Xana recently dropped out of her sorority because of the $1,000 fee. Blank helped Xana financially. He bought her a vehicle and paid insurance. Blank also fixed the broken hinges on the front door of 1122. That was her dad, right? That did that. If I'm remembering. So yeah, it looks like they're having their. If I'm understanding this right, the dad's filling out Xana's. I couldn't tell who they said Maddie's, but I think Ethan's was parents or one of the parents. I don't know. Maybe I have to go back and see. Was Kaylee's the sister? Why was I thinking it sounded like no? Because they said they did dog play dates. It wasn't a family member. It was just a friend or something, or somebody in her sorority. It might be the one was going to room with. Anyway, okay. So he helped Xana financially. He bought her a vehicle and paid insurance. Also fixed the broken hinges on the front door. A Blank stated the front was barely hanging on the hinges. So he used longer screws to secure the hinges. He recalled the door had an operable spring hinge. Xana wasn't scared of anything. She was a capable person and a state champion gymnast. She wasn't the type to lead someone on, and she would handle advances with class. Blank. Oh, she would handle advances with class, and then Blank doesn't know why, how, or who killed Blank, Ethan, Kaylee, or Maddie, but believes the person deserves the death penalty. Oh, okay. All right. December 5th, they met with Blank for information about a friendship with the victim of a quadruple murder, 1122 King Road, November 13th. Blank agreed to complete the victim background and to be interviewed. Blank was the blank to the murder victim Ethan and had a prior relationship with Xana. Didn't we just read that? And who was in relationship with Chapin. Blank also had a previous relationship with surviving victim roommate. What? Right. Blank agreed to complete the victim background questionnaire and to be interviewed. Blank was the blank to the murder victim Ethan and had a previous relationship with Xana and who was in a relationship with Chapin. What? Murder victim Chapin. I had a prior relationship with Xana and who was in a relationship with Chapin. Blank also had a previous relationship with surviving victim roommate. Blank. Stated Cornetto had a lot of admirers, but she and Chapin were perfect for each other. The night before the murders, Chapin told Blank it can be difficult to be in a relationship with Xana because she draws so much attention. Blank stated if Chapin was confronted by anyone, he'd remain calm and he'd prefer not to have a confrontation. Blank doesn't know why, how, or who murdered Chapin, Cornetto, Kaylee, or Madison. I don't understand this right here. This I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure it out because are you guys listening? Listen, what the heck? It says, so this person agreed to, am I just like tired and not, I'm being silly, but it says the person agreed to complete the victim for the questionnaire for Ethan, right? Let me read this questionnaire and to be interviewed. Blank was the blank to murder victim Ethan, okay? And had so they're saying that this same person, right, had a prior relationship with Xana, who was in a relationship with Chapin, who I thought it was his mom or dad filling it out. This is making no sense. And then it says blank also had a previous relationship with the surviving roommate. So they're saying this person that was dating Xana and dating another roommate and is something to Ethan is going to do his victim questionnaire. That makes no sense. Something, I don't know. This is making me mad because that makes absolutely no sense. I give up. All right. Let's see. I thought I was going to go over the victim statements because it keeps repeating this. Okay, wait. I'm going to skip this. It's saying the same thing now about Madison. It's talking about agree to complete the victim background, but we're too distraught at the loss of blank murder victim Madison Mogan to be interviewed per the forms. Mogan was a strong, loving, smart, amazing person. Mogan was also outgoing, happy, thoughtful, cared about others, and loved to learn. The blank do not know why or how or who murdered Maddie. They do not feel that they could provide any additional insight to the murders. Okay. Agreed to complete the blank agreed to complete victim background to a second interview. Blank had been a friend to victim Keeley and new victims Madison, Xana, and Ethan, and blank and Gonzalez. And blank knew Gonzalez had been in a relationship with blank and had an occasional relationship with blank. Blank was Chapin's blank within Greek life. And Chapin's girlfriend, Xana, was good friends with Blank, and Blank knows that they all use Snapchat and use some other social media, encouraged Gonzalez to get back into dating and encouraged her to use Tinder. Blank does not know why or how who would have murdered them. What? So, the way that they're now describing this, because all these redactions, so we can't fully understand. It's like sounding like they're all hooking up with everybody, because I guarantee that's not what's going on, but it's just because all these redactions and it's just not making sense. Oh my lord. All right. So they were trying to encourage Kaylee to get back into dating and encouraged her to use Tinder. Blank does not know why, how, or who murdered Gonzalez, Logan, Leanna, and Ethan, but feels the person could have been acting out of rage or a stalker or a robbery, a love interest of the roommates, or even an angry neighbor. So this is before they had the answers, right? Okay. Now we have department. Okay, so the following summary of the interview. Walk-in interview of somebody. Okay, so listen to the audio for details. Blank drives a blank and begins his workday during the late hours of the night. While heading to work during the week of November 21st, he witnessed a person loading a white four-door vehicle with personal effects near the intersection of Walenta and Lauder in Moscow. Wait, loading it with personal effects? What's personal effects? So intersection of Walenta and Louder. And approximately 11:30, blank, a former police officer had seen the news about an investigative interest in a white vehicle and thought he would provide information to law enforcement and described the male loading the car as being 5'8", 6'1", lean build, blonde hair, and clean cut. How's chat doing? I feel bad I haven't really said hi to people. Hi, Will. These are very important. For instance, we found out that one victim walked the dog daily thing in the AM and no BK was hunting in that area and could have saw her one day. Okay, yeah, true, Will. How are you? Stephen Kelly, we got LAB. What's up, LAB? Oh, cool. Okay. Where are we at? All right, so Anybody want to do timestamps for these last 3 things? Like break down, I mean, maybe not everyone, but kind of like some of them. People want to skip to here to certain things, like the more like important type things. All right, so at about on November 13th, 12:22 p.m., Moscow Police Department requested Idaho State Police investigation to assist with multiple homicides. Oh, the victims, okay, so hold on. They assigned as the lead crime investigator November 30th. Okay. November 20th, they received a tip that blood drops were located at the UOFL Arboretum. When I arrived, Sergeant John Lawrence and MPT Detective Danny Vargas were already on the scene. They showed me multiple dried red colored stains on rocks near the Leonard Holland kiosk. I photographed the stains and presumptively tested them with hemident. The stains were negative for the presence of blood. I entered the photographs into evidence and located. Okay, whatever. So not the blood. November 13th. Okay, this is saying the same thing right here. Okay. They were assigned as a lead crime investigator. Okay, the collection of items. All right. So here's some of the items. January 6th. Special agent. They returned to 1122 King Road for further processing. So this is from the house, the King Road house. They got the photographed items. They got a nightstand, pink colored bedspread, blue colored blanket, 5 pillows, mattress, bed frame, 2 pillows, 2 pillows. Or wait, 2 pillows, shelf with items, nightstands, pillow off the bed. The items collected were transported to MPD. Okay, scene photographs is into evidence. All right. So now we got they interviewed blank and let's see, at the end of the North Idaho Correctional Institute regarding their interactions with Bryan Kohberger. Both blank and blank had been housed at the Latah County Sheriff's Office jail with Kohberger after his arrest. The interviews were conducted separately and were audio recorded. All evidence was turned over to the Moscow Police Department. You know what I need to do? Thought all this sitting, I have these compression socks I should wear. Hold on, let me just put these on really quick. Oh, I never wear them when I'm just going to be sitting. Hold on. Okay. Let me just put them on. I need to start wearing them. I'll be right there. At least I won't worry as much. Much as I don't like socks. I barely wear socks. I'm always a no sock person. Barefoot. Barefoot. Okay. Sorry. Oh, God. I've done a total of how many hours today? Like 6 hours. But at least I broke it up. Right? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I know I should just do like hour lives instead of do all at once, but I always tend to just. I'd rather do it all at once than take a day off where I could work on other stuff. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of people won't click on it because it's so long. That's why I need timestamps. All right, let's see. No, I know that's why I'm putting on these socks, James, and I'm on blood thinner anyway, but okay. I know all about blood clots. But that's why I'm putting on these things. That's all. I don't even know how they work. I don't get how it works, but okay. Here we go. Okay, so I interviewed Blank regarding his interactions with Kohberger. What follows is not intended to be an exact transcript of the interview. After being advised of his Miranda rights, confirming he had not been ordered to talk with us, he advised of the purpose of the interview and that the interview would be recorded. Okay, after he could remember. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, I missed this right here. Okay, hold on. How did I skip over this? Okay, Jake Schweck of the FBI. They interviewed Blank at the North Idaho Correctional Institute regarding their interactions with Bryan Kohberger. Both Blank and Blank had been housed at the Latah County Sheriff's Office jail with Kohberger after his arrest. The interviews were conducted separately and were audio recorded. All evidence was turned over. Okay, so on March 1st, 1:10 p.m., interviewed Blank regarding his interactions with Kohberger. What follows is not intended to be an exact transcript of the interview. For further detail, refer to the audio recording. He couldn't remember the exact date, but he believed Kohberger had been placed in their pod a few days after New Year's Day. After arriving in their pod, I immediately sat down and watched the news about his arrest, watching multiple channels that were covering the story. Kohberger said, "Wow, I'm on every channel." Wow, he loves it. Oh, Kohberger was very quiet and it was very awkward having him in the pod. Kohberger was highly intelligent and analytical, always trying to figure out what you were doing, but didn't know common knowledge things, i.e., the difference between two muscle cars. Kohberger's eyes were creepy, but other than that, he seemed like a pretty normal guy. He didn't talk to Kohberger very much. But when he did, their conversation was casual small talk, never about Kohberger's case. Kohberger would use 3 standard-sized bars of soap per week due to his hour-long showers and excessive hand washing. Kohberger's hands were red from the amount of hand washing. Oh yeah, I was just talking about that. He was housed with Kohberger for about 3 weeks in total before he was transferred. Kohberger told him his favorite movie was American Psycho with Christian Bale. At about 1:28, Detective Schweck and I interviewed him regarding his interactions with Kohberger. What follows is not intended to be an exact transcript, so this is another inmate that they interviewed. Okay. He was housed with Kohberger from early January to February 2023. Wait, when was the other guy housed? I missed the time frame. When did they say? Hold on. Oh, he couldn't remember. Okay. All right. So the first guy couldn't remember when, but this guy's saying from early January to February. All right, hold on. I guess that's just what's going to stay on. Okay. Okay, so Kohberger enjoyed watching the news about his case unless it began talking about his family or friends, at which point he changed the channel immediately. As time continued, Kohberger stopped watching the news related to his case almost completely. Kohberger analyzed everything. He wanted to know why people had preferences on anything. He psychoanalyzes everything. They talked about his case sometimes, but never Kohberger's case. Oh, they talked about the other guy's case, but never Kohberger's. All right. Kohberger spent most of his time on the communication tablet talking with people, typically probably his mom, who he told to retain an attorney after he had seen blank on the news. Who he told or maybe his dad, I don't know. Huh. Kohberger washed his hands excessively using 3 bars of soap per week, which caused his hands to always be red. Kohberger showered every day and wanted new bedding and clothes every day. Wait, did they have to get he doesn't get to have new bedding and clothes every day, right? That would be ridiculous. I hope they don't let him do that. I hope he doesn't get any special. I hope no, that not. Kohberger was very smart, easy to get along with, but was hard to talk to because he talked over him due to Kohberger's vocabulary and topics of conversation. Kohberger also talked about his education a lot. Kohberger loved baseball, with the Yankees being his favorite team. Hey, E-Curb, what's up? Thank you for coming. Feel bad I haven't really said hi in chat or talked in chat. Nemo sign. Why can't I never remember how to say your name? Nemo sign? Harley, Will. Okay. Okay, so he talked about his education. Kohberger loves baseball, Yankees being his favorite. Kohberger also liked to watch court TV and was very interested in the Murdaugh trial. Wow. Once the interviews were complete, I transferred the audio recording to a compact disc. Okay. Now we have February 14th, Detective Sergeant Van Leuven interviewed blank, date of birth 1979, regarding his interaction with Kootenai County Public Defender Ann Taylor. Oh. On February 14th, Detective Sergeant Van Leuven interviewed blank, date of birth 1979, regarding her interaction with Kootenai County Public Defender Ann Taylor. The interview was conducted at the Spokane County Jail, where blank was an inmate. Oh, so it's an inmate regarding the inmate's interaction with Ann? Huh. I didn't know they were. So blank advised she had met with a lawyer she believed to be Ann Taylor on multiple occasions when she was an inmate in the Kootenai County Jail. This person was representing her on her recent charges involving controlled substances. She advised her last charge was approximately 4 days after her daughter, Xana. Oh, that's right. That whole thing where it's they thought it was conflict of interest. Okay. So she advised her last charge was approximately 4 days after her daughter, Xana Coronado, had been murdered. So 4 days after. Okay. Okay. Wow. I showed her a photograph of Ann, and she said that this was not the person she knew as Ann Taylor. She described the lawyer she had met with as a white female in her 30s who was approximately 5'6", 180, with shoulder-length brown hair. Blank said she had never met the person in the picture I was showing her. Surprising, yes. Person in the office working for her. That's right, because I remember hearing that. It wasn't actually Ann that had any contact. It was somebody working with her. Anyway, I asked her where she had gotten the name Ann, and she said someone had showed her a Reddit thread where it stated her attorney was Ann Taylor. I told her that Ann was the head public defender for Kootenai County, and her name would be on paperwork because it was her office that was defending her, not necessarily Ann Taylor herself. Okay. Blank expressed regret in having confused the identity of the public defender she had met with. Okay. Okay, so detective, they they spoke briefly on the phone with somebody regarding his purported connection with Ethan and Bryan. What? Regarding his purported connection with Ethan Chapin and Bryan Kohberger before the homicide. Blank was initially unwilling to speak with me, but eventually provided minimal details of the incident. The initial information regarding possible connection was provided by Moscow Police Department. March 7th, 2023, I received information from Detective Vargas regarding a purported connection between Ethan Chapin and Kohberger. Detective Vargas provided me with the following information. Blank, an inmate at the Latah County Sheriff's Office, had spoken with a reporter who was inquiring about Kohberger. Huh. Blank told the reporter that there was an inmate, later identified as Blank, who claimed to know Kohberger because they were at Washington State University. At the same time, and were friends, and Chapin because they were in the same fraternity. At the same time and were friends, and Chapin because they're in the same fraternity. So, okay, so the connection is this person was in the same fraternity as Chapin. He got arrested for something unrelated, and then was in the same jail as Kohberger. Is that what it is? On March 8th at 12:25, I contacted Blank via phone to schedule an interview. Blank was angry. What? And initially unwilling to speak with me. Wait, I contacted Blank via phone to schedule an interview. Somebody was angry, initially unwilling to speak with me, but after I advised him of the purpose of my contact, he eventually provided minimal details of the incident. He provided the following information. A cellmate in the jail overheard him tell his attorney he knew Chapin and fabricated the rest information regarding his connection with Kohberger. He did know Chapin, but only casually due to their membership in the same fraternity, but different chapters. He at WSU and Chapin at University of Idaho. He had last seen Chapin at a party several weeks before the homicides, but couldn't remember any additional details. He had never met Kohberger or had any connection with him personally or professionally. He did not even have any additional information to provide and was unwilling to be interviewed in person, or again, due to his frustration with the incident and his full schedule. Wow. After providing Blank and my contact information and requesting he contact me if he remembered anything, he ended the phone call. Due to the brevity of the contact, no audio recording of the conversation was made. March 9th at about 9:26 a.m., Blank contacted me via phone regarding alleged harassment of his family and his friends by the reporter, identified as Sean Cohen of the Daily Mail, who had spoken with Blank due to all of the activity taking place in Washington State. Wait, so he's saying regarding alleged harassment of the family and friends by the reporter, somebody from Daily Mail who had spoken with him due to all the activity taking place in Washington. I referred him to the local law enforcement agency in Pullman, Washington. Huh. So, by the reporter. But why contact me via phone regarding alleged harassment of his family and friends? Okay. Wonder why the guy from Daily Mail would be harassing him. Family and friends by the reporter identified as Sean. I don't know. I mean, even if all right. So they interviewed somebody at Washington State, birthday 1960, on 3 occasions. The first occasion was December 30th at Moscow Police Department. Second was January 3rd. That was a telephone call. Third was January 11th, 2023 at blank. The purpose of these interviews was to discuss his interactions and impressions of his former teaching assistant, Bryan Kohberger. Here we go. Idaho State Police interviewed this guy 3 times. Okay. The purpose of these interviews was to discuss his interactions with Bryan. What did they call him? His former. Oh, I need something to put my legs up on. Hold on, let me see if this. His interactions. A former teaching assistant. Okay. All right. Here we go. December 30th. I interviewed at Moscow Police Department, this guy, right? I was joined in this interview with Idaho State Police. Prior to becoming blank at blank, blank worked as a blank in Whitman County in Washington State. He did something. He began working for him in the late 1990s, working in the somewhere full-time, splitting his time between governmental studies services and the blank. In 2018 and 19, he came to blank full-time in the blank. Okay, so this person knew Kohberger was going to be one of his blank, his teaching assistants, right? They said in June or July of 2022, he didn't meet Kohberger in person until August. Kohberger was an incoming PhD student in the department. He knew Kohberger was from a small private school back east. Blank said, that Kohberger seemed sharp and personable enough when he first met him. And then blank had not read Kohberger's master dissertation. Blank had no part in Kohberger's acceptance to the PhD program, or that he was going to be assigned. Kohberger as a, I don't know, but they're saying he had no part in his acceptance. Okay. I asked him about a couple incidents of unprofessional behavior associated with Kohberger that I had read in a letter from the faculty advising Kohberger that he had lost his TA position. He said the first incident that occurred with Mr. Kohberger was a time when blank was in his office and he was wanting to leave to go home. This was on Friday. Mr. Kohberger showed up at the end of the day and wanted to talk. Oh my God. He said it was pretty clear that he wanted to leave and that Kohberger wanted to talk. He said that this was not the first time this had happened with Kohberger, where he would show up late in the day and want to talk. Oh yeah, that's the period. Okay. So, and then, he said that this behavior had bothered him for a while. He said that he would typically have his 40 hours in by the end of Thursday and did not want to work late Fridays and resented it when Kohberger would show up to talk on Fridays. And I asked him what Kohberger would want to talk about. Redacted. Oh, so he said nothing in particular, and that there was nothing remarkable about any of the conversations. He said that man, when you're tired, it's hard to go from one line to another and get in a straight. There was nothing remarkable about any of the conversations. Said some of the subjects. Wait a minute. I said some of the subjects that were discussed in the past involved how to brief a case or how to deal with plagiarism, or also in general recreation activities on the Palouse. After 10 to 20 minutes there was an exchange that perturbed blank So the perturbed blank blank, where Kohberger wouldn't get any or wouldn't get to the point and let blank go home. Oh my God, this would be torture. At one point, Kohberger told him that he was snarky and he became tired and frustrated and told Kohberger to leave his office, and he did not. He got up and walked out of his office and said Kohberger followed him out of his office and continued talking to him. He said he walked down the hall to the main office where he knew Kohberger had some run-ins with others. Oh my God, this guy's crazy. Wait, what did it say? Man. After several late afternoon, evening encounters, I'll move this up. Oh, right here. He wasn't sure if Kohberger was trying to curry favor or whether he was trying to control him, control his time. At some point, he concluded Kohberger was power tripping, and by using his time and preventing him from leaving his office was a way of controlling him. Right, for sure, man. He advised that he has had over 8 blank in the past, and he has never had a problem with any of them. Man. TAs, I'm guessing, right? Well, he is. These people had it with this guy, right? Anyway, so he had 8. He said he had, 8 TAs or, the positions Bryan did in the past and never had a problem with any of them. Jeez. He talked about Kohberger walking and talking with him as he walked to his car. He remembered Kohberger bragging about outsmarting the parking regulations on campus. He talked about difficulty in getting Kohberger to complete his tasks as a teaching assistant, and he said that he had been advised by department higher ups to be more direct in making expectations clear to Kohberger. Man. And advised by department higher ups. Man. He advised Kohberger's behavior didn't really change from the time before the homicides or after the homicides, but a lot of people said it did. So, most people said they did notice a change, but I don't know. It could be like in your head, you think it's there, but I mean, I think there was some because there was a lot of consistency about him being happier, smiling, being nicer after it, right? Which is so weird. Anyway, where are we at? So yeah, so he advised the department to be more direct in making these expectations clear to Bryan. He advised Kohberger's behavior didn't really change from time before the homicides to after the homicides. He said he never received any direct complaints about Kohberger interacting with any of the undergraduate students in his capacity as a teaching assistant. Blank further advised the female grad students didn't like Kohberger because he was that off-putting. He said we should talk to a female front office staffer who was an undergrad student working on a work-study program who had made complaints about Kohberger's behavior. Yeah. Blank advised that he had a secondhand information that he had made several of the female PhD students very uncomfortable because of interactions they had with Kohberger. I asked Blank about which grad students we might want to interview. Which grad students we might want to interview that may have had a problem with Mr. Kohberger. Oh my God. Blank advised that there were two other students, or there were two students from blank. He said that they were fellow PhD students named something, last name not said, later identified as something, I don't know, and something much redacted. I guess 3 different people. Further, blank and blank advised that we should speak with faculty members. Oh my god, guys, I need to. Why can't I stay awake when I read? Because as soon as I stop reading, I'm going to be wide awake. I want to finish it. I mean, I don't want to finish the whole thing, but I want to do a list a little bit more. Wake up, wake up. I can't believe I've been on like 5 hours though. Anyway, I have to at least finish this one. Okay. I think this is interesting. Just to see how like people were viewing him back then and how he was, because we don't know much about him. Anyway, so okay. He said they were fellow PhD students named blank, last name not said, later identified as blank, blank, blank. Further advised that we should speak with faculty members, blank, and blank, who was the blank of grad students. Oh my God. Attended a mixer. Or wait. Oh, I missed this. I asked him if he ever socialized with Kohberger. He advised that he had attended a mixer at the blank where 20 to 25 people from the department attended. So it says he was accompanied by his wife and he recalled nothing unusual during that mixer. He talked about the process by which Kohberger's behavior eventually led to his removal as a teacher assistant. He advised he initially supported Kohberger until after a second event that he could not remember the details of, and he advised Kohberger's removal was a result of cumulative effect of his behavior. After the homicides occurred, he said that he did consider the possibility that Kohberger had committed the murders. He characterized this as a fleeting thought. He considered Kohberger's power-tripping, controlling tendencies, in addition to being socially challenged, he advised Kohberger that he had alienated or irritated several female PhD students, as well as at least one female professor, with his behavior. So it says he advised Kohberger had alienated or irritated several female PhD students, as well as at least one female professor with his behavior. He said Kohberger never discussed knives or edged weapons. We asked blank about a survey Kohberger had conducted with persons who had committed crimes. He said that he was unaware of this and that we should contact blank staffer. And oh my God, my eye itches. Just a minute. Blank was about Kohberger's PhD activities. Oh, we should contact blank staffer. Blank about Kohberger's PhD activities. I don't know. So he talked about a conversation he had with Kohberger early on when they discussed the idea of sexual harassment. He knew that Kohberger had alienated himself from the female grad students by this time. This included 6 or 7 women. Kohberger came up with a line of thought where he said, "What if Kohberger had heard about?" Kohberger came up with a line of thought where he said, "What if Kohberger had heard about him behaving inappropriately with women, and what would he do to defend himself against a false allegation?" He found this line of thought to be troubling and thought Kohberger was trying to put himself in a position of power. Wait, he's saying Kohberger came up with that? Like, what if I heard about this? Behave about me behaving inappropriately with women. What would I do to defend myself against false allegations? Is that what this guy's saying happened? What? He said that he did not remember any physical injuries visible on Kohberger after the homicides occurred. This conversation was recorded. After recording was later provided to Moscow police. Okay. Man, he gets creeper. The more I learn about him, it's creeper and creepier and Okay, so where are we at? All right. So on January 3rd, Sergeant Stennett and I again spoke with him via telephone, and he advised, after thinking more about Kohberger, he considered the issue about whether Kohberger was power tripping or just socially inept. He considered that it didn't matter. He talked about having coffee with a female staffer named Blank, had concluded that Kohberger was power tripping. He said he thought she was right on her opinion. Wait, what? He said he thought she was right on her opinion. He said Kohberger told him that Kohberger lived near to where he would park while at work. I don't understand why it keeps saying Kohberger told him that Kohberger lived here. What? At first, like that first one, I was thinking it was just like, because Kohberger was like saying, okay, what if it was like he was talking in that way, trying to like set up a thing. So like, what if this thing up here about defending himself, but now it doesn't make sense. He said Kohberger told him that Kohberger, I mean, I guess he's saying that Bryan told him that he lived near to where he would park while at work. He said he found that odd because after Kohberger was arrested and he said Kohberger told him that Kohberger lived near to where Blank would park while at work. I don't know. This isn't making sense because he didn't, right? Okay, so he said he found that odd because Kohberger was arrested and the media reported where Kohberger lived. Oh, because he didn't live there. Okay. He advised that the building depicted by the media as Kohberger's residence was completely different than the one Kohberger had indicated to him. Oh my God, liar, liar. He also wanted to make it known that he was willing to assist the Latah County prosecutor in this case if he could be of service. I asked him about Kohberger's research work, and he advised we follow up with the program director how to oversaw Kohberger's research. How to oversee, I'm sure. Not oversaw, right? Wait, follow up. Advise we follow up with the program director or how oversaw, I don't know. Okay, so this conversation was recorded, placed on a disc. Okay, January 11th, Mark Zakazuski, that's a fun name. Zahakzuski, and I spoke with him at Blank and advised he had spoken with people in the Blank about this incident. Specifically, he had spoken with Blank and had reminded Blank about a test question regarding the difficulty in prosecuting our crimes. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm on Adobe. Never mind. Oh, shoot. Hold on now. I want it. All right, where are we at? This connection was recorded. Okay, I asked him about Kohberger's research work. He advised we follow up with the program director who, okay, I already read that part. Okay, January 11th, talked to Zuiski, spoke with him at the Blank, advised that he had spoken with people in the Blank about the incident. specifically spoken with somebody that had reminded him about a test question regarding the difficulty in prosecuting R crimes. He asked Kohberger to look at the question he had written and to make a revision to the question. Reminded about the test question regarding the difficulty in prosecuting R crimes. Okay. I'm trying to think like, okay, so he made this test question about regarding the difficulty in prosecuting R. Huh. When he received the revised question back from Kohberger, he found it to be useless because the language in the question would be triggering to many students. He advised the language was dismissive of the victims. He gave him a it sounds like wait. So somebody gave me a printout of his original question and revised the question Kohberger had produced and had given to blank on November 10th. I also scanned these printouts and have placed them on the same disk that contains the audio recordings of this. We further discussed incidents with Kohberger that have already been covered in previous interviews. These topics included Kohberger's issues he had with females, with females in the program, as well as discussion regarding the process of this TA position being terminated. He discussed his past experience with TAs compared with current TAs. His discussion was his opinion that Kohberger should have been kept as a TA because he believed that he had an obligation to continue to honor their commitment in offering him a TA position. Kohberger relied on that commitment, and if he was going to remove that from him, he needed to make sure they had thoroughly documented the reasons why. He said he was concerned that the removing Kohberger from the TA position without doing so would open blank up to a civil lawsuit from Kohberger. He talked about a situation where he was meeting with blank. Where are we at? Okay, where he's meeting with blank and Kohberger in his office in order to prepare a final exam questions for his undergraduate class. Kohberger announced he had to have a Zoom meeting with another student. He assumed Kohberger was advising he had to leave for the meeting and could not help with the exam prep. Instead, Kohberger proceeded with the Zoom meeting in blank's office, preventing blank and blank from preparing the exam. And blank had to tell Kohberger to leave his office. Oh my God, this guy seems like he's so annoying, guys. Dang it. So blank advised him that blank had provided him with a slightly different version of the revised exam question referenced above. He did recall discussing this question with him. We discussed Kohberger's tendency to stare at people, and he thought that Kohberger did this in a way to display power or dominance. He mentioned a senior named blank that complained that Kohberger stared at her a lot in class and made her feel uncomfortable. See, like, think about that's what he was trying to do in those victim impact statements. He was trying to like do that. I feel like assert some kind of dominance over them by staring at him. That's what he was doing. That jerk, was he not, guys? I bet you. Oh my God, this air. Hold on. He's such a jerk. I swear, the more I learn about him, the more I hate him. He is such a jerk, guys. I hate him so much. I just stand up, sorry. For 1 minute. Okay. I'm gonna turn on the air again. I'm getting a hold. Okay. All right, so Where are we at? All right. So Blank advised he had not observed any inappropriate behavior from Kohberger aimed at any undergraduate students. He said he thought Kohberger did a good job in correcting poorly written answers and had not observed bias or inappropriate tone in grading. One student had made a complaint about this, but Blank did not see it. Nothing further. Okay. Well, everybody else is seeing it. I'm on mute. Okay, so another interaction with. Why are people laughing at me though? I don't understand. What did I do? I was remarking on Marnie when you said, "Are you okay?" What did I do that you were asking that? And then why are people laughing at me? What happened? I missed something. Did I do something funny? I don't get it. What did I do? Because maybe I was half asleep. Did I say something or do something? I don't know, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. So another person regarding their interactions. Oh, wait, there's two people. Wait, they interviewed Blank, date of birth 98, regarding her interactions with Bryan. Oh. Screaming? Wait, well, what do you mean screaming? Now you got me confused. When was I screaming? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I hate him. All right. So Blank said the first time she met Kohberger was with another PhD student named something. They're friends who both came to Blank where they acquired their master's degree. This meeting occurred at the graduate student orientation. Kohberger came up to them and Blank said she instantly had a bad feeling about him. She told somebody how she felt, and she said to give him a chance. This person said to give him a chance. She said she had confronted Kohberger early on about the way he was speaking to women. She said she noticed early on that Kohberger did not like people that were not of his demographic. She explained that they are a diverse class of different types of people in their class. On one day, Kohberger was being rude to a deaf student named Blank. Wow. Blank said she called him out on how he spoke to her. She described how Kohberger's mannerism also contributed to his rudeness. She further described that Kohberger would stare at people in an intimidating way and that she would avoid sitting next to Kohberger in class. She told Kohberger that the way he was speaking was condescending and that he speaks that way to women and that it made her feel uncomfortable. Several of the students supported her in her rebuke of Kohberger. Kohberger responded to her by saying, "I care how you feel, but you are wrong." Of course. He doesn't care, though. That's the thing. Since that incident, she said she has felt targeted by him. She became emotional at this point in the interview. She said Kohberger has since paid her a lot more attention. She said Kohberger has stood in a way that she couldn't get out of her desk, and that she started to and then she and then started to talk to her. She said Kohberger would talk her into the ground about how she was wrong about whatever topic he was interested in. Kohberger would also come into her office and stand in the doorway and would not take any cues that she didn't want to talk to him. Kohberger would try and talk to her about the Ted Bundy murders because, dude, I hope, you know how he gets to read these documents? This is his case. I hope he's reading all these, thinking, seeing how everybody really thinks of him. The only thing I feel like I have him screaming over this air. It does. It makes me feel like I have to scream. Okay. Kohberger would try and talk to her about Ted Bundy. The Ted Bundy murders because he knew she was interested in true crime. He also name dropped a former professor of his named Blank. Blank admired Blank and wanted to meet her, but not based on her association with Kohberger. She said if she was going to meet her, it would be because her own initiative, not based on Kohberger. She said she was interested in the fact that since the Moscow murders, some people were comparing them to Ted Bundy murders that occurred at the college sorority, and that Kohberger wanted to talk about those murders with her. And she said Kohberger studied sexual burglars and their motivations and decision making. The Blank told Blank to start keeping track of Kohberger's behavior towards her. She made an informal report to Blank, but she didn't like the way they responded because she felt that they could not adequately form retaliation. So she made it informal. Okay. Huh. She said she continued to report her experiences to the Blank, as well as Blank, the program chair, and other professors about feeling unsafe. She said she recently wrote in a graduate questionnaire that she had continued to feel targeted and didn't know how to handle the situation. She said that they were required a discrimination training because of things that Kohberger had said unofficially. Kohberger had asked Blank if she would be comfortable procreating given the fact that she had a disability. She said she started keeping track of how often he was late to class. She said she kept track of the number of times that Kohberger aggressively stared at her during class. In one class, she said he stared at her 9 times. She described instances of Kohberger's following her. That following her after class multiple times, and said Kohberger always seemed to want to be in the general area of her and others in the program that did not want to have anything to do with him. Wait, where 404? Wow, did I go from 404? Where did I start this one? Oh, I just started. Okay. I think just 404 and I continue down. Okay. Anyway, so she described instances of falling into class. She said Kohberger always seems to be wanted to be in general of her, in the general area of her and others in the program that did not want to have anything to do with him. Oh my God. She talked about some student named female named something who recently had her apartment broken into. She complained to graduate housing, but they didn't help her. She said Kohberger took an interest in her. She said the reason this Blank and the other Blank talked to Kohberger was because they had difficulty understanding English, and they seemed to be the only ones that would continue talking to Kohberger. Kohberger went to the apartment and tried to support Blank. Wait. But wait. Support what? Kohberger went to the apartment to support her? I don't get what that's saying. This occurred toward the end of October. She said that she has the sense that everything Kohberger does is very calculated. She said Kohberger is intimidated by her friend, Blank, because she stands up to him. When she is around, Kohberger leaves. She leaves Blank alone. Kohberger leaves this person alone when this other person's around. When Blank leaves, Kohberger then turns. When Blank leaves, oh my God, Kohberger then turns around and starts talking to Blank. Blank said the way Kohberger behaves towards her is markedly different when Blank is not around. Wow. She talked about one day when Blank was gone and Kohberger would not leave her alone and prevented her from leaving the class. She said she thought Kohberger's motivation was gratification he got from controlling her. He wants to be seen as the strongest, smartest, and most important person in the room. She said their class has sat for hours in class listening to him arguing with teacher about his project. Kohberger always wanted to talk about offender decision making. Kohberger gets very defensive when he feels like he is being questioned. On one occasion, Blank had to cut him off when he was going on and on during one of his monologues. So it's probably her, right? It was she had to cut him off, right? Kohberger responded that he felt it was rude when someone would interrupt him. She said Kohberger would use qualifying words in an effort to hide behind saying offensive things. Man. Okay. She said one time in November, she found Kohberger in her office. She felt uncomfortable and left. She shared an office with 3 other people and didn't feel like she should have told him not to be in her office. Or she should have told, or yeah, she didn't feel like she should have told him not to be in her office. When she came back, Kohberger was in Blank's office with his body turned toward Blank's office. Blank later she later said Kohberger wasn't talking to her about anything important. She said that when she came back, he asked her where she had been. She told him it was none of his business, and she said Kohberger had bloody knuckles at the time. She said the wounds were bad. She said Kohberger recently started wearing gloves. Or wait, where'd it go? Oh my God, where'd it go? I feel like I just totally lost where I was at. Why? How did I say gloves? It was a jacket. Okay, she said that Kohberger just recently started wearing a giant puffy jacket, even in class, and she found this odd. She said that Kohberger said that if she were to ever have a sexual partner, they would have to have no physical or mental disabilities. No, I read that wrong. Kohberger said that. So Kohberger said if he were to ever have a sexual partner, that they would have to have no physical or mental disabilities. They would have to be straight and the opposite of gender nonconforming. She discussed her beliefs that school resource officers were used to discriminate against minority populations in high schools. She said Kohberger disagreed and denied that there were any inequalities and said everyone was equal and that she felt and she felt he was perpetuating the same myths she was trying to bring up, that he was doing that. Sorry. She said some people in the program thought he might have autism. She thought Kohberger was a narcissist. She said Kohberger was a vegan. She said Kohberger knew she was married because she had brought her husband to get together barbecue. Her husband and Kohberger had a discussion at the barbecue. After the discussion, her husband told her that he did not like nobody likes him. He wanted her to be careful around him. Wow. He said that she would see Kohberger on a daily basis. She said that. So she would see him on a daily basis. And she said in all the time she had interacted with Kohberger, he had never displayed empathy toward another person. She was unaware of any reason for Kohberger to travel to Moscow or any other local towns in the area. She had heard that the Kohberger was into boxing as a hobby. She said that when she first, oh my God, I can. Thanks, Joe. Oh my God, I know I'm tired. I should just end it. But it's just interesting. It's like I want to keep going because I don't know. But am I reading okay? Because sometimes when I get tired, I'm like falling asleep. I'm not reading that good. So I should just, I don't know. I'll just read this last one, but thank you, Joe. Where we at? She fired better. Okay. She was unaware of any reason Kohberger to travel to Moscow or any other local towns. She said when she first heard of the homicides in this case, she wondered if it could have been Kohberger. She said Kohberger was the only student in the class that believed in the death penalty. Kohberger asked her if her 12-year-old daughter was hard and murdered, if she would support the death penalty. And she noticed that Kohberger was regularly late for class where a female is instructing, and rarely when the male was instructing. She said that on one occasion, Kohberger expressed to females in the class that once he was in the job market, they would be screwed and competing against him for a job. She said she wanted to think he was just socially inept, but after knowing him, she believes that Kohberger always thinks he is the smartest person in the room and has expressed resentment or jealousy at their resource or at their successes. She said Kohberger is always the first person to express his support of police. She again mentioned her and Kohberger's disagreement about the value of SROs in schools. She said that she believed Kohberger's question about if someone else was also arrested after his own arrest was an attempt by him to throw people off and not that he had a friend or acquaintance. She said that she heard Kohberger had attended a mixer at blank and that she did not attend. She noted that she had been told that he had drank a bottle of wine by himself at this event. She said that she had not heard Kohberger discussing knives or how to cover your tracks at the crime scene. She said Kohberger has discussed theoretically about sexual burglars. She said Kohberger is a very nosy and tries to look at what other people are texting. God. So he tries to look at other people's texts. She said her friend said that she had Kohberger over to her apartment on one occasion and told her that she thought Kohberger had gone through her medicine cabinet. Yeah, we remember that because he knew what she was on for what. She said that she had not heard Kohberger talk about offenders studying victims' behavior before committing a crime. Wait, she said she had not heard Kohberger talk about offenders studying victims' behavior before committing a crime. She suggested we speak with blank because she felt Kohberger would have discussed his interest in studying violent sexual crimes. Wow. She said Kohberger committed these homicides because he wanted to know what it felt like to commit these crimes in relation to his studies and ultimately if he could get away with the crimes, further supporting his belief that he was smarter than others. He said he was she said committing these crimes and his need to control others is consistent with his personality. This interview is audio recorded. Okay, so yes, 473. So what do we have left to read for next? I think we can get the next one done in the next one more video, but because I still have this other stuff I wanted to read it. Let me play this while I find what pages I need. This video, hold on. Let me see, how long is it?
He made
I watched
endless
it, so I don't know what it is.
endless-
Oh, let's see.
phone calls to mother including right after he'd slaughtered 4 Idaho students. He had utter contempt for and an inability to function with women at school and at work. And then there's that grinning selfie that he took just hours after killing 4 people, not to mention the constant hand washing, long showers, and sleepless nights we heard about from fellow inmates in jail. Bryan Kohberger's defense team claimed in court filings that he suffered from a variety of mental conditions, autism being one of them. And if there'd been a trial, the jury would have likely heard from competing expert witnesses. But I have my own expert. Scott Bond is a well-known criminologist, an author, a podcaster who's now on a national speaking tour called Serial Killers with Dr. Scott Bond. Dr. Bond, good to have you on. Thank you so much. And what a night for you to join me. I'm sure you've been hearing about a lot of the breaking news that we've been reporting on this show tonight, not the least of which is the vibe that I get from the fact that this killer called his mom mother and his dad father, formally, all the time. What do you make of that?
Well, I've thought for some time now, and this only confirms my analysis, is that with Kohberger, we're dealing with a classic sociopath. And unlike psychopaths who are unable to form emotional connections and empathetic connections with others, sociopaths can. They are made, they are not born. And a sociopath, it's not unusual for them to have a powerful, emotional, empathetic connection with 1 or 2 people in their lives. And yet at the same time have complete disdain and hatred even toward the rest of humanity. And this, I think, is Bryan Kohberger. So the fact that he called his parents the morning of the murders and referred to them repeatedly as mother and father, and I guess he had a pattern of doing so, shows the extent to which he revered his parents and the extent to which he needed their emotional support and connection. He had to get himself grounded, I believe, that morning by calling mommy and daddy. So classic sociopathic behavior, Ashley.
Let me ask you about a passage that we think was highlighted in a book that was found. The book was called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. And apparently one page, page 118, was heavily highlighted. We don't know exactly what was highlighted, but at the top of the book, I can tell you what it says. The knowledge that you can handle anything that comes your way is the key to allowing yourself to take risks. I'm trying to think if Bryan Kohberger was trying to get over the risk of killing and would read a book like this, or get over the risk of just being Bryan Kohberger.
I think it's more generally the trauma, if you will, of being Bryan Kohberger. We know that he was an extremely troubled young man in high school and going into college. He is someone who had completely dysfunctional relations with others, particularly females, and I believe a true fear of women and a fear of his own goals and needs and desires, a fear of academia, a fear and an awkwardness in both his professional and his social life. So I think fear permeated him. And so looking at a self-help book like that, he was looking for answers. He was looking for support. He was looking for a way to overcome or at least walk through his fears. But I think when you look at Bryan Kohberger and his progression into truly the monster that he became, I think that the fear that he was trying to overcome from day one was, or the nature of the trauma that he was trying to overcome from day one was his own internal fear.
Dr. Bond, I'm so appreciative that you made space for us in the middle of your busy tour. I should just tell everybody, if they want to watch you, your work is amazing. You can go to Scott Bond's website, DocBond, that's DocBonn.com. And you can also get tickets to the tour there. Thank you. Will you come back and be on the show again?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Okay, so
Endless phone calls.
Below and download
oh
our new.
shoot, I didn't mean to do
including
that.
right after
Okay,
he
hold on one
slaughtered 4
second. Hold on. I'm gonna finish this. Hold on one second. Let me play. Is there a video to this? Hold on a second, guys. It's not gonna work. Hold on, I want to talk to you guys for a minute though, but I just want to finish this so I know when I will leave my desk, I have everything situated. No, we're not doing this one. I'm trying to find the one, like a video where, well, ooh, is there a video to this one? These are articles. I'm trying to see how sometimes they have a video within the article. That's, if I could play it really quick. So, I could finish this. Let's play an ad, just 1 second. No, it's supposed to be that and it's nothing. Stupid. Don't believe though, guys. We gotta chat. We gotta chat. Here, I'm just gonna put in. I'm just gonna go into. I just need like 4 more minutes, which I could be doing it right now. If okay, hold on. Let me just type, see if there's anything new that popped up. That popped up is no. Here, let's watch him for a minute. I don't know why I like this guy. I like him. I'm just gonna watch him for a minute. He's talking about Kohberger. Let's see.
We'll be talking about Bryan Kohberger, the quadruple convicted murderer who was just sentenced to 4 life sentences. Bryan is less than a month into his prison sentence, and he has already made a fatal mistake that is guaranteed to cost him his life. For those of you who don't know, my name is JD, and I have been locked up out here on the West Coast in the state of Oregon and out there in Florida. So I have certain insights into the prison life and mentality that I can share with you. And in tonight's video, I'm going to explain to you why I think that Bryan Kohberger is a dead man walking. The only thing that I wish is that they could have sent me a free sample, because I'm a convicted felon and I can't own Xbox legally. F2 play are the difference. At only 199, the other was a young man. He attacked them brutally, viciously. He jumped them while they were unconscious and he killed them dead. Now, there might not be the strictest of moral codes in prison. There's a lot of liars, cheaters, thieves, people of all sorts of nature. But one thing that everybody hates in there is people who hurt women or children. Another thing that people hate in prison is cowards. And to attack women in their sleep is an ultimate show of cowardice. And there's no copping pleas to the inmates with Kohberger. There's no, but I'm innocent, you guys, I swear. No, he pled guilty and he took these 4 life sentences. So he's already going to have people on his neck from day one. As we can see, this is already happening at this very moment. Let me explain. Now, Kohberger is being housed at a maximum security facility right outside of Boise, Idaho, and he is in one of the most maximum security units that you can be in. He's actually housed in J Unit, the same exact unit that Chad Daybell is sitting in right now. He never gets out of his cell except for 1 hour a day for recreation, and he gets a shower every other day. It is a 23-in-1 lockdown. That's what they call it in prison. It is a miserable, isolated experience. But the inmates, even though they cannot touch him, are already tormenting and torturing him. Mentally, they are coming after him. They are keeping him up all hours of the night. See, the inmates have worked out a deal because they knew that he was coming. They were just waiting for him to get there. They already had a plan in effect to torment and torture this dude. They are going into the vents in the walls and screaming in shifts. They are doing this a few hours at a time. Then another cell with another inmate will scream into the vents for a few hours at a time. And they are tormenting and taunting and torturing him all night long so that he cannot sleep. And this is a commonly used tactic in prison. They will use whatever they can to get to you if they want to hurt you. And psychological torture is actually more grueling oftentimes than physical torture. This is something that we do anytime that we get the opportunity. If there's somebody who is a pedophile, a woman beater, somebody who's killed a woman, somebody who's killed a child, there's nothing that is off the table for them. You can put human feces in their food. You can put broken glass in their food. You can use chemicals. You can take a cup and stir up piss and shit and throw it in their face. Whatever you can do to get at them, there is nothing that is off the table in prison. That's why they call it prison rules. Kohberger has been on this unit for a week with no sleep, and he is already snapping mentally. But he just made the biggest mistake that you can make when you are in a prison, especially with life sentences, and you are never going to see the streets again. He snitched. He very publicly snitched. He snitched so publicly that I have it right here on my iPad. It is on news stations everywhere that he snitched to the guards. So everyone in that prison knows not only is he somebody who attacks and murders women in their sleep, but he is a fucking prison yard snitch as well, which is in and of itself a death sentence. You see, in prison, if they want to get you, they're going to get you no matter what. It's just a matter of time. But if they already know that he's going to tell, that only gives them motivation to make sure that he can't do that he can't speak. And the best way to make sure that somebody can't tell on you is to make sure that they're not breathing anymore. You see, right now where he's at, I believe that he has made the mistake of believing that he is safe. There is no such thing as a safe space in prison. All you have in prison is air and opportunity. And I guarantee you that the correctional officers do not like this dude. If there's one thing that the correctional officers don't like, it's somebody who thinks he's special. And this punk motherfucker thinks he is so entitled and so special. They also don't like people who randomly kill sleeping women. Just like the convicts, correctional officers have a code as well. We're men, bro. All of us should have that code. And it is only a matter of time until they do an administrative oversight and let one of these inmates who is designated to handle business accidentally slide into his cell. All you have to do is accidentally open two doors at the same time, and then go take your cigarette break. And it is over.
That's what I was saying. He's not saying.
Besides that, living on 23-in-1 lockdown is torture. And eventually your mind will snap. And he's going to beg to get out of there and go to general population. Regardless of the risk, he's going to inherently be so broken in the head that eventually he's going to ask to be moved. And he'll keep asking to be moved until they move him. I don't think they'll deny him. I think the second that he asks, they know, okay, cool. We're not legally liable for whatever happens to him anymore. This is what he wanted. Let's see what happens. And we all know exactly what's going to happen. Bryan is not going to fucking make it. And in fact, it stems to reason that that might be what these inmates who are taking shifts, keeping him up all night by screaming into his vents, had planned the entire time to break him down mentally so that he asks to be put back into general population. Because they know as soon as he does, it's open season. But I don't even think that they anticipated that he would snitch them out. That is the flat out stupidest move that I have seen any celebrity or high profile inmate do in so long. Like pretty much everybody knows by the time you land in prison, you don't fucking snitch, homie. It's a death sentence if you snitch. But this dude, it took him like less than a month to break the number one rule. And I personally hope that it's slow and painful and they enjoy every single second of it. I hope they get away with it. That would be absolutely splendid if it went on to Unsolved Mysteries and nobody ever found out. It's just, oh, he was found dead in his cell with no skull anymore. I think that'd be great. But I'll tell you this right now. If somebody does do that and they get caught, I'm going to throw some money on their books. I'm going to make sure that they got some soups and some honey buns because this dude doesn't need to be taking up our oxygen. In my opinion, it's just a matter of time, and I will keep you guys updated as soon as we get any more info on this. But until then, please drop me a comment. Let me know
No, it does happen. They turn their head. Like I was saying that before. Like just because he's in uh protective custody does not mean he's safe. I totally agree with what he's saying. I think it happens. I think they purposely sometimes like let it open or and then sometimes the prisoners are smart. They can plan things. It can happen. He's not always safe. Things can happen. And I hope he's scared. And I hope it happens once, not too far from now, because so then he realizes, oh, because right now he probably does think, oh, I'm safe. I'm a protected officer. I mean, they're not gonna let anybody come. Like, I'm safe. Look, they're all in jail cells. Nothing can ever happen. And then he sees that yes, it could. So then he's scared every night, never knowing when it could happen, because I really want him to see that it can happen. So because right now I think he feels safe that it's like, as far as like, yeah, it's an annoyance. That's why he feels like he could tell on them and he won't have any repercussions because he's just annoyed with it. But he doesn't, I feel like he doesn't feel like that the threat can become real, that anybody can get him. Well, I got news for you. People can get him. It could happen. And I want it to happen sooner rather than later so he could fear every freaking night. He could fear knowing he's not safe. Just like first of all, probably after the Idaho murders, everybody in that town and state didn't feel safe. They felt like that. Watching that one documentary, the families, the friends, the students saying like how every night, and I mean now they don't, their sense of security and safety, like they're freaking out. They don't feel safe anymore. What he did to the whole town. But something needs to happen where he could see that it's not, because right now he thinks he's all nice and protected. Nope. Not for long, buddy. Not for long. Um, so right now he's just like, oh, let me complain because they're annoying me. Obviously, if he realized the danger of it, he would be ratting them out because it's coming. It's coming. You watch. I don't know when, but it's coming. Unless what I'm afraid of is they're gonna pull a Chris Watts and move him to a prison where, because that's what happened with Chris Watts, because everybody hated him. They knew who he was when he got to prison, and then they transferred him to Dodge in Wisconsin. So he's in a place where it's not, nobody's trying to get him, right? That's my only fear with this, is that they move him to a prison where people aren't wanting to really come at him. Which that's gonna make me mad because it could happen, right? I think it could, and I hope not. I hope freaking they get him before. I don't even mean like kill. I just mean hurt him, make him fear, show him he's not safe in there, so he could fear every night. Like he created the whole town to be afraid. What a baby! I swear, the more I learn about this jerk, I didn't think I could hate him more and more. The more I'm learning about him now, reading through like what everybody's experiences of him were. Jerk. Um, um, no, I mean, I don't have hate in my heart. It's more like what he did to them. I have empathy in my heart is what I have. And the fact of what he did to them, Like, I feel like karma. Like, I feel like, he should have to feel a little bit of what he put them through and what he put the whole town through, It's not that I'm like have this hate in my heart. It's just that I feel empathy for the victims, and I feel like, he needs to kind of feel what, he did to them, which and it never will be fully because he doesn't feel the same feelings, but at least the fear, he needs to feel a little bit because he probably has never felt that fear, what he did to them. To him, it's like nothing, but like to just so he could experience it is something. Like what you did to them is something. What you did to that whole town now, like that's their sense of safety and the trauma that you made him experience. Let him experience a little bit of trauma, and then he can kind of understand it on a personal level. That's how I feel. But I wouldn't say I have hate in my heart. It's more like love in my heart for them, and it just, that's all. All right, guys, we're going to do a part 3. And I think I have, wait, where did I write down the pages? I don't know. It might be 4 parts. I can't even believe how long this is taking. So I wrote down what I need. So we have a total of probably still a couple hundred pages. So, I don't know. Like I said, I wanted to go through this other stuff too, but so the next time we could take a break, we could watch the Bill Thompson interview. I don't even know if it's any good. Like I didn't even get to go over like this right here. Like some of these articles where is it? Like I wanted to go over this article, but that's more reading, but where it talks about Kohberger disturbing his searches ahead of a Goose in Idaho. Well, I guess that interview could touch base on a lot of this stuff because what they said he was looking up. So I guess, yeah. So all the terms, Kohberger search history, like, well, let me make it bigger so you could read. Like, look at this. R for sleeping, passed out voyeur, according to Heather and Jared Bernard. So those were that couple that was they interviewed on Long Crime about going through his phone. Who were hired to investigate the psychopath who broke into the off-campus university. The easiest way to say it is that all of the terms were consistently around non-consensual sex act. It says twisted murder. Bryan Kohberger made disturbing internet searches for women being essayed while asleep, according to digital forensics. Kohberger's history included terms like R. Oh yeah, I already just read that. Those words, and then he cowardly refused to reveal his plan or motive. Okay, wait. Kohberger had tried to wipe the search history from his devices, even running a data erasing software in his laptop 3 days after the killings, but was not thorough enough, the expert said. While there was no record of a search history, the terms were still found his autofill data on his search engines, Heather said. He did his best to leave zero digital footprint. He did not want a digital forensic trail available at all. The Celebrate team also discovered a PDF file about another serial killer rapist, Danny Rolling. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they talked about that. He used the same K-bar knife. He was the inspiration for the slasher classic Scream, which I didn't know that. That Rollins guy that he looked up. Okay. He murdered 5 UF students, 4 women and 1 man after breaking into their homes during a 4-day spree in 1990. Wow. That's kind of creepy. That I know this was 3 women and 1 man, but that's pretty close. Wow. So his phone additionally contained creepy selfies of the killer posing shirtless and flexing his muscles, the experts say. wait till those come out. You know those are gonna come out, I'm sure. Oh my gosh. Um, so hold on a second. Is that hold on, give me 1 minute. I want to see something. 'Cause it's been so long, you know, when they did that picture with the blood coming out of the house, right? All my files, I don't even know where that is. But was it right here? Because I did want to go over something about that, about the cabinet thing too. Okay, so I took a thing so we could zoom in. It was right here, right? Is that where the blood was? Or was it somewhere else? Because that would make perfect sense because, well, if it was right here, that would be like where the back of the bed was, and then Ethan's head was more on this side of this wall. Is there something up front? I forget where it was. I don't know if that's it or not. I think it's on the other side on the front. But I wanted to point out, remember the kitchen cabinet that we were debating if it was blood? I don't think that was blood on the kitchen cabinet because of where it was located. I think it was just something else. But let me show you why I think that. Because it doesn't seem like, if as long as these are right, tell me if these graphs right here, hold on. Since they don't have the virtual tours anymore, I have a few different ones. So I have, wait, hold on. Where's the other one? Give me 1 minute. Hold on 1 second. Download. Okay. Okay, so here were the originals I went to use off of, but then I found so in my old files I found these, but hold on, let me put these all up. But then I found some new ones. They should all be the same if they're all correct, right? Hold on now. I just want to show you some. So Kaylee's. All right. Okay, so I guess you can even see right here. Hold on. Okay, so if so this was so this goes on top of right here, right? Yeah. So the point is the blood or whatever it looked like blood was dripping down the cabinets would be like right here, I think, right? It doesn't matter which wall on the kitchen it was, but I think it's right here is where they were somewhere. But that would be on top of Kaylee's room, and then these steps are right here. So Kaylee's room would be right there. So the blood would be Dylan's room. This would be Maddie's room would be on top of Dylan's, right? It would be on this wall, which is not the kitchen wall. So I don't think that was blood. I think it's just like, I forget. I feel like I heard somebody say something like rust or like paint. I don't know, but I don't think it was blood from this crime scene. So some people we were talking about it in the last live. I remember I wanted to get a virtual thing to see where it was at, but they took down all the virtual stuff. So it doesn't make sense to be, and you can even see right here. So, because this is, as long as, yeah. Yeah, so this is Kaylee's room. This is Maddie's. Now, Maddie's room is actually on top of Dylan's room. The kitchen would be right here, which would be on top of Kaylee. So there's no humanly possible that blood over here would be dripping all the way in the kitchen. Now, the thing with Ethan's, I'm pretty sure that lined up where Ethan would have been. So it's either here or on the other side in the front on this side. This house is shaped so weird. It's like stacked on top. Where was the blood? Remind me, was it right here? I don't know. That was such a long time ago, but remember that was like, I'm pretty sure it was on Fox News or something. It was like the first picture that everybody was using for like, you know, the article or the thumbnail, or you know what I'm saying, for when they do articles, like that picture was like, it was right there. And that was like the first thing that I remember from this case, or the first, I feel like, is what I picture when it first started, was that picture of the blood from the house. It was so crazy. And we were all like, wait, how could the house be dripping with blood? It was so weird, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that would match with Ethan's. Anyway, so I just wanted to say that. But now we have a picture of the backyard. So who said no? Oh. So if he went out this way, there would be no way to get. So yeah, they used this because if you're coming from this way, right? Now we don't know for sure where he parked, do we? They said he parked in the back. They think he parked in the back. Unless if he went, but I mean, he was so quick to get to his car. So I don't think he would have went all the way around, and no, because he would have been on camera probably. So did he go up here? But hold on. I need like I used to have that drone footage because I want to see. They said there's a fence that you'd have to jump over to go out back that way. Is that even true? Remember we were watching something where, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Just the other live, I saw something where it said that. Okay, maybe it's wrong. But hold on. What? Now I can't remember what else was I looking for when I was going to play a video. What was it again? I can't remember. There was a certain video I was looking for to watch. And I was going to look for it. I can't remember. Shoot. It was showing something. Oh, Ashley Banfield interviewed those. Dang, I wish I would have known. I would have preferred to play that one. The cell people. I figured other people would be interviewing them. All right. Well, we'll continue. Hold on, let me unstar this. There's a couple other topics. Okay, I did that one. Taunted inmates. I like that. What's this one? Hold on a second. Taunted inmates. I know the other things when you Google it, they're talking about like the person that leaked the prison or the footage of him in his cell. Like I don't know. I mean, you know, people are putting titles. I don't know if they're really in trouble or not, but that's what's coming up now over Google. He's taunted by fellow inmates at maximum security prison. He's been heckling them through the air vents. Oh my God. So this is the article I wanted to read. So it says Bryan Kohberger, the convicted murderer of 4, says he's been taunted by fellow inmates. The facility confirmed the sources say prisons have been heckling him through the air vents night and day. We are aware of Kohberger's complaints about what he considers taunting. Kohberger accepted a plea deal. Okay, wait. He's in J block, a restrictive housing unit, around 30 inmates, where he's confined to his cell 23 hours a day. Chris McDonough, retired detective, firsthand knowledge of the circumstances within the prison unit. Inmates have been taking turns taunting him around the clock by yelling through air vents that lead into his cell. According to McDonough, the heckling has been persistent and has affected Kohberger's ability to sleep. A cement block wall, but what drop off though? I thought so there's no fence, but what? I need to look at the drone. That's what it was, a drop off. Okay. I don't know, I was picturing like a fence, but I guess it isn't a fence. Okay, drop off. Well, I'm gonna look and see, cause what I remember from years ago when I was looking at it, people, they all showed that like it'd be a good way to get in there, right, without being kind of suspicious. So I wouldn't understand what she meant by that. Okay, this curveball. He's complained to prison guards. Incarcerated individuals commonly communicate with each other in prison, is housed alone. Huh. I don't know how to feel that, but I don't. I really don't. Wait, one more. What does this one say? People. Making killer life miserable behind bars. Complaining to guards. It's basically saying the same thing. It's been complaining, is driving him crazy. The inmates are tormenting him at night, all hours of the day, taunting him through the vents in his cell. He told the outlet they're utilizing the vent system. They're kicking the doors, they're taunting him, and they're basically, torturing him through, using psychology. Wow. Huh. Anyway. Wait, what is going on? Wait, hold on a second. Wait. What do you mean open top though? How we didn't get to see the top of the ceiling? That what do you? I'm confused. That guy was just taping a screen. I don't know. I mean, did we get to see the ceiling? The person that was taping it was just taping like like the surveillance is in the cells, and the security guard was just taping like a TV screen. That's why he was moving and stuff. He was just taping a video of a video. Maybe I'm not following it. I don't feel like you got to see up high. It was just kind of, I don't have to go look at it, but I don't think it was open top. Because were you thinking like somebody had a camera over it? Or no, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'm confused why you're thinking open top. I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, no, like it wasn't open. I wouldn't say it was, I wouldn't think it was open. I think you couldn't really see from the angle, but you know, the guy was just videoing a video, right? He didn't have like a camera over the top. He was like videoing from his phone a screen of the video, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. I don't think it would be open top. That'd be crazy to have a prison with an open top. I've never seen that, but let me see if I could see what you're talking. Yeah. I doubt that's open. That would be, I don't know. I mean, and then I don't know if that would be, I think that's just a little ledge right there. I don't know. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Look, you could see he's taping a screen. Like that, he's not like hanging over the cell taping them. It's not like somebody could hang in there and open. I wouldn't think. I mean, I could be wrong. I think it's just a ledge where there's a camera. I don't think that that's open. I like I said, I wouldn't think they would have the most dangerous criminals with an open top. That'd be freaking crazy. Death Row is on that same block that he's in right now. You know that. Chad Daybell's on Death Row. He's on that block J. So there's no, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, but yeah, this is just a screen he's taping. Because there's a video, like there's a camera up in a cell and they watch it so they can monitor. And this guard just took a video of the TV basically. I don't know. That would be scary. I would hope they don't have open tops, but I don't know. What do I know? Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They recorded it from a screen, you know, from where they have the screens where the guards could watch, you know, they could monitor it. And he just recorded it through that. I know. I saw that. Look, if you Google Bryan Kohberger, it's all about that, all the stuff about that guard. He might be. I was thinking like, oh, I don't think they would do anything, but maybe he will get in trouble. I don't know. Look, if you Google it, look at this. Oh, that was interesting too. I didn't get to mention what the security guards were talking about him trying to like Google for a new car right after they release like the type of car. I just saw that. That's why. Okay, so but he didn't say her name. I haven't that report so far, unless I haven't came into it, did not say he said Kaylee's name. Freaking Ashley Banfield misreported that. Unless if I didn't get to that part where it says that. I have not. Have you guys seen that? Because that report that coincided with what Bryan Etten, which is what News Nation has, the Dillon report. I didn't see him say that he said Kaylee yet. Did you guys? I think that I think Ashley accidentally like misreported it. Now it's getting spread. But like I said, I haven't been through all the reports yet, but I'm not sure that that even happened. Okay, so I know I had to change my title real quick when I I watched her video, and then I got the documents myself, and I'm like, shoot, that does not say that. I took it out as a thumbnail and everything. Like I said, I guess we'll see we still have like a couple hundred pages to read, but, so circulating online, when I looked it up earlier, all 6 of these were about that. Like all of the, I know there's more of them, but all the top ones were talking about the guy. Now hours passed, they're not all saying it. But let's see. Bryan Kohberger taunted by other men. Yeah, now there's only one prison leak. Bryan Kohberger video circulating online sparks. But let's see what this says. Respond to Kohberger's claims that he's going crazy from jailhouse taunt. Oh, this is the one we just read, huh? We're aware of the complaints. Said in a statement, individuals commonly communicate with each other in prison. Bryan is housed alone in a cell. Maintain a safe, orderly environment. The statement came after retired homicide detective Chris Matunga spoke out at the prison, making Kohberger's life miserable. The inmates are tormenting him at night, almost all hours of the day, taunting him. So they're saying. Chris McDonough said that. Let's see. They're utilizing the vent system. Okay. And when he got there, they're not because. It says just weeks into the life term in prison, convicted Bryan Kohberger appears to be at wit's end, and now the state of Idaho is responding. It says he has complained about taunting from other inmates, where he's serving 4 consecutive life sentences for the murders. Okay, so he is complaining, so that's legit. Anyway. Well, no, I know, but now look, EI online. So people are picking up her reporting because a lot of people don't go through all the they're not going to go through all the documents like I do, or like everybody does, or not everybody, like some people do. So they might go through some and then see like, oh, Big News Nation said that they said that. So, we haven't read that document yet, but wow, that's a big thing. So let me report on that because, they're probably not going to like online. They might not have went through every document or the whole 600 pages, but they, like I said, they could have went through some, but just thought maybe they didn't get to that or something. And they're just repeating it. That's what happens. They're repeating a big news source that said something. So they think it's legit and they're repeating it. So look, online news. I feel like I think even New York, I saw an article saying that. So yeah, but she probably started it, which I like Ashley Banfield, but I mean, I think she got it wrong. She misunderstood what that was saying. And now some people are taking it, thinking that it really does say that. I even did it for a minute. I'm glad I got the documents. I figured, well, she has the documents. So, I'm sure it probably says it. And then I got them and I was like, oh, shoot, it doesn't say anything. And another thing I thought, and I started to, I had it in my thumbnail because before I got the documents, I was going to go over it. I read an article. I think it was, I don't know, one of these articles I read, and they said in the article, they insinuated that Bryan's Wi-Fi connected to Mad Greek more than once, meaning, his phone connected to the Wi-Fi, right? So I'm like, oh my God. So I put that there too. I'm like, wow, that's a big thing. Means he was there. He was probably there a couple times. And then I watched the interview on Law and Crime with the two that were quoted saying that. And they absolutely did not say that. They said, I wish it could say that. It could mean that, but it doesn't. They don't know what it means. It could just be that he was in the area and, it suggested, a place to eat or whatever. And they said, no, they can't say that it means that. So I had to take that off my thumbnail. Like, gosh, these people are reporting false things. But yeah, so it's like you got to double check. So people get things wrong sometimes. We all do. But like when it's a big place like that, Ashley, like I think because she's so big, she probably should mention she got it wrong. She should probably do a video and be like, sorry guys, misread it. And he didn't say Kaylee's name or something just to correct it, but I don't know if she will. I'm not sure. But she's pretty big, so I feel like she should maybe, but oh well, I do like her though. I have nothing against her. Out of some of them, she's one of the better ones out of some of them out there. But what else was I gonna look for, guys? I feel like I wanted to do something else and I can't remember. I think I'm just gonna end it. I wish I had energy to do timestamps right now. Urgh. Look at this car, looks like it's on top of that. Because the way it looks. Oh, I was gonna get the drone footage. That's what I wanted to do. I used to have all that in my old documents, but I could probably just Google it. Let me see if I could just Google it. Man, I wish I knew where it was real quick. I had a really good drone footage of the house though. Let me see. I could go through all my files real quick, but it might take a minute. And okay, is this might be. Oh, I don't see it. Oh. Like, why? Why? Oh, I thought I was sharing it. Shoot. Demolition of the house. Have you guys seen it? I haven't seen it. It's like so pointless. Like, why? Before the trial, even though now there's no trial, but like.
We also want to know that the house was given to the university earlier this year. Some family members of the victims.
I found some drone footage we could use, but I just wanted to just, wow, look at that. Have you guys seen this? Really, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll watch the drone footage. So don't leave, because we'll see how the back was set up. That's crazy. I just can't believe they did that. I can't believe it. See when. Like, why? Jerks. Oh, that makes me mad. Okay, so hold on one second. Let me get that footage, drone footage that popped up. Well, let's just do what's the obsession. It has a drone footage. Crime, true crime, what's the obsession? Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go over here. I gotta look over there. I just need to know how it's. Oh gosh, why do I keep thinking I have it shared? I swear I hit share. It's like I have to do it twice for some reason. I want to see over there. Now it's, and my curiosity is just like, what bothering me? Huh, this may not be the one I want. I was looking for the drone. One of them has the drone where it just shows the house that I had. Go over there. Come on. Come on, go over there. There we go. There we go. Come on. Okay, so you go out. I want to see how easy it is to go back to the parking lot. I mean, he could have been parked on the side here too. So there is no fence. Is there no fence back there? Why did I think there was a fence right here? But I guess not. Okay, so either he parked back here. I mean, how easy is it to get up there? Like go this way up to the parking lot, or would you go up here and then there? I wonder. Because he was quick, however he did it. He did it quick. All right, so where's the drop off though? And I don't think we're gonna need somebody on the ground. And I think people have done it in the past. I just forget. So if he goes out, okay, so it looked like he went out right here. The footsteps went out straight out, right? Because that means he probably walked out. So he could have went up here, walked back, or if he's on the right, or he went straight. I just want to know if it goes straight back to the parking lot. It does, but I mean, how easy is it to get back there? Well, where's the drop off though? Cement drop off? Where am I not seeing a cement drop off? Is that what they used to hold the door shut? But that would have been the officers doing that, huh? Huh. I don't remember where the blood was, guys. I don't remember. I feel like it was like, that's not it, is it? I don't think. I forget. I do want to see if it really is lined up with it. Because somebody said they tested it for Ethan's blood, but I don't know if that's, I don't know where people saw that at. Like that it was tested. I've never. Oh, there we go. Okay. Here. Figure. Okay. So what is that vibration that keeps happening? Okay. So he could have definitely walked back here and been parked on the side street. Or walked up and up to the parking lot. That wouldn't be hard at all, but it was, I want to see, it might be easier just to go straight back, but they aren't giving me a good angle here. I give up. Wonder how old that house was. Oh, who is that? I don't even know who that is. I don't recognize. Let's see. Does anybody recognize them? Huh. Oh, somebody. Anyway, um, let me see if there's. What the heck is that? Hold on, I'm trying to find another better angle here. If we can get, what's this? This one looks like another drone. Let's see. Wow, it does look really old. But I mean, it was the matter of they should have waited till after the trial. I mean, I know there ended up not being a trial, but so such a weird shaped house or a weird put together house. It's like two houses just smashed together or something weird. Okay, so this is the street. So they could just, I mean, he could walk out here, I guess. There's no fence or anything stopping. And the parking lot's back there. Do you guys think? I mean, I think there might be a chance he did park. I mean, he could have parked on the side of the road too, though, right? I guess it would be more secluded if he was back there because nobody would, remember a car back there. But he's sitting there doing circles. So if he's trying to be like, oh, I don't want people to remember. I mean, look, he's doing loops how many times? So I don't know if he was concerned that much. Okay, so there. Okay, so the parking lot's back. Oh, this is that parking lot back there too. For those apartments, it's closer than I realized. And then this goes back here. Yeah, so he could have walked up. That would have been harder with the snow to get up here and walk back here. But he could have walked. And if he was back there, but I think it'd been easier to just kind of walk up here and then walk back, to be honest. I don't know. I guess either way. Yeah. Well, this gave us a really good view. So, I mean, either way. Yeah. But wonder where the footprints led back all the way back here, or did they lead up here? Huh. Yeah, it's a lot closer than I thought, really. Wait, it drops from the street to the second floor. Wait a minute, hold on a second floor. Wait, drops from the street to second floor windows, then slider. No, it does look, the house looks really old and dirty on this, but I mean, it's college. I feel like it's a college type looking house as far as the way, they upkeep it for college kids. And so would it be easy? Are you saying it's probably right here is a bigger increase? So it probably to go to the street, are you saying it's probably harder because of I'm not seeing how much it goes up, huh? So maybe it would be easier to go out. I was thinking of this fence. Okay, that's where I thought a fence. Okay, so maybe it is easier to just go out the back to the parking lot, huh? Because is this more like a steep drop right here? Is that what you're saying? Right here, right? From here going up to the road. Now I'm kind of seeing maybe it is, huh? Let me see. Oh, whoa, what just happened? Well, I'm glad we have this drone footage because Google Maps, they block off the whole road, so we can't even see anything. What a pretty, look how pretty though. I mean, look, you got the mountains right here. It is in a nice area. I mean, as far as the landscape right here, I mean, wow, that looks pretty. Wait, where's the house at now? I lost it. Oh, right there. Right here. Hold on. Right here. Wow. Hold on. I'm trying to get it in the perspective of the parking lots right here. Okay. Wow. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Okay. Oh, so that parking lot kind of connects with this parking lot. Okay. Huh. Well, weather insensitive. Wait, there's a weather insensitive? What do you mean? What do you mean weather insensitive? People are sensitive about the weather? You've got to be kidding me. Is that a thing? I know. I hope people aren't. Oh my God, what's this world coming to? Now people are like all sensitive about the weather. We're going to have to change the weather because we're hurting people's feelings or something. Ooh, is the rain hurting somebody's feelings? This has got to stop. I don't know. I never heard anything. Maybe it was a typo, but oh my God. Well, I'm kind of glad that's funny because it made like a fun. That's funny. We're all like freaking out, not freaking out, but like, oh my God, are you serious? There's a weather insensitive. Oh wow, that's hilarious. That's a good laugh right there. Oh my God. Oh, that's a good one. Oh wow. Uh, oh, right there. Okay. It's just so crazy that, oh, okay, guys, let's end it here. Hey, if anybody wants to do timestamps, do them up. Even if they're like more general, I don't know, I'll pin it, but I just feel like I don't feel like doing them. I know I should, but I would love to do them for like each. I probably wouldn't, that'd be probably too many to do like each document, but like some of the general documents, like, oh, Kohberger's, um, people that had interaction with Kohberger statements, where those start, and then the next timestamp is like, oh, students, or you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. After a live 7-hour live, and then I did another before that, I think it was like 3 hours, maybe. Did like 10 hours live, I feel like, right? Oh my Lord. Okay, I'm not doing it. All right. Yeah, we went over some good stuff. I mean, like most of the time was just me reading the documents. I played a couple videos and then I'm doing the wind down now, but I think I may have started reading maybe 12 minutes in, so the first 12 minutes, but then it was just me consistently reading. And then, oh, well, I lied because then I got Zeke and then a couple breaks because Zeke fell down the stairs, kind of. I mean, he's okay. That sounds more dramatic. He was on his feet the whole time, but he kind of slid the last half. Somehow he like lost his stepping and kind of slid. He's fine. He never, I mean, he just kept, running, walking. He was fine, but I think it scared him. And I was babying him because he's a baby. I want to go get him. All right, guys, have a good one. I don't know how I do either. But I'm like wide awake now. Isn't that weird? Like reading, I was struggling to stay awake. I feel like I was half falling asleep as I was reading. But then as soon as I stop reading and I'm just talking, I'm fine. Like, wonder what it does, like when you're reading. What does it put you into like I don't know. Whereas like I was fighting because I didn't want to stop reading. So weird. Oh, hey, Harlot. I know, Jocelyn. I know. I do too. It's just I don't want to do them. I don't know. Sometimes when I get off the lives, and then if I wait till like the next day, it almost seems kind of pointless because I don't get very many views after the first day. So it's like, oh, I'm going to put all this time into doing the timestamps. And then if I didn't do them right away, then it sometimes seems pointless. Jocelyn, I did open panel the other night. Nobody came up. Nobody, not one person. It's weird because people did say they were coming up. I mean, I did keep showing the link. I did keep sharing the link. You guys did see that, right? I didn't want to pin it because I feel like that makes me nervous that somebody just is live hopping and they see a pinned live stream link, and that's when you get those. But like, I feel like it's a less chance you'll get them if it's somebody like watching long enough where it's like they know that I'm sharing the link. But I kept sharing it, but yeah, nobody ended up taking it. I don't know. I hope they were aware that it, yeah, because I said it. I hope everybody was aware that I was doing that I was sharing it. I think I said it. Yeah. Yeah, because I talked about I didn't want to pin it. And I shared it multiple times, but no biggie. But yeah. I think it steers me away from trying when nobody shows up. No, not for this. No, it wasn't for this live. I was talking about a few days ago, not this one. No, because this would have been I was reading the documents. I wouldn't have been able to. I mean, what would a guest been for when I'm reading the documents? Like they'd just be sitting up there. So no, not tonight. But it was like the one where I did. I don't know. It was a Kohberger live. I don't know. I think it was a few days ago. Um. All right, guys. I got to get up and walk. I'll see you guys. Bye.